Mom Ju. Long Chen's jaw dropped as he looked at his mother in surprise. Mrs. Long blushed, embarrassed to be stared at like this by her son. She viciously cut at Long Tianxiao with her eyes, angrily saying, "It's all your father's fault. He really doesn't know how to be decent." Long Chen hadn't noticed at first, but now he realized that his mother's belly had swelled slightly. She had actually become pregnant. Back when Mrs. Long had first miscarried, she had been filled with pain. Luckily, Long Tianxiao had brought back Long Chen just a few days later, filling that hole in Mrs. Long's heart. The two of them both treated him like a gift from the heavens, giving Long Chen all their love. But not long after, their Long family had been drawn into a conspiracy, and Long Tianxiao had been forced to stay away from the capital. In reality, both Mrs. Long and Long Tianxiao were in the prime of their lives. Now that the storm had passed and they were at peace, the two of them no longer needed to stay parted all the time. The two of them were actually delighted that she had become pregnant again. "Congratulations, Dad, congratulations, Mom," hardly laughed Long Chen. Long Tianxiao laughed with him, but Mrs. Long turned even redder. Her son had already grown up, but she was still unwilling to let go of him. "Mom, let me feel your pulse, and let me see if you're carrying a little brother or a little sister," laughed Long Chen. Mrs. Long had recovered slightly from her embarrassment by now, and she shook her head. "Grandmaster has already helped me check. It's a daughter." Mrs. Long gently rubbed her belly, a loving light shining on her face. "The heavens really have been kind to me. Even in my later years, they sent me a daughter. Everyone says that daughters are closest to their mothers. I really have been blessed." "A little sister, excellent," Long Chen nodded. His mother was just an ordinary mortal incapable of cultivating. She was approaching her 40s. For her to become pregnant at such a time really was a kind gift from the heavens. With a child by his mother's side, she wouldn't spend all her days worrying about him. She would be able to pass her days much happier. "Aya, we've been talking so much, I forgot about our guests." Mrs. Long really had been too happy, and had completely forgotten about Chu Yao and Tang Wan'er. "No problem, they're all family," laughed Long Chen. Long Chen had only said this without thinking about it, and Chu Yao was completely fine with it. But Tang Wan'er blushed. Obviously, calling her family caused her to feel a bit odd. Her heart was pounding, but a trace of joy appeared in her eyes. "Aunt Long Chen's right. There's no guests here, only family." Chu Yao came up and wrapped her arm around Mrs. Long's arm. "This isn't an outsider but a close female friend from Long Chen's sect, Tang Wan'er." Long Chen was startled. "Close female friend? When did that happen?" "Wan'er greets Aunt Long." Tang Wan'er hastily paid her respects. She appeared bashful and graceful, a completely different display from how fiery she was with Long Chen normally. "Haha, what a beautiful maiden. It's rare to find someone so cute, sensible, and sweet-tempered. Ah, your character's very similar to Yaoer. Long Chen, you bad child, what are you secretly laughing about?" Seeing Long Chen was doing his best to hold back his laughter to the side, Mrs. Long held onto Tang Wan'er's hand and demanded. Long Chen really was unable to hold back his laughter. How could cute, sensible, and sweet-tempered be used to describe Tang Wan'er? You guys can talk for now. I won't bother you any longer. I'll go talk with Dad." Long Chen knew he would definitely get unequal treatment if he stayed here with these three women. He quickly went over to where his dad was. Arriving beneath an old tree in the rear court, Long Chen and Long Tianxiao sat atop a stone bench. Long Tianxiao looked up at that old tree and sighed. "Time really passes quickly. I still remember when you were just a snot-nosed child holding that wooden sword, constantly challenging me to a duel. Now you've already grown up, reaching a level that even I, your father, can only look up to." Long Tianxiao looked at Long Chen. His gaze contained pride, but it also contained a trace of sorrow. Although Long Tianxiao was a magnanimous person, it was impossible for a father to completely hold back his deep love for his child. Long Chen felt a burst of emotion as he remembered how, when he was young, his father would accompany him under this tree, playing with him and teaching him how to use the sword while his mother watched and laughed to the side. Now he had grown stronger, so strong that he could easily subdue an entire empire. But that kind of joy from his childhood would never return again. That was something being more powerful was incapable of fixing. This was just the cruelness of time. As time passed, it continuously pushed people forward. Once a moment had passed, it was impossible to return to. "Son, your father cannot help you with anything in terms of cultivation. But there is one thing you have to remember. The more powerful a person becomes, the easier it will be for them to lose their original heart." So you absolutely can't have any intentions of being some lonely dominator. Otherwise, the further you walk, the fewer people you will have walking beside you. Eventually, you will be all alone, becoming a violent, tyrannical monster who will only believe in your own strength. That will lead you down the devil path. Long Tianxiao was extremely grave. The reason Long Tianxiao gave this warning to Long Chen was because Long Chen always laid his inner heart bare to him. He could sense that there was a terrifying, tyrannical aura within Long Chen's bones. That was a desire that wished to destroy the entire world. If Long Chen were to allow that desire to overcome his senses, then Long Chen really might end up falling onto the devil path, becoming a true demon king. The stronger a person was, the easier it was to lose their original heart. That was because they only believed in their own strength. They didn't have confidence in anyone else beside them. The corrupt path's experts were like that. They only trusted in themselves. They didn't trust anyone else. They revered strength, revered slaughter, and thought that power was everything. Long Tianxiao was worried that Long Chen would one day walk down a similar path. Long Chen was just too strong, and it would be easy for him to lose his way. Dad, don't worry. I understand. No matter how strong a person is, without someone guarding their back, they'll definitely die sooner or later. I will definitely leave my back to those I trust, nodded Long Chen. Ha ha ha, good. You really are worthy of being my Long Tianxiao son. You are the pride of my life. Long Tianxiao laughed heartily, patting Long Chen on the shoulders. Actually, Dad, you are my real idol. Long Chen gazed at his father sincerely. Arrogantly looking down on all beneath the heavens, being unafraid of death, caring deeply about relations and emotions, being sincere and heartfelt. In Long Chen's opinion, that was how a real hero should be. In comparison, those experts with higher cultivation bases, but who spent all day contemplating despicable little schemes, were all just piles of dogshit in Long Chen's eyes. No matter how high their cultivation bases rose, they would never be heroes. At most, they would just go from a small lump of dogshit to a big lump of dogshit. There was no qualitative change. Ha ha ha, let's go. The food should be ready now. Us father and son definitely have to have a proper taste. Long Tianxiao pulled Long Chen into a dining room. By this point in time, Long Tianxiao was the main pillar of the entire empire. His orders were no different from the emperor's orders. The palace's hundreds of chefs had all rushed over the Long estate now, working all out to bring out their finest delicacies. By the time Long Chen and Long Tianxiao arrived, there were already over 200 chefs that were working efficiently. At the front was a table where Wilda was sitting alone. Those chefs were all quickly bringing plate after plate of meat to Wilda. Wilda would swallow each plate of meat in just a single gulp and then rapidly reach out for a new one. Those chefs were all shaken, but as soon as Wilda emptied their dish, they would run back and go prepare more food. In the end, there was a whole queue of chefs feeding Wilda while the others prepared more food as fast as they could. Uncle brother, Long, you've come. Wilda was still wildly devouring all the food, stuttering out words between mouthfuls. Ah, just keep eating. There's more than enough food, laughed Long Chen. He knew Wilda's body was special. This ordinary meat and food was unable to provide him enough energy. At best, they would just temporarily stall his hunger. But as long as he wasn't dying from hunger, it was still good enough. In order to completely replenish all his energy, they'd probably have to return to the monastery and go hunt some high-ranking magical beasts. At this time, Mrs. Long also walked in with Chu Yao and Tang Wan'er each holding one of her arms, all three of them smiling happily. Tang Wan'er was still displaying that warm and extremely pleasant behavior, something which made Long Chen feel extremely out of sorts. He continued to occasionally look at her oddly. While they were eating, Tang Wan'er took advantage of a couple times when everyone wasn't paying attention to viciously glare at Long Chen a couple times. Only then did Long Chen relax. It was still the same Tang Wan'er. Long Chen spent 3 days within the capital. Those 3 days passed extremely happily. Long Chen also accompanied Chu Yao on a trip to the imperial palace. Another burst of emotion came when those two brother and sister, Chu Yao and Chu Feng, saw each other again. The Phoenix Cry Empire was currently prospering. With Long Tianxiao present, none of the surrounding empires dared have the slightest intentions against Phoenix Cry. Long Chen also gathered up Shi Feng, Fatty Yu, Shu Hu, and everyone else at the Heroic Assembly House. At the top floor of the Heroic Assembly House, they constantly told stories about what had happened back then, and their voices only became louder as they drank more and more. Everyone became completely drunk in just a moment. Due to his cultivation base, Long Chen would drink a large jug, while others only drank a cup in order to maintain an even playing field. So even Long Chen was completely drunk in the end. He didn't even remember how he managed to return home. In any case, in a daze, he had felt two gentle bodies supporting him. Leaning against those two bodies, he had fallen fast asleep. When he awoke the next day, Long Chen felt a burst of pain in his head. He had actually gotten so drunk that he didn't even remember anything now. But sniffing the air, he could smell two faint fragrances lingering around his body. After living at home for 3 days, Long Chen finally brought his group away. They left under his mother's unwilling gaze. Looking back to look at the ancient city walls, Long Chen sighed. Life was a series of multiple choice options. After picking a few options, he didn't even know just what kind of path he had picked for himself. But Long Chen also had no choice. Rubbing that soul-calming Jade, he knew he had to know his past. More importantly, he had to know who his biological parents were. It was like he was standing in front of a huge door, while that jade pendant was the key. But he didn't dare open that door, because once he did, whatever was hiding behind that door would immediately take his life. Long Chen urgently needed to increase his own strength. In fact, that urgency he constantly felt had only grown compared to before. It was as if some sort of danger was slowly drawing near. Leaving the capital, Long Chen's group hurried in the direction of Skywood Mountain. Chapter 271, Special Present. Wilda, you basically never stopped eating while we were in the capital. Are you still not full? Xuanhuan looked at Wilda with shock. Wilda had never stopped eating while in the capital. He had literally ate through day and night. Occasionally he would feel sleepy and take a nap for less than an hour before waking up from hunger, continuing to devour all the food. Just watching him had stunned Xuanhuan and Chu Yao. Wilda bitterly grumbled, "Nothing I can do. That meat has no energy in it. Only by continuously eating it can I barely make up how much energy I use daily. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to walk by now." Only Long Chen knew that eating was essentially cultivating for Wilda. The better the food he ate, the faster he would cultivate. That ordinary beef could only barely keep up with his energy expenditure. There was no energy for him to replenish himself or advance. If he hadn't eaten, he would have immediately fallen into what would essentially be a coma. Without enough energy, his body's cells would go on strike. Just at this moment, a thick python charged at them. That was a first-rank magical beast. Cold-blooded, low-ranking magical beasts had exceptionally low intelligence. It hadn't even sensed their cultivation bases before attacking them. In fact, it hadn't even noticed that little Snow, a third-rank magical beast, was present. Wilda's eyes immediately brightened when he saw that python. Food. Xuanhuan waved a single finger, and a small wind blade directly cut off that python's head. But even after cutting off its head, that wind blade didn't lose any strength and pierced a small hole into a huge boulder. Long Chen was shocked by that. The spot in the boulder that had been pierced was completely smooth. With just a random wave of Xuanhuan's hand, she was able to cut through that hard rock as easily as cutting through tofu. Wilda didn't care how that snake died. All he needed to know was that python was about to enter his stomach. Wait a moment for me to cook it a bit, Wilda. Seeing Wilda was about to start devouring that python, Long Chen hastily stopped him. He knew that Wilda was being driven crazy by his hunger, so he naturally wouldn't care about the taste. If it had just been him and Wilda, he wouldn't have cared all that much, but it wasn't suitable with Chu Yao and Xuanhuan present. He quickly took out a grilling frame, skinned the python, washed it clean and placed it on the grill. With a wave of his hand, a blue flame burst forth and immediately engulfed that python's corpse. Long Chen's beast flame was extremely powerful. If he didn't keep it restrained, it would have instantly burnt this first-rank python to ashes. As a pill cultivator, Long Chen's spiritual strength was extremely strong. Controlling the flame was just a fundamental skill, and in just a couple breaths, that python was completely cooked, releasing a fragrant scent. Long Chen cut off a large portion of it for Xuanhuan, Chu Yao, and himself, leaving all the rest for Wilda. He had cooked it extremely well, and it was extremely satisfying to them. It practically melted in their mouths, and although he hadn't added any seasoning, both women had only praise. "It's too bad we didn't bring any wonder carps. Otherwise it would have been a great snack for Big Sister Yao," said Xuanhuan with some regret. Long Chen ate a bite and then suddenly asked, "I find it strange. How come you call Yao Big Sister, and Yao also calls you Big Sister? Just which one of you is the big sister and which is the little sister? Chu Yao laughed somewhat mischievously. Smiling craftily, she asked, "Well, which one of us do you think is bigger? Which one of us is the big sister?" Long Chen stiffened for a moment. Looking at the two of them gazing steadily at him, he immediately realized that this was not such an easy question to answer. This was a word trap. A bad response would result in some punishment. But just who was Long Chen? Did they think he would fall for this trap? He stared at the two of them for a long time, stretching it out awkwardly as his gaze roved over their bodies and faces. Finally, when the two of them were completely red, he sighed. "Both your figures are extremely amazing. If you don't take off your clothes, I won't be able to tell just which one of you is bigger." The two of their faces were so red it looked like blood might drip out at any moment. The two of them simultaneously raged. "Scoundrel! Improper!" On the other hand, Long Chen laughed loftily. Being able to tease two absolute beauties like this was practically the greatest delight of his life. But Long Chen still felt that this was strange. With Tang Wan'er's fiery temper, normally he would definitely have received a beating with her fists after teasing her like this. Perhaps she would even throw in a couple kicks if she felt like it. Could it be that Chu Yao's gentle temperament had rubbed off on her? Then that really would be too boring. In the future, he wouldn't have anything to do when he was bored. "Long Chen, what are you planning on doing once you return?" asked Chu Yao once she had recovered. Long Chen threw in the last piece of meat into his mouth. Wiping his mouth, he bitterly smiled. "What plans could I possibly have? All I can do is cultivate all out. I still don't know just when I can break through this bottleneck. With my current cultivation base, wouldn't I end up doomed once I enter the Geoli secret realm? Especially with that fellow, Yin Mule or something." "It's Yin Luo, can you not be so ridiculous?" Tang Wan'er rebuked. "Yeah, that Yin Luo fellow. I only managed to cut off one of his legs. He probably won't be too happy about that. Most likely he'll come to settle things with me in the secret realm," sighed Long Chen. Chu Yao and Tang Wan'er both remembered how terrifying Yin Luo was, and their smiles faded to be replaced with worry. That Yin Luo really is too terrifying. His body actually contains Xiantian essence blood. Although he can't control it perfectly, as his cultivation base grows, he'll gradually become accustomed to it. If he can use his body's Xiantian essence blood to control natural energy, then his attacks really will be horrifying. Last battle, he should still have been unfamiliar with his Xiantian essence blood. He was afraid of dying from the backlash of the natural energy, and so he didn't dare use too much strength. Yet even so, you all saw just how powerful that last attack of his was. Just recalling Yin Luo's last attack filled Chu Yao with worry. This time Yin Luo had ended up injured. He would probably go all out cultivating so he could wash away that humiliation. It was extremely likely he would attempt to kill Long Chen in the Geoli secret realm. "Long Chen, with your current strength, it should be no problem for you to at least survive against Yin Luo if you manage to break through to tendon transformation. But if you can't break through to tendon transformation before the opening of the Geoli secret realm, that really will be dangerous," said Tang Wan'er. The reason Long Chen had been able to seize victory last time had been because of Chu Yao's secret art. She had lent her ocean's worth of spiritual qi to him to use. If it hadn't been for Chu Yao, let alone Yin Luo, just that corrupt elder would have killed Long Chen. Long Chen also understood his weak points. One weak point was his cultivation realm was too low, while the other was that he didn't have enough energy. In regards to ordinary core disciples, his Feng Fu star's energy definitely wouldn't be lacking compared to any of them. But Long Chen's Feng Fu battle armor and split the heavens were both too exhausting. So right now Long Chen had two choices. One, he could do his best to attempt to make a cultivation base break through to tendon transformation. Or his other option was to condense the second of the 9 stars, the Alioth star. Long Chen was sure that if he could just condense the Alioth star, then with both stars, superposition, he would be even stronger and be able to fight longer. As for more battle skills, Long Chen didn't really need them. That was because his spiritual qi wasn't able to keep up with such a huge expenditure. The crucial point of all this was that Long Chen was stuck in a bottleneck, and he had no idea how he could break through to reach tendon transformation. The bottleneck he was in was extremely strange. He had already reached the peak of blood condensation, and yet he was unable to break through. That was extremely vexing for him. But Long Chen knew that this kind of situation couldn't be rushed. Rather than attempting to break through this impossible bottleneck, It would be better for him to focus on gathering all the Alioth pill's ingredients. They had killed many corrupt experts this time, and there would definitely be large rewards. Long Chen didn't need anything else. All he needed were the Alioth pill's medicinal ingredients. As long as he gathered even just a few sets of them, he could at least condense an embryonic Alioth star. Long Chen had a premonition that as long as he could condense the Alioth star, his combat ability would definitely crazily surge. Seeing that Long Chen looked a bit grave, Chu Yao didn't want him to feel so much pressure, so she held his hand and asked, "What did you do yesterday at the Alchemist Guild and the Hegemon Pavilion?" Yesterday, despite how busy he had taken the time to go to those two places. Chu Yao and Tang Wan'er had stayed with his parents, and so they didn't know what he had done there. Long Chen laughed mischievously. "First I went to the Alchemist Guild to officially greet the new chairman. After all, he has treated our Long family really well. It would have been too rude if I didn't at least pay him a visit. Other than just greeting him, I also asked him a couple matters to do with the Alchemist Guild. As for the Hegemon Pavilion, I just wanted to see if I could find anything I need, and I actually did manage to buy it." An ink-black stone appeared on Long Chen's hand. It was just the size of an egg. Ancient lines covered it, and it gave off an extremely archaic aura. The two women were slightly surprised. They took that stone from his hand and examined it from all directions, unable to see through its mysteries. "It looks very ancient. These lines should also be natural and contain an ancient aura, but other than that I can't find anything special about it," said Chu Yao curiously. Long Chen purposely acted mysterious. "It's natural that you can't see through what's so special about it. After all, you're all too young. Then let me tell you the most special part about this stone is, it is very old." "And then?" asked Tang Wan'er. "Nothing." "Are you playing us?" asked Tang Wan'er disdainfully. Long Chen laughed mischievously again, and rubbed that stone with a pleased expression, but looking at Long Chen's smile gave the two of them a chill. They both had a bad feeling. "Long Chen, are you planning on doing something bad again?" Chu Yao understood Long Chen very well. "Of course not." Long Chen shook his head like it was a rattle, righteously saying, "What kind of person do you think I, Long Chen, am? This is to be sent as a gift." But neither Chu Yao or Tang Wan'er really believed him. That was because Long Chen's smile just now really had been too mischievous. Tang Wan'er suddenly had a thought. "I think I know who Long Chen is sending this gift to." Chapter 272, A Secret. "I think I know who Long Chen is giving this gift to," exclaimed Tang Wan'er. Don't make any random guesses." Long Chen didn't say any more about that topic. He felt that Tang Wan'er really had sensed something. He really had no choice but to admire her. A woman's intuition really was frightening. Long Chen asked Tang Wan'er, "After you became a favored, did you feel anything particularly special? Looking at that attack just now, it seems your attacks are a bit different from before." Tang Wan'er was excited to talk about becoming a favored. She told Long Chen that ever since she had absorbed that Dao mark, she could feel a mysterious energy supporting her. Her wind blades had also changed. Her control of wind energy had reached a kind of pinnacle, and her wind runes were clearer than ever. In terms of power, they were at least 10 times stronger than in the past. In reality, a favored's Dao mark was a natural mark of the heavenly Daos. It was extremely ephemeral and mysterious. It was a mysterious existence that occurred with karmic destiny. When a baby was born, if their karmic luck was great enough, they would receive the approval of the heavenly Daos, and that natural mark would adhere to their body in order to even further increase their karmic luck. But this kind of natural Dao mark wouldn't stay the same forever. As a person grew, if their karmic luck faded, that Dao mark would also fade away to find another host or perhaps just disappear back into the heavens. That was why their Dao mark would automatically leave their body when they were killed. A person could forcibly try to absorb that Dao mark at that time. But as for whether or not you could succeed in having it stay in your body, that would essentially count on your karmic luck. After that huge battle, 3 people had had their Dao marks stolen, but only Tang Wan'er had succeeded, and that was actually extremely lucky. It was said that the odds of succeeding in absorbing another person's Dao mark were less than 10%. However, once you succeeded, then with the Dao mark's karmic luck adding onto your own, your future would be limitless. That was why Tang Wan'er was so excited. She was also deeply moved, and surprisingly, she held onto Long Chen's hand warmly. "Thank you, Long Chen. You aren't even a favored, but you gave me your chance to become one." But just thinking about that actually filled Long Chen with resentment. When Tu Fang had told him to snatch that Daomark, he had sensed that it would most likely have no affinity with him. And as he had expected, Chu Yao had told him that this Daomark was something that existed on top of the Danshan's spirit root. If the spirit root was likened to a huge tree, then elemental spiritual qi was like the tree's fruit. Other than being able to provide more karmic luck, that Daomark was also able to change a person's spiritual qi attribute. It was able to increase the affinity and strength of a person's elemental attribute by tens of times. Chu Yao was an excellent example. She was a wood cultivator, and normal wood cultivators weren't powerful combat experts. They were generally only capable of assisting the real fighters. Their greatest ability was their ability to heal wounds. But as a favored, Chu Yao's wood energy had changed, containing a trace of metal element. Metal and wood oppressed each other. It should have fundamentally been impossible to merge them, and yet the power of a favored could not be judged according to common sense. And that was one of the reasons a favored's combat ability was so terrifying. Once Tang Wan'er had absorbed that Daomark, her wind energy had also changed. So now a random wave of Tang Wan'er's hand was just as strong as one of her full-strength attacks in the past. That was why Tang Wan'er was incredibly grateful to Long Chen. Long Chen had directly given that favored's corpse to her after he had killed him. She hadn't even known what a favored's Daomark was, but she had simply listened to what he said. Only once she had absorbed that Daomark had she realized that Long Chen had made a great sacrifice, leaving this huge opportunity to her. This was also why Chu Yao sensed that Long Chen's treatment of Tang Wan'er wasn't just that of two friends, so she had taken the initiative to form a relationship with her. In reality, Long Chen had been misjudged. His Danshan was completely empty. Where was there a spirit root for that Daomark to adhere to? Giving it to Tang Wan'er was simply the right thing to do. With one hand held by Tang Wan'er, feeling her hand and how exquisitely soft it was, how could Long Chen contain himself? Gently rubbing Tang Wan'er's hand, he acted completely infatuated. If I can use just a favored's corpse to exchange for a beauty's heart, then that really would be worth it. Looks like I'll need to work harder in the future. Tang Wan'er's face was red from holding Long Chen's hand, but she also didn't have the heart to pull away. But then after Long Chen finished speaking, that bashful, gentle expression completely disappeared. Looking at the infatuated Long Chen, she asked, "Are you thinking of going out to kill a couple more favored to exchange for some more beauty's hearts?" Of course, Aya. Rubbing her jade hand, that feeling really was infatuating for him. He hadn't noticed that her tone had changed suddenly, and so he had just made a random reply. But then he felt a burst of pain from his waist. At the same time, he realized he was unable to move. His body was tightly bound with wooden stakes. Tang Wan'er's other hand was viciously pinching him on the waist. "Hey, we were just talking nicely. How do you become so hostile so fast?" cried out Long Chen. He saw Chu Yao was currently forming a hand seal with a naughty smile as she looked at Long Chen, not saying anything. Tang Wan'er raged, "I just knew you were a womanizer. With your fickle heart, how are you worthy of big sister Yao'er's devotion?" "Hey, that was just a random reply. I wasn't serious. Furthermore, you're clearly the one that's always seducing me. You're forcibly captivating me. This is just your trap," justified Long Chen. With those wooden stakes binding his body, he was unable to move at all. "What seduction? Just listening to you is disgusting. Long Chen, you really are wicked." Tang Wan'er blushed and raged at the same time. "That was just a slip of the tongue, and even if someone should penalize me, it should be Yao'er. Yao'er, I misspoke, so forgive me. Next time I definitely won't." Long Chen knew Chu Yao was the more kind-hearted one. He directly admitted defeat. And as he had expected, Long Chen's act of pity really was Chu Yao's weak point. She was just about to release him. "Big sister Yao'er, you absolutely can't listen to him. This fellow is most skilled in putting on an act. Don't get tricked." Tang Wan'er really understood Long Chen too well. Having his trick be so suddenly broken, Long Chen raged, "Have you made a mistake? This is a matter for a husband and wife, me and Yao'er. Why are you interfering?" Chu Yao blushed shyly, but she felt a burst of warmth. From the start, Long Chen had always viewed her that way. Tang Wan'er righteously replied, "Big sister Yao'er said that when she's not present, I have to look after you and make sure you don't go womanizing everywhere." "Ah, you gave me to her. Yao'er, aren't you afraid of her cheating you? Yao'er, let me tell you, she's been drooling over how handsome I am for a long time, Aya." Long Chen was once more given a vicious pinch before he could finish speaking. Scoundrel who drooled over you, who would seduce you, I'll cheat your head off. Tang Wan'er was really angered now. In between her words, she would give Long Chen a vicious pinch. Chu Yao was laughing to the side. She knew that Long Chen's miserable cries were all fake just to intentionally tease them. With Long Chen's powerful physical body, not even pliers on his skin would hurt. How could Tang Wan'er's pinches really hurt that much? Seeing Long Chen acting like this, Chu Yao also didn't feel like keeping him bound. Those wooden stakes all became as flexible as rope and returned to the earth, disappearing. That was enough laughing for now. Holding Chu Yao's hands, Long Chen began to speak of proper things. Yaoer, do you really have to return to Skywood Palace so soon? Didn't you say you could stay at the Xuanhuan monastery for a period? I really hate to part with you so soon after we have reunited. Chu Yao reddened slightly and gently caressed Long Chen's cheek. I also hate to part with you, but if I want to protect you, I need to constantly increase my strength. This time, once I return to Skywood Palace, my master has promised me that she will transmit the first volume of the Skywood Sacred Canon to me. That's our Skywood Palace's absolute secret tome. It is incredibly powerful, and my master said that if I can master the Skywood Sacred Canon, my strength will reach an unprecedented level. Long Chen could only nod. There was really nothing that could be done about this. Cultivation was inherently a struggle. They all had to make the most of their time to raise their strength, or they would be thrown behind by others. Right, how much do you know about the Geolai secret realm? Asked Long Chen. Long Chen had essentially only heard its name. He still didn't know any of the details. Tang Wan'er was also extremely curious. She said, I've heard that the Geolai secret realm only opens once every 100 years. There's also a limit on the entrances. Only those in the tendon transformation realm and below can enter. Bone-forging experts will only get exterminated if they try to force their way in. I wonder if that's true. Chu Yao solemnly said, It's said that the Geolai secret realm's restriction is extremely powerful. Even Xiantian experts will definitely die if they try to barge their way in. Master said that there are many legends about the Geolai secret realm. Some people said it came from another place, that it is a world that was battered by time and space that eventually arrived here. There are also others who say this was a world created by a great god from ancient times. Normally, conceals itself in the cracks of the world. In short, there are many rumors about it, and it is extremely mysterious. No one really knows where the Geolai secret realm came from. Only its name is transmitted down generation by generation. As for why it's called the Geolai secret realm, no one knows, but there is one thing that is certain. My master said that the Geolai secret realm is definitely extremely ancient. It is essentially its own world. There are many strange beasts living inside. There are countless opportunities inside. If you're strong or lucky enough, you might even obtain a heaven-defying treasure. Quite a few disciples have found extremely great treasures within the Geolai secret realm. And so, the Geolai secret realm has become a land of struggle between the righteous and corrupt paths. Long Chen's heart jumped. He hadn't expected the Geolai secret realm's origin to be so mysterious. But for some reason, every time he heard the Geolai secret realm's name, his Feng Fu star would begin to crazily circulate. That's why you have to work hard, Long Chen. At that time, the apex experts of 7 prefectures will gather in the Geolai secret realm. Experts will cover the land, favored will be everywhere, and the number of geniuses will be uncountable. Within the Geolai secret realm, the righteous and corrupt disciples will both undergo huge fights, especially when fighting over treasures. Furthermore, by now you know that the righteous path doesn't only contain righteous people. At that time, you won't only need to worry about the corrupt path, but also the sinister tricks of the righteous disciples. Long Chen nodded. He knew that with how completely kind-hearted Chu Yao was, that last line had probably been told to her in warning by her master. In order to let you cultivate with your mind at ease, I'll tell you a certain secret. A charming light appeared within Chu Yao's beautiful eyes. Chapter 273, True Character. Chu Yao asked, Didn't you want to know why I call Wan'er Big Sister, and she also calls me Big Sister? Yes. In truth, we really are tied together by destiny. That's because we were both born on the same year, same month, and same day. And most inconceivable of all, we were both born 3/4 hours after midnight. So neither one of us really knows which one of us is older, and we just decided to both call each other Big Sister. How about that? I bet you never imagined that. Chu Yao held Tang Wan'er's hand, winking at Long Chen. Long Chen's jaw dropped. Were there really such coincidental things in this world? If it was just the same year and day, that was one thing, but the exact same hour and quarter hour, that really was ridiculous. Chu Yao and Tang Wan'er laughed at Long Chen's shocked expression. They had both known Long Chen for a long time, but he rarely had such a truly shocked expression, and so they were both immensely proud of being able to shock him so greatly. Fine, I admit I really am frightened. Long Chen shook his head and sighed. This world really was crazy. Hee, so when I'm not present, Big Sister Wan'er will look after you for me. You can't bully Big Sister Wan'er, said Chu Yao profoundly. She's going to look after me. Then wouldn't I not have a life to even enter the Geolai secret realm? Long Chen looked at Tang Wan'er worriedly. Long Chen, you're so untrustworthy. You know I also have a sensitive side. Tang Wan'er looked like she might cry. Long Chen, you can't bully Big Sister Wan'er. Quickly apologize, rebuked Chu Yao. Fine, I was wrong. Lady Wan'er is virtuous, warm, gentle, and kind-hearted. I should not have doubted Sister Wan'er's character. Long Chen's face really was incredibly thick. Only after he said that did Tang Wan'er's tears turn into a smile. Looking at those two amazingly beautiful figures, Long Chen's heart pounded. One warm and gentle person, and one person acting warm and gentle. And yet both were absolutely intoxicating. If he could marry both these two beauties at the same time, then this life would really have been worth it. However, Chu Yao's words about Tang Wan'er looking after him hadn't been too clear. He didn't know just what kind of developments had occurred between the two of them. In the end, trying to understand a woman's heart was harder than becoming a god. And so Long Chen still acted as if he didn't completely understand what their feelings were for each other. Otherwise, if he were to have misjudged them, that would be extremely awkward. If it was just awkward, that would be whatever. But if he made a mistake and rushed things, that might hurt their feelings, and then he would really be screwed. So good things had to be worked for slowly. The two of them were even more beautiful than flowers. Looking at Chu Yao and Tang Wan'er, Long Chen unconsciously thought of another face. Her long hair danced, her skin was white as snow, and she looked just like a fairy who had descended upon a world of mere mortals. He wondered just how she was. Long Chen, are you thinking of Big Sister Meng Qi? Asked Chu Yao gently. Long Chen stiffened. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. He wasn't good at lying like that, even if he was a bit shameless. He had no choice but to admit that for some unknown reason, Meng Qi had somehow occupied the most important part of his heart. According to common sense, he had known Meng Qi for the shortest period of time, and so that didn't make sense. But despite that short period they had interacted, she had given him the deepest impression. Previously, he had thought that the reason she had had such a deep impact on him was because of her beauty, that it had been a kind of worship for a beauty of the opposite sex. But as time passed, he realized it wasn't so simple. He felt as if he had known Meng Qi several lives ago. That kind of thinking was somewhat absurd, but Long Chen still felt it. He felt a kind of familiarness from deep within his soul. Who is Meng Qi? Asked Tang Wan'er curiously. Chu Yao smiled slightly. Everyone's already finished eating, so let's get going. We'll talk while we walk. Chu Yao pulled Tang Wan'er to the side as they walked alone. Wilda had also finished eating now. Although a first-rank magical beast couldn't completely fill his stomach, it would at least give him enough energy to walk without constantly eating. The next day, they arrived at the end of Skywood Mountain. Skywood Mountain looked like it had been formed by a huge blade cutting apart the earth. The Xuanhuan Monastery and the Skywood Palace were on opposite sides. In terms of direct distance, the two of them were less than 2,000 miles from each other. But Skywood Mountain soared high into the clouds, and it was impossible to cross. And so in truth, the difference between their two sects was more like tens of thousands of miles. That was something that made the two of them feel extremely helpless. Chu Yao reached out and tidied up Long Chen's clothes. Her eyes were a bit red. Although she knew this would just be a temporary parting, she still wasn't able to stop tears from flowing from her eyes. Long Chen gently wrapped his arms around her soft body and pulled her into his embrace, letting her sob into his chest. That was the only thing he could do. After a long while, Chu Yao finally let go of Long Chen. She also gave a hug to Tang Wan'er. Even Tang Wan'er was crying when she tightly hugged Chu Yao. Chu Yao was Tang Wan'er's first close friend. The two of them had only known each other for a short time, but they had already reached the point that they didn't keep anything from each other and had long since become sisters. Take care, Chu Yao finally parted with them. Long Chen's heart felt as if it was being stabbed by needles. Looking at her fading figure, Long Chen vowed to himself that he would definitely get stronger. He refused to suffer this kind of helpless pain of farewell again. Big Sister Chu Yao has left, but don't worry, I'm here to take care of you, comforted Tang Wanner. You take care of me. To tell the truth, I really am a bit scared, sighed Long Chen. Bastard, you're asking for it. Tang Wanner's hand had grabbed onto Long Chen's collar before she even finished speaking. She was like a quick mother tiger that had charged at Long Chen. Long Chen, do you know how long I've been holding myself back? You little rascal, as soon as we leave the sect, you start acting even more annoying. Now your wings have gotten big enough that you don't even place this faction leader in your eyes. If it weren't for Big Sister Yaoer, I'd have long since beaten you up. To the side, Wilda and Little Snow were just watching curiously. The gentle and warm Tang Wanner had suddenly become a fierce mother tiger. They were somewhat stunned, especially Wilda. As expected, her gentleness was all just an act. Long Chen had thought that maybe Chu Yao had rubbed off on Tang Wanner, mellowing out her fierce temperament. But now he remembered a certain phrase: you could change a world, but you couldn't change a woman's nature. However, to tell the truth, Long Chen preferred this Tang Wanner. This fiery Tang Wanner was the real Tang Wanner. What are you smiling about? Raged Tang Wanner. But after she said that, she realized that the two of them were intimately close together now. In fact, she was practically pressing her body into him. She could feel Long Chen's pulse, and she could smell that particular male scent from his body. Tang Wanner blushed, but she still tightly clenched his collar. Speak, do you admit your wrongs? I was wrong. How were you wrong? I was wrong in everything. Give me some specifics. I have made many mistakes, but I know my greatest mistake was that I misunderstood the beautiful Sister Wanner. Sister Wanner is a kind, warm, gentle, virtuous, smart, refined, and elegant woman. As he spoke, Long Chen also took out a short rod from his spatial ring and placed it on his head, pointing it straight up at the sky. Tang Wanner was almost laughing at what he was saying, but then seeing his odd movements, she curiously asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm just being a lightning rod." Long Chen looked up at the sky gravely. Tang Wanner didn't immediately understand what he meant, but then looking up at cloudless sky, she frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "According to my elders, if I lie, I'll be struck by lightning," said Long Chen solemnly. Tang Wanner quickly understood what he was talking about, and she raged, "Bastard, you were playing me." Long Chen laughed, twisted out of her grasp, and quickly fled. "Stop right there." Tang Wanner shot off in hot pursuit. Wilda and Little Snow looked at each other expressionlessly and simply silently followed behind them. But when Long Chen and Tang Wanner returned to the monastery, a huge commotion erupted. Whether it was the new disciples or the old disciples, they all gathered to greet them. In this battle between the righteous and corrupt paths, the Xuanhuan monastery's fame had soared. Long Chen had led the righteous disciples to slaughter corrupt disciples that had been several times their number, practically creating a legend. By himself, he had managed to kill a favored, an 8-tempered bone-forging elder, and cut off the leg of a once-in-a-thousand-year genius. Long Chen had practically become a legendary person to them, and that legendary person had been amongst them, leading them to fight a real battle. That battle had let all the disciples understand just what was true strength, and just what was a true battle. On the battlefield, Long Chen had led these disciples to be able to face death without fear and kill those corrupt disciples. That scene of him leading them was forever imprinted in their hearts. Yi Zhikyu, Gu Yang, Song Minjuan, and the other core disciples also came. Senior Apprentice Brother Wan also brought the law enforcers to greet Long Chen. Looking at Senior Apprentice Brother Wan, Long Chen couldn't help exclaiming, "Bone Forging Realm." Senior Apprentice Brother Wan's aura was surging out with a powerful pressure. That kind of pressure was something only achievable after reaching the Bone Forging Realm. "Haha, it's all just luck," Senior Apprentice Brother Wan smiled. He had originally been at the peak of tendon transformation. With his talent, he would have needed at least 3 to 5 years to break through to bone forging. But in truth, it would have been normal for him to still be unable to break through even after 10 years. That was because as your realm increased, the stronger the bottlenecks would become, making it increasingly difficult to break through. However, after experiencing that huge battle, after forgetting about the fear of death to go all out killing his enemies, by discarding all his fear and misgivings, his bottleneck had loosened a great deal. Just the second day after he returned to the monastery, he had succeeded in advancing to the bone-forging realm. Of the senior apprentice brothers left behind in the monastery, he was the first to advance to bone forging. Congratulations senior apprentice brother Juan. Wait, no, it should be congratulations elder Juan, Long Chen laughed. According to the monastery's rules, when a law enforcer advanced to bone forging, they would automatically be promoted to elder and receive the corresponding benefits. Long Chen, don't make fun of me. Aren't you afraid of me making life hard for you? Joked senior apprentice brother Juan. As everyone greeted Long Chen excitedly, he saw that almost everyone's auras had climbed a great deal now. Quite a few people had advanced. And those who hadn't advanced yet all had unstable auras. That was a sign they might advance at any moment. Long Chen, when are you going to bring us out like that again? Fuck, last time really was satisfying, said Gu Yang excitedly. Long Chen laughed. He was about to reply when an elder suddenly walked over and told Long Chen. The sect leader is looking for you. Chapter 274, Chosen Disciple. On the side of Skywood Mountain was an immortal cave. From that immortal cave, it was possible to overlook the entire monastery. This immortal cave was the highest construction within the entire monastery. It was the Xuanhuan Monastery's sect leader's immortal cave. Within the immortal cave, Long Chen was curiously examining the surroundings. He was surprised that the sect leader's immortal cave was extremely simple. It was the complete opposite of what he had imagined. There were no decorations on the walls. It looked like Ling Yunzai had simply left it the same as when it had been first carved open. In fact, it looked quite similar to the caves of beasts Long Chen had run into. Of course, Long Chen didn't dare speak those thoughts aloud. Ling Yunzai and Tu Fang were standing right in front of him. In terms of furniture, there was only a large prayer mat that had a single wooden table. There were some cups and a teapot on the table. Sit, Ling Yunzai smiled slightly when he saw Long Chen enter. With two seniors present, how could disciple possibly sit? Although that was what came out of Long Chen's mouth, he had already sat down. Ha 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 ah Long Chen, you really are strange. Do you not have a time when you are restrained? Ling Yunzai couldn't hold back a laugh. Long Chen really was an easygoing person, someone who didn't fear heaven or earth. Panic and terror were expressions that almost never appeared on him. Even when Long Chen had been facing that terrifying hand from that expert of the corrupt path, he hadn't shown any despair. That was what Ling Yunzai especially admired about Long Chen. He was always filled with self-confidence no matter what happened. Such a person was one of two things, a madman or an idiot. However, Long Chen didn't act like a crazy person or an idiot. But then again, it wasn't exactly correct to say he acted like an ordinary person either. Even when elders saw Ling Yunzai, they would all be trembling with trepidation and reverence, unable to handle the pressure. But Long Chen didn't seem to feel any pressure at all. My strongest point is my mental fortitude, which lets me be myself at any time. Long Chen laughed and poured cups of tea for both of them, respectfully handing them over to the two of them. Please have a drink, thank you both for your care. Ling Yunzai and Tu Fang laughed and received the teacups Long Chen offered them. Long Chen was easygoing, preferring to be free and open, not caring so much about trifles. But his attention to detail was actually extremely high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to control the flow of the battle last time so perfectly. The corrupt disciples had clearly greatly outnumbered the righteous disciples, and yet they were all led by the nose by Long Chen, and he had pulled off a perfect reversal. Furthermore, the way Long Chen had offered them tea had also been extremely detailed and well done. His right hand had held the cup, his forefinger curving ever so slightly without touching the side. That was a sign of respect for seniors. In addition, Long Chen's left hand looked like it had just been randomly holding the cup up at the bottom, but in reality, only his middle finger and ring finger had been holding it from the bottom. That was special mark of respect for martial artists. Those kinds of respectful gestures were all common within the secular world, but there were few cultivators who knew about them. However, both Ling Yunzai and Tu Fang knew about them. Child, if you put it like that, it'll make me blush with shame. Both of us have only treated you in accordance to the monastery's rules without giving you the slightest special treatment. Tu Fang shook his head. After handing them their tea, Long Chen added in more water and also poured himself a cup. Then he smiled. Although we haven't interacted much, I can tell that you two truly cherish this little one, so that's enough. Although the two of them were too high and grand existences in comparison to him, with Ling Yunzai even being a sect leader, Long Chen could see that neither of them were those arrogant types that were so unlikable. Most importantly, although the two of them said they had only treated him in accordance to the rules, Long Chen had been able to sense that the two of them really were looking out for him from a few small clues. Ling Yunzai laughed. What an interesting little fellow. It's no wonder all those disciples would follow you so unswervingly, but for you to say it like that, I really am embarrassed. What happened? Long Chen was surprised to see Ling Yunzai sigh. Tu Fang, you explain it. Ling Yunzai gently drank a sip of tea. Although his expression was calm, Long Chen's sharp senses noticed that a single vein on his hand had suddenly pulsed ever so slightly. That kind of minor reaction could mean nothing, but Ling Yunzai was a Xiantian expert. He had a connection to heaven and earth's energy. He had a fine control over every cell of his body, so such a minor reaction was actually very alarming. For such a reaction to occur, that meant Ling Yunzai, who was normally extremely calm, must really be feeling some sort of intense emotion. Furthermore, from this kind of reaction, it seemed that emotion was fury. When his sword had slashed down on that corrupt path's expert's huge hand, when his sword had broken that spatial door, his expression had always been calm. But such a top expert now seemed infuriated. Long Chen really was at a loss. Tu Fang nodded. He said to Long Chen, "This time you managed to kill a corrupt elder. With your strength, we applied for a chosen disciple position for you." Chosen? Yes, a chosen. For most people, to gain a chosen disciple position requires you to also be a favored, explained Tu Fang. But I'm not a favored, Long Chen bitterly smiled. He didn't even have a spirit root, so how would he become a favored? Just thinking about that angered Long Chen. Inside, he cursed whatever person had stolen his spirit root. Tu Fang continued, "You aren't a favored, but your strength would not be inferior to any chosen." That was what he said out loud, but inside he said, "What are favored when compared to you? If you don't die, those favored won't even be fit to polish your shoes." The fact remains that you managed to kill a favored, kill an 8-temper bone forging elder, and in the end even cut off the leg of another chosen. That proves you have enough strength. That Yin Luo is also a chosen, asked Long Chen. Correct. Back when Yin Luo was just born, he already had a Dao mark supporting him. When he was 5, his Dao mark covered his entire body and incited a special manifestation of heaven and earth. That's why he was raised with a chosen's treatment. Tu Fang sighed. Yin Luo was extremely famous. In truth, when they had first found out that the corrupt path had instigated that battle, they had immediately gone to ask the super monastery for aid in order to handle Yin Luo. They had been hoping for the monastery to send down another chosen to face Yin Luo. Ling Yunzai's Xuanhuan monastery was the 108th monastery, the last place monastery. This monastery was unable to compare to the other monasteries. All the higher-ranking monasteries had chosen talents within them, but those fellows wouldn't go out fighting for others. The super monastery knew that if they didn't send a chosen to help, then the 108th monastery would be completely rooted, and so they had dispatched one of the first monastery's disciples to go provide assistance. The first monastery was the strongest monastery, and it possessed 3 chosen. Sending one down was extremely simple for them. But that chosen had used getting lost as an excuse to arrive half a month late. By that time, the battle had already ended. Completely infuriated, Ling Yunzai had directly reported this to the higher levels of the super monastery. However, the first monastery had a very deep relationship with the super monastery. They had actually managed to suppress this matter from becoming bigger. That had truly infuriated Tu Fang and Ling Yunzai. That was intolerable bullying. The fact that the chosen had arrived late could have caused countless of their disciples to die. How could this matter be settled just like that? The heavens really had been protecting them during this battle. Mo Nian had appeared out of nowhere. Chu Yao had displayed a shocking battle ability, and Wilda had been incredibly powerful as well. Furthermore, Tang Wan'er and them had also fought exceptionally outstandingly. With Long Chen leading them, they had completely reversed this battle, which should have resulted in a massacre for them. If it was just the fact that they had suppressed this information from becoming widespread, that would have been one thing. After all, the first monastery was extremely powerful and was not an existence they could provoke. They could only endure. But when Tu Fang had brought over a huge number of corrupt disciple heads to them to exchange for points, he had also reported the matter of Long Chen killing an 8-temper bone, forging elder in hopes of getting Long Chen a chosen disciple position. Chosen were all existences unrivaled within their realm. Even the super monastery valued them and would provide a great deal of resources to raise them. But Tu Fang had only just sent in the request when an elder from the super monastery rejected him, his reasoning that this was clearly fake. Tu Fang had really been infuriated then. He had gone straight back to the monastery and received a photographic jade from Ling Yunzai that had the events of the battle recorded. When he ran back to the super monastery and handed over that photographic jade, that elder had been silent for a long while. He had then told Tu Fang that this matter was too peculiar, and he had to report it to the higher-ups first. Tu Fang had felt that it was odd for him to have to wait. Normally, this kind of matter would be handled extremely quickly, especially since he had handed over that photographic jade as proof. But then again, this situation really was peculiar. After all, Long Chen was only at the peak of blood condensation, and he was also not a favored. The fact that others found it inconceivable and had to discuss it first was reasonable. But the next day, that elder had sent Tu Fang a message saying that he was extremely sorry, but that all the chosen spots for this generation had already been taken, and there were not enough resources to distribute anymore. Tu Fang had been about to burst with rage. This was clearly purposely making it hard on them. The super monastery's inheritance stretched back for tens of thousands of years. Would they really be lacking resources for a single genius? But Tu Fang also had no way around this. There was no way he could get in touch with the true higher-ups. He could only swallow this stomach of fire and simply receive the ordinary resources and rewards for the monastery. But just as he was about to leave, he had heard a single bit of news. The first monastery had just given birth to another chosen. Didn't they say that there were no more chosen spots to hand out? This time Tu Fang was far too suspicious. He hadn't gone to find that elder, and had instead secretly asked around. He had learned that the elder who had refused to give them that chosen disciple position was someone extremely close to the first monastery's sect leader. Tu Fang had then come to a sudden realization. It was no wonder Long Chen's chosen application had not gone through. They had just angered the first monastery by reporting the fact that their chosen had failed to accomplish his task. Once he realized this, Tu Fang realized there really was no hope. He had had no choice but to dejectedly return. After hearing Tu Fang's explanation, Long Chen smiled, stood up, and bowed to Ling Yunzai and Tu Fang. Chapter 275, Nine Vein Soul Calming Jade. Disciple thanks seniors for their care. Please accept disciples' thanks. Long Chen bowed towards Ling Yunzai and Tu Fang. Although Tu Fang had explained it all extremely calmly, Long Chen could guess just how pent-up frustration and anger he had been in. Because of something involving him, Tu Fang, an upright and solemn man, had been driven to such intense fury. That moved Long Chen. Child, we really will be too embarrassed like this. Tu Fang was somewhat ashamed. It was true that he had fought for Long Chen, but in the end he had still failed. Furthermore, fighting for a chosen disciple position for Long Chen didn't just benefit Long Chen. Once Long Chen received a chosen's treatment and his cultivation base grew, he would be able to help their monastery increase their ranking. Fighting for him would also benefit the monastery, and so Long Chen's bow really did cause Ling Yunzai and Tu Fang to blush. Long Chen, although we couldn't get you a chosen position, I can promise you that all the monastery's resources will be available to you. Ling Yunzai suddenly clenched his teeth. What? Tu Fang was given a fright. It's no matter. If the super monastery refuses to raise him, then we'll do it ourselves. As for the consequences, let me accept them all, said Ling Yunzai resolutely. Tu Fang's expression changed slightly. He knew that with Ling Yunzai's stubbornness, nothing he said would change his mind. Then I'll thank seniors again. Long Chen really did need the monastery's support at this time. He didn't need cultivation techniques or battle skills, but he did need medicinal ingredients. Furthermore, he needed a huge amount of those medicinal ingredients to condense the Alioth star. Long Chen suddenly thought of a matter. Hesitating for a while in the end, he took out his soul-calming jade and asked, Seniors, do you know the origin of this jade pendant? Seeing the jade in Long Chen's hand, Ling Yunzai and Tu Fang's expressions changed. They were filled with disbelief. Neither of them took the soul-calming jade from his hand. Instead, they just carefully examined it for a long time. This should be legendary nine-vein soul-calming jade. This is the first time I've ever seen it in person. Just where did you get this jade? Asked Ling Yunzai. Wait, no, don't tell me. What do you want to know about it? Just as Long Chen was about to reply, Ling Yunzai stopped him. It'd be better for him not to know that much. Long Chen had just been hesitating whether or not he should really tell them the origin of this jade. Although he knew the two of them were trustworthy, this matter was just too major for him to tell others about. Long Chen sighed in relief that Ling Yunzai didn't want to know. Thank you, sect leader. Disciple wants to know about where this soul-calming jade comes from and its use. Ling Yunzai nodded. Soul-calming jade is a very special item because it is able to accept spiritual strength. That allows it to have many effects. In terms of quality, the first thing to mention is its grade. It is first split into 5 categories that are very easy to distinguish. Its grade can be determined by their color. They go from white, blue, yellow, green, and then violet. Other than grade, there is also a matter of its texture. Soul-calming jade is a natural treasure that is able to absorb natural energy. It can also cultivate just like a person. Each time it matures to a certain point, an extra vein will appear on the jade. The more veins and the higher the grade, the greater the amount of spiritual strength it can endure. However, most soul-calming jade is used to make teleportation jade talismans. An ordinary one-vein white soul-calming jade has a teleportation distance of around 3,000 miles. As for 9-vein soul-calming jade, it has a teleportation distance of 27,000 miles. Although I said soul-calming jade can be split into white, blue, yellow, green, and violet grades, I've only personally seen white and blue jade. The rest I've only heard of. Blue soul-calming jade should have a teleportation distance of 30,000 miles, but blue soul-calming jade is extremely rare. Our monastery doesn't have it. Only the super monastery has it. I've heard that yellow soul-calming jade has other uses other than teleportation, but I'm not sure about the specifics. And so, of course, I know nothing about your peak tier 9-vein violet soul-calming jade. Long Chen was dumbfounded by this explanation. The super monastery had a total of 108 monasteries. It was a huge existence that had existed for tens of thousands of years. And yet, it only had up to blue jade. Then this violet jade his parents had left for him really was too frightening. Just who were his parents? They were actually able to use a peak-tier soul-calming jade as just a keepsake for him. This discovery both excited and saddened Long Chen. He was excited to have found a clue, but this clue told him that he still had a long, long way to go before finding out the secret of his origin. Before arriving at the peak of the martial path, do not try to search for your origins. Those words that terrifying expert had left for him echoed within his mind. He was still far too weak. This discovery depressed him. Saying farewell to the sect leader and Tu Fang, Long Chen returned to the Heaven-Earth faction. Tu Fang and Ling Yunzai looked at his back as he left. Ling Yunzai finally sighed. No wonder Long Chen is so mature at such a young age. It seems he is carrying far more on his shoulders than we imagined. Tu Fang also sighed. That's true. Many people have seen his powerful side, but no one knows just how much he had to pay in order to become so strong. Sect leader, are you really planning on supporting Long Chen? Aren't you afraid of the Heavenly Tao's karma? Ling Yunzai smiled slightly. I'm not afraid. Didn't I already say that all the consequences will be shouldered by just me? I, Ling Yunzai, have no child or wife. My master has already departed from this world, and I also have no apprentices. Who cares about the backlash of the Heavenly Tao's? The most it can do is take my life. Is that so terrible? To be able to personally watch as a divergent grows, that is heaven-defying karmic luck. Or perhaps Long Chen's appearance in front of me was all set up by the heavens. Since no one can be sure of what the final result will be, what's the point of being so fearful and worried? It'd be better to just stop having any misgivings and do whatever I want. Tu Fang bitterly smiled. In any case, nothing I say will change your mind. Ling Yunzai said, the heavenly Tao's are difficult to fathom. The higher your realm, the more the heavenly Tao's veil themselves. Rather than trying to analyze the heavenly Tao's, it'd be more interesting to do whatever I want to do. I'm going to do my best to raise Long Chen. HMPH, the other monasteries favored are nothing in front of him. I'm looking forward to see Long Chen dominating in the next competition. You're getting addicted to gambling, said Tu Fang helplessly. I really am getting a bit addicted. I feel like my bottleneck has loosened a great deal now. Perhaps I'll go into seclusion and try to break through. This time I feel like I have a 30% chance of advancing. A confident light shined in Ling Yunzai's eyes. That high, Tu Fang was shocked. Long Chen's success in the battle also filled me with confidence. HMPH, if I succeed, then during the next competition, I'm definitely going to give a slap to a couple old faces. Ling Yunzai icily snorted. That's right, I forgot to tell Long Chen. He absolutely can't tell Senior Kang Ming about the matter of the chosen position. Otherwise, if Senior Kang Ming learns of it, he'll definitely go slaughter a path to the super monastery. Tu Feng suddenly slapped his leg. You're worrying too much. Long Chen isn't the gossiping type. He probably won't tell this to anyone. Ling Yunzai shook his head. I need to go into seclusion now. The monastery will be in your hands for this time. Remember, give Long Chen everything he needs. Even if he wants to empty the entire monastery of its treasure, let him. Although that was what he said, he knew with Long Chen's character, he definitely wouldn't do anything like that. Tu Feng nodded. He then suddenly asked, what about elder son? Leave it be. Let Long Chen handle it however he wants. It's his life. Tu Feng left Ling Yunzai's immortal cave. Looking down on the scenery below, he suddenly felt that, although it looked the same on the outside, the monastery was undergoing a complete transformation. By the time Long Chen returned to the Heaven-Earth faction, all the monastery's disciples had already gathered there. They had already set up food and alcohol. They were just waiting for Long Chen. When Long Chen finally arrived, all those disciples cheered. Long Chen's melancholy was immediately blown away by their enthusiasm. Boss, let me tell you, these little fellows are all planning a conspiracy to get you completely drunk. Xuanhuan immediately called out from within the crowd. Fuck Xuanhuan, you little traitor. How dare you betray us so quickly? What are you talking about? I've always been on the same side as boss, as if I would ever follow your bad examples. Xuanhuan didn't get embarrassed or angry. Instead, he acted completely righteous. Watching this play out, how could Long Chen not realize what was happening? He laughed. Isn't it just drinking alcohol? When have I, Long Chen, ever been afraid of that? Come, me and Xuanhuan will challenge you all. Seeing that Long Chen immediately agreed despite knowing their intentions, everyone cheered. That kind of heroism was the same heroism Long Chen had on the battlefield. Let's go, drink Long Chen into the ground. Brothers, hurry up. Even Tang Wanner, Yi Zhikyu, and the other women who didn't like drinking alcohol laughed and got a cup, prepared to charge over at any time as well. Victory in that huge battle had not been easy. Over half their monastery's disciples had ended up sacrificing their lives. Everyone had been filled with sorrow. When they had first returned to the monastery, they had all been silent. There hadn't been any party or celebration, but now Long Chen had returned. He was everyone's spiritual pillar. They vowed to drink to their heart's content with Long Chen. That was also a way to vent their feelings. Xuanhuan was actually unnerved now. Originally, he had thought that Long Chen would pull in all the brothers of the Heaven-Earth faction to drink against everyone else. But now it was just him and Long Chen against everyone. His face was completely green. His capacity for alcohol was definitely not high enough for this. He suddenly cried out, "Brothers, just now I succeeded in invading the enemy camp and managed to find out the truth about him. I've found out that Long Chen is all alone and won't have any help. Brothers, quick, don't be afraid, charge with me. Come boss, let me offer you a cup." Xuanhuan raised a cup, his face not turning the slightest bit red. Fuck Xuanhuan, you really are becoming more and more shameless, cursed Long Chen. Boss, that's just what I learned from you. A real man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him, Xuanhuan said quietly, quickly drinking his cup. He then cheered on everyone else. Brothers, come. Xuanhuan have already taken the first shot. The rest will be up to you all. Hurry up and get out of the way. A large hand quickly pulled Xuanhuan aside. Gu Yang stood in front of Long Chen. I, Gu Yang, have to admit that I'm no match for you in terms of combat, but I don't believe I also can't drink more than you. Let's start with 10 jugs. Long Chen laughed and didn't waste words. As long as someone came to challenge him, whether it was with cups, bowls, or basins, he would drink just as much as them. Last time when he had been with Shifeng and them, he hadn't used any qi to protect himself. Otherwise, that really would have been bullying them. But this time everyone was experts. He went all out drinking. At the beginning, everyone would only come challenge him one by one, but later on, no one was patient enough for that. They all began to drink together, and in the end, everyone else was already passed out drunk around him. Long Chen took one final drink before passing out too. He slept for 2 full days before awakening. After that huge drinking party, he had relaxed a great deal. Drinking alcohol also had its benefits sometimes. Within a room of the immortal cave, an old stone appeared in Long Chen's hand. A devilish smile appeared on his face. Time to get to business. Chapter 276, A Trade. Ever since the battle between the righteous and corrupt paths, Elder Sun had been incredibly depressed. He had failed to kill Long Chen, and Tu Fang had even managed to pick up some clues. Once everyone had returned to the monastery, all the elders had received a huge number of merit points as rewards. However, he had obtained less than half of what the others had. These so-called merit points were essentially what the disciples' points were, but for elders. Using those merit points, elders could exchange for whatever cultivation resources they needed from the monastery. If the monastery didn't have it, then they could go to the super monastery to exchange for it. The super monastery was a level higher than the monastery, and it contained all kinds of treasures. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had enough merit points. Merit points were essential for elders. Their main source of merit points was from their monthly rations. But participating in a huge battle would naturally earn you many more. During most of the battles between the righteous and corrupt paths, these elders would obtain around a year's worth of resources. However, during the battle this time, the elders had not just been bystanders, but had personally taken action, undergoing a life and death battle. And so the rewards for this battle were much more plentiful, equivalent to around 10 years of working in the monastery. The other elders had gone crazy with joy. Only Elder Sun's reward had been cut in half. But he also didn't dare argue. That was because when Elder Tu Fang had given him his rewards, he had said, "The rewards are given out in accordance to how much effort you put in. You understand?" Hearing him say, "You understand," Elder Sun's complaints died in his stomach. Elder Sun had gloomily returned to his immortal cave. The next day, a piece of news came that infuriated him even more. An elder who had fought remarkably during that battle was replacing him as the elder in charge of the Xuanhuan pavilion. That news made him almost explode in fury. The monthly rations for elders were split in accordance to their position. He had been in charge of the Xuanhuan pavilion for decades. He hadn't expected Tu Fang to be so vicious and take away that position. He was now essentially a sinecure elder. A sinecure elder had no position and would get the lowest amount of rations. Even amongst the other elders of the monastery, he had been a high-ranking figure. The other elders would all have to be courteous when speaking to him. But now, because of just an accident, he had been suspended from his position. Without those resources, he would have to live sparingly and his cultivation would stall. Due to that, Elder Sun had thickened his face and quietly gone to find Tu Fang to ask why he had done this. And Tu Fang's reply had almost made him explode. "You understand?" Elder Sun had directly returned to his immortal cave and destroyed all his decorations and ornaments in his fury. He swore that if Tu Fang dared say those words to him again, he would throttle him. During these days, Elder Sun had been unable to eat well, had been unable to sleep properly, and hadn't had the heart to cultivate. He felt he might go crazy from his fury. He knew Tu Fang was doing this because of his hidden trick. Tu Fang had failed to charge him for the matter of letting that corrupt elder attack Long Chen because of his perfect cover-up. This was just Tu Fang's petty revenge after not being able to take him in. On this day, Elder Sun had finally not been able to bear it any longer, and had once more smashed apart the decorations of his immortal cave that had only just been replaced, making him feel much better. Reporting to Elder, Long Chen had come to see you. Just as Elder Sun's mood had recovered a bit, Long Chen came in. Seeing the mess of his immortal cave, he clapped. "Elder Sun really is amazing. You actually exercise so early in the morning." "Long Chen, you better stop boasting around me. Speak, what do you want? If you only came here to laugh at me, then get lost." Elder Sun gloomily glared at Long Chen. Long Chen was currently smiling like he had been blessed by the heavens. That caused Elder Sun's fury to immediately reignite. "Having lived for so long, you should try to stop getting so angry. Don't the books say that people who can resist negativity have the strongest willpower? Looking at how negative you are, I'd say you need to work on that," sighed Long Chen. "Are you looking to die?" raged Elder Sun. Long Chen's insult of being a negative person was directed to those male cultivators who trained in yin techniques, becoming neither yin or yang, ending up neither male or female. "Looking for crap, correct, otherwise why would I be here? I came here precisely to look for a piece of crap like you." "Long Chen, don't make me kill you." Elder Sun's eyes were completely red and his aura completely erupted out. He was on the verge of going out of control. "First of all, you aren't able to kill me. Even if I don't have Chu Yao's support, you aren't able to kill me instantly. Attacking me would just be a waste of energy. And furthermore, if you do attack, you'll regret it for a lifetime. That's because you'll lose any chance of obtaining that thing you long for even in your dreams. Long Chen picked up a chair that only had a single leg broken. Leaning it against the wall, he sat on it comfortably, crossing his legs, looking at Elder Sun nonchalantly. Elder Sun knew Long Chen really was a monster. Even if he didn't have Chu Yao's help, there was no way he would be able to kill him within just 2 or 3 moves. And if he did try, his full strength would immediately break apart this immortal cave and attract other experts. And he also knew that killing Long Chen was an impossibility. Those words he had said were just because he was infuriated. However, hearing the last thing Long Chen said, he frowned. What do you mean? I want to make a trade with you. Long Chen lightly brushed off some dust on his sleeve that had come from when he had picked up the chair. What trade? What are you still putting up an act for? What do I have that you constantly want? Don't try and fake it. Long Chen coldly snorted disdainfully. Nonsense, what are you saying? Raged Elder Sun. It was true he wanted something from Long Chen, but he couldn't admit that. It's not that I want to look down on you, but I really look down on you. Long Chen disdainfully shook his head. An old stone appeared in his hand. There were some strange diagrams on it that released an ancient aura. Elder Sun's pupils shrunk the moment he saw that stone. He could tell that this stone was black zirconium. It was incredibly hard, and blades were unable to harm it. Black zirconium was an extremely rare forging material. But its most amazing point was that it was used to pass down powerful cultivation techniques and battle skills. Experts would carve their powerful techniques onto black zirconium. That black zirconium would manage to preserve a portion of that expert's will and intent. That allowed later generations to comprehend it easier. Furthermore, Long Chen's black zirconium also contained that will and intent. Although it was a bit faint, someone as powerful as Elder Sun was easily capable of sensing it. Originally, I had wanted to make a trade with you. Unfortunately, you really are too shameless and refuse to admit to anything. Then just forget about it. You can continue acting like a hypocrite, sneered Long Chen, standing up to leave. Wait a minute, Elder Sun hastily called out. Long Chen turned back to glance at him. Why do you want me to wait? You want to kill me to silence me. Then let me say it again, it's not that I want to look down on you, but I really do look down on you. Elder Sun immediately reddened. Long Chen's words really were too insulting, but for this treasure he could only endure. What do you want in trade? Elder Sun was extremely astute. He had investigated Long Chen's origin. According to Long Chen's status, there was no way he could recognize black zirconium, and so the chance of it being fake was not very high. Furthermore, black zirconium was incomparably hard. To carve diagrams on it required at least a Xiantian cultivation base. Long Chen wouldn't be able to fake it even if he wanted to. The third point that proved it was true was the aura coming from that black zirconium. It was the exact same as the aura from Long Chen's divine ring. Those 3 points all made Elder Sun believe this really was Long Chen's divine ring technique. He didn't know what Long Chen's goal was, but Elder Sun really had been greedy for Long Chen's cultivation technique for a long time. If there was a chance of him obtaining it, he definitely couldn't let it slip by him. A trade has to be done amicably. Business must be done without anger, otherwise neither party will get rich. Your previous words have really ruined my mood. I don't think I want to trade with you. Long Chen turned to leave. Elder Sun hastily moved in front of him. This was an extremely rare opportunity. He couldn't let it slip by, or he would regret it for a lifetime. Long Chen, all things can be discussed. Why don't you calm down first? Elder Sun's face really was as thick as tree bark. He actually smiled amicably. You want me to calm down? All right, then first you have to admit that your previous words were just a fart. Fine, I admit that everything I said before was just a fart. After hesitating for a moment, Elder Sun saw that Long Chen was about to leave and hastily called out. As expected of an 8-temper elder, this fart really was strong. Admirable, really admirable, Long Chen laughed. Elder Sun's expression was rather ugly, and killing intent was surging behind his eyes. Long Chen was nakedly insulting him. But in order to obtain that divine cultivation technique, he had to temporarily restrain himself. But inside, he was plotting how to quietly kill Long Chen as soon as he managed to obtain his cultivation technique. Seeing that fake calmness and that inconcealable hate in his eyes, Long Chen sneered inside. You old fogey, you want my life. I'll properly play with you till you're dead. Looking at Long Chen's cold smile, for some reason, Elder Sun began to get a bad feeling. Tell me what you want, but remember, a trade has to be fair. Don't bother trying to ask for too much. Elder Sun wasn't a fool. He couldn't let Long Chen ask for too much, so he first spoke out to give himself an opportunity to haggle. Long Chen handed over a sheet of paper. Gather up everything on this page. Taking that page and giving it a look over, Elder Sun's expression changed. Absolutely not. Chapter 277, Grand Masterpiece. Absolutely not. Elder Sun's expression was ugly as he looked at that page. There's not even some of these in the entire monastery. You're clearly just trying to rip me off. How am I supposed to get this many medicinal ingredients? Long Chen's page had hundreds of precious medicinal ingredients listed on them. Some of them were ones that Elder Sun had never even heard of. And if it was just these medicinal ingredients, then that would be one thing. The main point was that the amounts Long Chen wanted of each one was too shocking. Most of the time, medicinal ingredients were measured in terms of grams. But Long Chen required pounds of them. He wanted 100 pounds for each medicinal ingredient. In total, he was asking for tens of thousands of pounds of precious medicinal ingredients. Aren't you just wasting words? If I could find them, why would I ask for an idiot like you to do it for me? Don't bother wasting your time. Will you do it or not? Snorted Long Chen. This list contained ingredients for the Alyath pill, as well as another couple medicinal ingredients he needed for various pills. There were also various ingredients that were common secondary ingredients for a large number of pills. This time Long Chen really had been ruthless. He asked for 100 pounds of each of those. You want my life? You want my technique? Then let me help you out. But then you also don't need this much. 100 pounds of each of them. Do you think these medicinal ingredients are just cabbages? Raged Elder Sun. What do you care? Even if I wanted to use these medicinal ingredients to use as firewood, it wouldn't have anything to do with you. If you want to accept this trade, then accept. If you don't, then that's fine too, sneered Long Chen. You know it's too much. With my merit points, there's no way I could buy this much. You have to cut it down. At most, I can only get you half of this amount. Elder Sun shook his head. Long Chen icily snorted and ignored him, going to leave. Hey, what are you doing? Elder Sun hastily called out. I'm going to go have a talk with Elder Tu Fang. I wonder whether I can obtain the things I want by offering my cultivation technique to the monastery. Long Chen wondered as he walked. Hey, wait a minute, let's keep discussing. There's nothing to discuss, said Long Chen decisively. Elder Sun grit his teeth. Fine, I'll accept. Long Chen smiled and directly handed that black zirconium to Elder Sun. Stop dreaming. This cultivation technique of mine is split into upper and lower portions. This is just my advance payment so that you know it's not a fake. If you want the lower portion, you better gather up everything and give it to me. Of course, if you want to try and be smart, you can try and experiment to figure out the lower portion. But let me say this one more time. It's not that I want to look down on you, but I really look down on you. After he finished speaking, Long Chen left, leaving behind a furious Elder Sun holding that black zirconium. When Long Chen finally disappeared, Elder Sun's fury was replaced with absolute delight. Fuck, if I had known it would be this easy, why would I have bothered with targeting him? Elder Sun was delighted by how easy this had been. Although Long Chen's requirements were very high, it was still within the limit that Elder Sun could accept. He carefully examined this black zirconium. It was the size of an egg, and here was a diagram carved on top of it. However, that diagram wasn't complete. But even though it was just a portion, he could see that it was a diagram of a person's meridians. There were lines showing how to circulate energy. Elder Sun stared at it for half a day, becoming more and more delighted. He found that this way of circulating energy was extremely profound and complicated. Although this was still just a portion of it, it was enough to awe him. What a powerful cultivation technique. This time I've really struck gold. Elder Sun couldn't hold back a laugh. He confidently said to himself, for such a powerful cultivation technique to be obtained by a little blood condensation amateur really is a waste. Once I obtain the full technique, I'll definitely be able to advance to meridian opening. Then I'll easily kill Long Chen. Who cares if I have to betray the Xuanhuan monastery? The heavens are so large. As long as I don't run into any Xiantian experts, who would dare block me? Elder Sun seemed to envision a scene of him advancing into meridian opening, traveling freely throughout the heavens, arrogantly looking down on all. Only after a long time did he come back to his senses. He continued examining that black zirconium. On the front side was that partial diagram, but there was also an ancient character on the back. Elder Sun examined it for a while before recognizing it to be the character for rebel. But the character was written in an extremely odd archaic manner, and not the standard ancient form. Looks like this cultivation technique is extremely ancient. That brat Long Chen must definitely have some heaven-defying luck, sighed Elder Sun. He continued examining the diagram for a while, but he found that this technique was extremely profound, and there was no way that he could figure out the whole thing just by relying on this portion. Of course, that was also why Long Chen had given it to him so easily. However, obtaining this black zirconium did fill Elder Sun with greater confidence. It seemed Long Chen really did want to go through with this trade. As for why Long Chen had chosen him to trade for those things, that did make him suspicious. However, given how much Long Chen had asked for, his worries were lessened a great deal. Let alone Long Chen. Even elders who had worked decades in the monastery wouldn't be able to buy all the medicinal ingredients Long Chen had requested. However, Elder Sun had worked in the monastery for a very long time, and he had also had the lucrative position in charge of the Xuanhuan pavilion for decades, so he had a great deal of savings. Long Chen's request would be extremely painful for him to fulfill, but he could still do it. However, half of all his savings would be gone. But more importantly, most of these medicinal ingredients could not be found in the monastery. He had to make a trip to the super monastery to buy them. That very day, Elder Sun left to go to the super monastery, purchasing all the ingredients listed on Long Chen's list. Elder Sun's actions were completely in Long Chen's expectations. Although he knew that coming to find him at this time would definitely raise his suspicions, Long Chen was sure that by proposing such a high trade request, and by also giving him half of his reward at the beginning, that old fellow would definitely take the bait. Once he left Elder Sun's immortal cave, Long Chen saw that everyone had already awakened from their drinking contest and had secluded themselves. That huge battle had been extremely beneficial to them. Since Long Chen had returned and their hearts had been steadied, they all secluded themselves in order to absorb all the benefits of that battle. Returning to his immortal cave, he saw that Tang Wan'er and Qing Yu were both in a meditative state, and so he didn't bother them. He then went to go find Wilda, but found that he and Little Snow had disappeared. After asking some workers, he found out the two of them had gone hunting with Kang Ming. Wilda had been starving the entire time during these past few days. Ordinary magical beasts were unable to allay his hunger. As soon as he had returned to the monastery, he had gone to see his master to get some food. Little Snow was similar to him in that he required meat to cultivate, and so Wilda had naturally brought Little Snow along as well. Seeing everyone in seclusion, Long Chen didn't even know what he should do. He was still waiting for news from Elder Sun. He trusted Elder Sun would be even more impatient than him. He was probably gathering the medicinal ingredients as quickly as he could. After thinking about it for a bit, Long Chen decided to go visit Yu Ran. Yu Ran's immortal cave was the most isolated of all the immortal caves. As soon as Long Chen approached, he heard loud clanking and banging, the sound of forging coming from within. Entering his immortal cave, he saw the entire ground was covered with junk. Iron fragments were everywhere, as well as a couple failed items. Even though Long Chen had arrived, Yu Ran's head was still down. He was constantly beating something on his huge forging table. That forging table was exceptionally large. It was covered with all kinds of forging utensils. From a distance, it almost looked like a beast made of ironware. It was no wonder Tang Wan'er had grumbled to him that Yu Ran was spending more and more. He had constantly been asking for more points from her. Most likely, Yu Ran was planning on changing profession to become more of a forger than a cultivator. Seeing him so focused on what he was working on, Long Chen sighed. Even this little fellow can be serious sometimes. As he got closer, Long Chen saw Yu Ran was using a set of pliers to hold a 9-inch steel nail. That steel nail had only just been taken out of the furnace beside him. His right hand held a hammer that was smashing down over and over, sparks flying. That steel nail's head was gradually turning black as it was struck by the hammer. Long Chen saw that dense lines covered the top of the nail. Although Long Chen didn't understand much about forging, he knew that a single line would appear after that steel nail was tempered once. Within Phoenix Cry, the majority of weapons had only gone through a single tempering. That was because Phoenix Cry's forgers were just ordinary blacksmiths and were unable to temper their weapons a second time. They weren't skillful or strong enough, and so when they tried to let their weapons undergo a second tempering, they would automatically burst apart. That was why ordinary weapons were only tempered once and only had one line when created. After it cooled off, that line would fade, but professionals would all be able to tell just how many times a weapon had been tempered. Furthermore, it was said that good weapons were all tempered at least 10 times. The more times a weapon was tempered, the less impurities it would contain. It was said that steel could be tempered up to 100 times. Although steel was just a very ordinary metal, after being tempered 100 times, its hardness would be absolutely shocking. That level of steel was capable of even piercing through the armor of a third-rank magical beast. The steel nail in Xuanhuan's hand had tens of lines, showing how many times it had been tempered by him. Xuanhuan had remained focused this entire time. When the nail's color had changed to a certain level, he immediately threw it into the water bucket beside him. The water boiled for a moment before quickly calming back down. Xuanhuan carefully took out the steel nail and examined it. But when he went to examine it, he also saw Long Chen standing in front of him. "Boss, Xuanhuan was given a fright, and his hand loosened for a moment, dropping that nail onto his foot. But he was fortunate that the nail landed on its side. Otherwise, with how sharp he had made it, his foot would have acquired a new hole. However, that nail, which was only the thickness of a single finger, was still dozens of pounds. Having it smash on his foot still made him yelp in pain. "Looks like if you ever leave the monastery, you'll still be able to feed yourself by being a blacksmith." Long Chen laughed. Xuanhuan rubbed his foot vexedly. "Boss, if you discriminate against me, you'll be discriminating against a future crafting god. You have to apologize." Long Chen couldn't help laughing. "Fine, if you can show me any of the style of a crafting god, I will apologize." Xuanhuan brightened. "Hee, boss, don't eat your words. I'll let you see what is called a grand masterpiece." Chapter 278, Voidbreaker Crossbow. Xuanhuan touched his spatial ring and took out a huge crossbow. It wasn't the same as ordinary crossbows. Its crossbow limb at the front was completely straight. The bowstring was golden, and the two ends were wrapped around two cylindrical wheels. That string seemed to have been wrapped around the crossbow randomly in an incomprehensible manner. The crossbow was almost 6 feet long, around the same height as an average person. It was made entirely of the finest steel that had been tempered 100 times. Just by looking at it, it was possible to tell that it was shockingly heavy. Xuanhuan was extremely proud of this crossbow. He wished he could show it off grandly, but it was actually too heavy for him to carry, so he could only lay it on the ground. "So what do you think, boss? This is my new invention. I call it Voidbreaker. Can you help me shoot out an arrow?" asked Xuanhuan with embarrassment. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Are you telling me you can't even use your own invention? How are you supposed to fight enemies like this? Why didn't you make it lighter?" Xuanhuan was bitter. "I wish it could be lighter, but in order to increase its power, the crossbow's hardness had to be pushed to the peak. Otherwise, it wouldn't have its optimal power." "Fine, I'll help you test it." Long Chen went to pick it up. It was no wonder Xuanhuan was unable to use it. It had to be at least 70,000 pounds. "Wow, it really is heavy. I hope its power doesn't disappoint." Long Chen was a bit shocked. Although this weight wasn't much to him, an ordinary tendon transformation expert was unable to use it. "Don't worry, boss. Even Senior Kang Ming endlessly praised this invention of mine," Xuanhuan said with pride. "Senior Kang Ming has seen this crossbow. Of course, he even praised me." "What did he say?" "Are you ready? That old man said I was extremely good at boasting." "Hey, boss, stop looking about me so disdainfully. Senior Kang Ming is our monastery's #1 forging master. Obtaining his praise is extremely difficult." Seeing Long Chen's disdainful expression, Xuanhuan was a bit irritated. "That is true. With how prideful Senior Kang Ming, just him praising you as being good at boasting is also a positive for you." Long Chen nodded. "Of course. At the beginning when I showed it to him, after praising my boasting, he said my bowstring wasn't good enough and gave me a couple new ones. That let my Voidbreaker become even stronger," said Xuanhuan excitedly. The bowstrings Kang Ming had given him were all made of mithril. Mithril was an extremely soft metal, but its toughness was absolutely alarming. It was the best material for bowstrings. However, mithril was an incredibly precious metal. Xuanhuan didn't have the qualifications to obtain it yet, and even if he did, then with his still amateur techniques, he wouldn't be able to use it properly. And so obtaining this bowstring from Kang Ming was not only a sign of Kang Ming's approval, but it also affirmed his own confidence in himself. Long Chen really was surprised that Kang Ming would look so favorably on this crossbow. Just what mystery was behind that? He began to pull back the string. As he pulled, the two wheels to the side also moved slightly. The messy bowstring also gradually became taut. Nice, that's a pretty smart move. Long Chen realized that Xuanhuan had used a clever technique to use the wheels to reduce how hard you had to pull in order to knock the crossbow. But there were springs inside, and when the string was released, the wheels would immediately release their energy to increase the force. Back when you went to the rubble wasteland, you told me my talent was just ordinary, and that I needed to find an alternative route to stand out. Afterwards, I thought about it and realized you were right. I can't just keep following the same old path without trying anything new. And now, I've ended up being fascinated by mechanism and forging arts. Although I've only reached the entry level, I really do like these playthings. Sometimes I'll even think about them while dreaming. I've tasted the sweet taste of success in battle. I swear that I will become a grand craftsman now, said Xuanhuan with confidence. Long Chen was surprised Xuanhuan had become so devoted. Thinking of how he had laughed at him before, Long Chen felt a bit bad. Your brother apologizes to you. I shouldn't have ridiculed you. Xuanhuan laughed. Boss, you don't need to say that. I know you were joking. Long Chen said, no, I was serious. Yes. Long Chen stopped joking around and began to really pull on the bowstring. He was surprised that, even with the help of the cylindrical wheels, it still needed a shocking amount of force to pull back. Finally, when the crossbow was fully knocked, even the crossbow limb at the front had curved like a crescent moon. Just looking at this taut crossbow gave Long Chen a chill. If an arrow was shot out with that kind of force, it would definitely be shockingly powerful. Xuanhuan, you aren't able to use this crossbow for now. Without 200,000 pounds of force, you won't be able to fully knock it, said Long Chen with worry. Xuanhuan was bitter. That's also the most vexing thing for me. My spirit root is average, my physical body is average, and my soul is also average. In total, I am the averagest of all averages. When I managed to make this amazing void-breaking crossbow, I thought I'd be able to exterminate one or two favored, but no matter what, I can't even carry it. It's the most depressing thing ever. It can kill favored, Long Chen was startled. Xuanhuan confidently said, right now it's still in its embryonic state. Once I do a couple experiments and perfect it, I'm certain that it will be able to kill favored. Boss, take a look at the arrow. Xuanhuan went deeper into his immortal cave and came back out with an arrow. Long Chen carefully examined it. How was this thing even an arrow? It was more like a short spear. It had to be 5 feet long and as thick as an egg. It was clearly also a new invention of Xuanhuan's. And as soon as he lifted the arrow, he found that it had to be over 10,000 pounds. There were also many little grooves along the shaft. Looking at those little grooves, Long Chen exclaimed, Xuanhuan, you really are a genius. Boss, you know what those grooves are for? Xuanhuan was surprised. If my guess is right, these grooves should be to lessen the air resistance, allowing it to fly faster as well as letting it fly silently. The faster something moved through the air, the more drag and resistance it would meet, eventually causing a sonic boom. That was a law of physics. But these little grooves were able to prevent that, allowing it to kill others silently. By the time anyone sensed it, it would already be too late. Boss really is boss. I had to research and experiment for a long time before figuring this out, but boss figured it out with just a glance, said Xuanhuan with worship. Haha, let's stop shamelessly boasting about each other. Let's test it out. The two of them left the monastery and found a small mountain. That was a stone mountain over 40 meters tall. Let's try it out. Long Chen aimed the crossbow at that mountain from 5 miles away. With a light release of a lock, the arrow shot out like lightning. The instant that arrow shot out, Long Chen felt a huge backlash and he involuntarily stumbled back a dozen steps. Boom! That small mountain exploded to pieces from that arrow, dust filling the air. Long Chen and Xuanhuan were dumbfounded. Even Xuanhuan hadn't expected this. Although he had personally made it, he had never had the strength required to use it. Today was his first time seeing it in action. That arrow hadn't had any explosives in it. This explosion had been considered entirely due to the power of inertia behind that arrow. Just that inertia possessed the shocking power to break apart a small mountain. And most frightening of all, while it had been flying through the air, there hadn't been the slightest sound. A perfect sneak attack. Both Long Chen and Xuanhuan looked at each other with a wicked light shining in their eyes. They laughed. They had actually said the same thing at the same time. With this kind of weapon, Xuanhuan's killing power would definitely be alarmingly high. However, after laughing for a moment, Xuanhuan could no longer laugh. No matter how amazing it was, if he couldn't use it, then it was useless. Long Chen might be able to use it, but he preferred to face his opponents head-on, fighting on the front lines. He would never have an opportunity to use this Voidbreaker crossbow. Long Chen patted Xuanhuan on the shoulders. "Don't worry, leave this to me." "Really? Aren't you just wasting words? When have I ever tricked you?" asked Long Chen. "But there is one thing I have to make clear to you first. You have to keep your Dao heart steady. If you can keep a steady Dao heart, I can guarantee that you'll advance without bottlenecks for your whole life." "How is that possible?" Xuanhuan was filled with disbelief. "Live a whole life without bottlenecks. Not even a god would necessarily be able to do that." "As long as you can keep a steady Dao heart, I can accomplish that," said Long Chen solemnly. "Boss, what is this Dao heart?" asked Xuanhuan. "A Dao heart is a kind of a belief, a kind of conviction in your own truths that will never change. Each person's beliefs are different. For example, you might believe in your inventions and creations, believing that you can use smarts to overcome any difficulties and become a revered crafting god. That will be your Dao heart. As long as you can let your Dao heart stay unrattled, I can use medicinal pills to constantly raise your cultivation base. However, once a problem occurs with your Dao heart, once you start to feel lost or begin to doubt in your own choices, your cultivation base will forever stall," warned Long Chen. Each person's Dao heart was different. Some people believed in their inheritance. Some people believed in their cultivation technique. Some people believed in their bloodlines. And some people believed they were simply the geniuses of heaven. No matter what kind of Dao heart you had, it had to go through endless tempering. Many people ended up losing more and more confidence as they went through that tempering. In the end, they lost sight of what they were supposed to believe in. Even people with extremely stable Dao hearts were unable to keep them perfect forever. If they received a large enough impact, that would make it impossible for them to advance to become experts in the future. As for Xuanhuan, his Dao heart would be extremely dangerous. Once his smarts failed and he lost sight of what he wanted from forging, he would lose his path and become lost. That would be especially terrible for Xuanhuan, as his foundation would have been built up by medicinal pills. He would never have a chance to form a new Dao heart if his old one was shattered. "Boss, I'll definitely succeed in becoming a crafting god." If Xuanhuan didn't succeed in this path, he would forever be lost, but Xuanhuan was determined. Long Chen nodded. Since he had made this choice, then Long Chen would go all out to help him. As for how far Xuanhuan could go, that would be up to him. After all, Xuanhuan's latest invention, this crossbow, was something that even Long Chen admired. Xuanhuan was definitely a genius. He could think of all sorts of crazy inventions. The next day, Long Chen was looking for something to do when Elder Sun returned. Chapter 279, Obtaining Medicinal Ingredients. Long Chen was pleased to see the many medicinal ingredients packed into this spatial ring. Elder Sun really was efficient. What Long Chen didn't know was how much pain Elder Sun was in. His lifetime savings had been cut by over half for those medicinal ingredients. "Long Chen, hand over the lower portion of that cultivation technique." Elder Sun was extremely gloomy, but there was also a trace of excitement and nervousness in his voice. Long Chen checked the medicinal ingredients and saw they were the exact ones written on the list, delighting him. After that huge battle, they had passed down a huge number of points. Tang Wanner and the other core disciples had gained over 1,000,000 points. Even ordinary disciples earned hundreds of thousands of points. To those disciples, that was an absolutely enormous amount. But for Long Chen, they were practically nothing. And that was why Long Chen had placed his sights on a fat sheep like Elder Sun. The disciples' points were incomparable to the elders' merit points. Some things couldn't even be exchanged for with disciple points. And even if they could obtain them, it would be incredibly expensive. These medicinal ingredients in this spatial ring would have definitely cost over 100,000,000 points, and even then, that was just a rough estimate. It could easily be more. Furthermore, many of them were unobtainable within the monastery. Elder Sun had gone to the super monastery for them. "What are you reneging?" Seeing how sinister Long Chen's smile was, elder son's heart jumped. This trade of theirs was completely secret. There was no one to witness it as proof. If Long Chen refused to go through with it, that would be extremely troublesome. What nonsense! Do you think I'm such a person? Long Chen snorted. He threw a piece of black zirconium to elder son. Elder son hastily grabbed it. It was the exact same form as that previous black zirconium. On the front side was a complicated diagram of meridians, and there was an ancient character on the back. Kill. This new black zirconium had the character for kill on the back of it. When combined with the previous rebel character, would it be kill rebels, or rebels kill? But no matter what, those two words were incredibly domineering. Thank you, I'll leave for now. Elder son was delighted. Long Chen nodded. Okay, then you can go back. If there's anything else, you can come find me. Long Chen just lightly waved, acting as if he were saying goodbye to a member of the junior generation. That was greatly displeasing to elder son. All right, I'll definitely come find you in the future. Elder son laughed amicably, but a cold light shined within his eyes. Although he had managed to obtain the cultivation technique, he had taken a severe blow to his savings, which made him extremely irritated. And now, to protect this secret, he would naturally have to go find Long Chen later. Seeing elder sons departing back, Long Chen sneered mockingly. I know you'll definitely come find me again, but it probably won't be for what you're thinking of. Long Chen returned to his immortal cave and saw Tang Wan'er standing at the front of it. She suspiciously asked, what kind of shady business are you up to again? Slander, this is definitely slander. I'm getting angry because of it. You think I still don't understand you? Speak. What kind of secret trade were you and elder son up to? Tang Wan'er didn't fall for Long Chen's little act at all. Tang Wan'er had just exited seclusion. When she had looked down the mountain, she had happened to see Long Chen and elder son amicably discussing something. There's nothing. You also know that I'm a highly principled man, a highly righteous man who will never hold a grudge. Long Chen smiled. As if anyone would believe you. You don't hold grudges because you always get all your revenge on those people immediately, so of course there's no grudges to hold anymore. Hurry up and tell me what elder son came for. Tang Wan'er glared at Long Chen. She definitely wouldn't let him off before telling her. You really want to know? Long Chen seemed somewhat troubled. Hurry up and tell me. Long Chen helplessly sighed. Women really were troublesome sometimes. He supposed it was best for him to tell the truth. After this huge battle this time, elder son saw that my bones were pure, that my forehead was full, that I was a rare martial genius found only once in 10,000 years. Get to the point. Tang Wan'er frowned. She already knew Long Chen was messing around again. Fine, he wants to take me as master. Tang Wan'er immediately hit Long Chen with a fist and rebuked. Stop being flippant. Tell the truth. It is the truth. He even sent me a gift for accepting him as an apprentice. I said I'd think it over and told him to leave for now, but I didn't feel like it would be right to also reject his gift. If I didn't even accept his gift, I'd definitely feel apologetic to him. Long Chen seemed so embarrassed to talk about that. He even handed over the spatial ring to Tang Wan'er. Tang Wan'er had been holding back a laugh, but then seeing the mountains of precious medicinal ingredients piled within that spatial ring, her smile disappeared. She covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Although Tang Wan'er wasn't an alchemist, she still recognized a couple high-tier medicinal ingredients. These ingredients had to cost several thousand or even 10,000 points for a single one, but they were piled up like mountains inside this spatial ring. Is this real? Muttered Tang Wan'er. Of course it's true. Who do you think I Long Chen am? As long as I make a public declaration, who knows how many people would come begging at my door to take me as master, if I... It is real. Tang Wan'er had taken out a medicinal ingredients and smelled it. That scent proved it was real. As for Long Chen, he was in the middle of gesturing passionately about how amazing he was when he realized she wasn't even looking at him. He had no choice but to stop. He looked up at the clouds in the sky. You aren't bragging anymore. Looking at Long Chen acting like this, Tang Wan'er smiled. It's too boring. I've bragged to the point that even I don't believe me anymore. Long Chen shook his head. Sometimes I really wonder, Long Chen, do you never feel worried about anything? How are you so sloppy all the time? Tang Wan'er blushed a bit at that last bit, as such a crude word was embarrassing for a lady to say out loud. But Long Chen didn't care about that. Looking up at the clouds, he said, being sloppy isn't a bad thing either. Otherwise, if you end up caring about every little thing, wouldn't you worry yourself to death? For some reason, when she looked at Long Chen this time, although she could see his expression was still unworried and uncaring, she could also see a trace of loneliness in his eyes. Perhaps if it had been the old her who hadn't absorbed the Dalmark, she would not have been able to sense that. But after becoming a favored, she could sense that loneliness from Long Chen. That kind of loneliness wasn't about how many people were by his side. It was loneliness that existed despite being surrounded by people. It was as if the entire world was rejecting him, or perhaps it could be said that he was rejecting the entire world. Tang Wan'er gently held his hand. Long Chen, no matter what worries you have, you can tell me. I will share any burden you have. Having Tang Wan'er's tender hand holding his own, Long Chen's heart filled with warmth. Tang Wan'er was as beautiful as a flower, her pretty face touched with a dab of shyness. She was like the cherry blossoms blooming, so beautiful that people didn't dare to profane her. Tang Wan'er had always been beautiful, but looking at her now, in this situation with these feelings, Long Chen felt Tang Wan'er was more beautiful than ever. His heart was pounding faster and faster. Tang Wan'er also began to breathe a bit faster. The two of them were pulling closer and closer to each other. Being stared at by Long Chen like this, Tang Wan'er didn't dare to meet his eyes. She closed her eyes, her lips opening ever so slightly. Long Chen was unable to resist that beauty and gave her a deep kiss. Tang Wan'er let out a gentle gasp, involuntarily holding Long Chen tightly, her body limp and powerless. Long Chen felt as if his head was buzzing. All his heart and mind were focused on the feeling of those lips. Cough. Suddenly, a light cough rang out. It wasn't loud, but to the two of them it rang out like thunder. The two of them instantly separated, seeing Qing Yu helplessly looking at the two of them. Tang Wan'er's face was twisted with embarrassment. She lowered her head, quickly running into the immortal cave and tightly locking it behind her, refusing to come back out. Even with Long Chen's thick skin, being caught like this made him blush fiercely. Ah, Sister Qing Yu, how coincidental. Tang Wan'er might be able to run, but Long Chen couldn't. As a man, he had to face this. Sister Qing Yu, don't misunderstand. I've been a bit unwell these past few days and I ended up with a couple sores on my tongue. I was just asking Tang Wan'er to help me take out the blood from those sores. There really was nothing, explained Long Chen. But after that explanation, not even he felt that anyone would believe him. Qing Yu shook her head and sighed. You too. You're both grown up now and know how you should act. I know you two like each other. But the relations between a man and a woman are like dry firewood that can ignite with a single spark. If you two can't hold back, you'd end up hurting Wan'er. Understand? Long Chen nodded, completely serious. Sister Qing Yu, I understand. I know you two will hold back and not take that final step, but something like this could still impact your Dao hearts. You might lose your way, stalling your cultivation. So don't blame your sister Qing Yu for being long-winded, admonished Qing Yu. If a woman lost her chastity before reaching the Xiantian realm, she would be unable to maintain her pure yin body. No matter how good her talent had been, it would be wasted. This was the first time Long Chen didn't feel that Qing Yu was long-winded. At the same time, he also scolded himself. This was the result of playing with fire. On the off chance he couldn't hold back, he would regret it for a lifetime. 6 hours later, who knew whether Qing Yu had gotten tired or whether she felt Long Chen had been properly scolded, but she finally returned within the immortal cave. But when Long Chen saw Qing Yu knock on Tang Wan'er's door, he saw that Tang Wan'er refused to open the door no matter what. In the end, she had no choice but to drop the subject. Perhaps she would have a chance to make up this lesson to Tang Wan'er after a few days. Long Chen returned to his room and began to refine those medicinal ingredients into powder, storing them inside jade bottles with tags. That would be much more convenient when he refined in the future. He could save a great deal of time when he finally refined these powders into pills. 2 days passed as he refined these medicinal powders before Elder Sun angrily called for him. Chapter 280, Furious Elder Sun. Long Chen, get the hell out here. Elder Sun arrived at Long Chen's immortal cave so angry that his hair was standing on end, an ominous glint shining in his eyes. Tang Wan'er and Qing Yu were both given a fright, and they came out to look. Long Chen unhurriedly came out of his room, seeing Elder Sun who was so angry that smoke was practically coming out of his pores. He shook his head. For good or bad, you're still an elder of our monastery. Don't you feel that shouting abuse and curses so loudly and in the morning is a bit tasteless? Mocked Long Chen. Shut up, Long Chen, you dare cheat me. The thing you gave me wasn't a complete set at all. Elder Son clenched his teeth. But at least he hadn't lost his mind in his anger, and he didn't mention that the thing was his cultivation technique. So what if it wasn't a complete set? You clearly said that thing was split into two portions, an upper and lower portion. Long Chen waved his hand, indicating for him to shut up. He righteously explained, Elder Son, I seem to recall that although I said it was split into upper and lower portions, I didn't say there were only two. What nonsense! An upper and lower portion is two portions. You're wrong. The upper portion is only one part, but the lower portion is split into two parts. I gave you the lower part of the lower portion. Long Chen shrugged helplessly. Bastard, that's clearly an upper, middle, lower portion split. What am I supposed to do with just the upper and lower portion? Elder Son raged. When he had obtained both those black zirconiums, he had returned to his immortal cave to research them, finding that it was really incomparably profound. But when he tried to circulate his spiritual qi in accordance to those diagrams, he found that he was unable to undergo a full circulation. After testing it several times without succeeding, he had finally undergone one test where his meridians had almost exploded from the forceful circulation. Feeling that something was wrong, he had studied the diagrams for 2 full days, finally coming to the conclusion that he was still missing a portion. That infuriated him so much that he almost coughed up blood. Naturally, he had come to find Long Chen. That's just how you categorize it. Where I come from, it's like that. Long Chen shrugged fearlessly and shamelessly. Tang Wan'er and Qing Yu looked from the furious Elder Son to the mischievous Long Chen. Neither said anything. Elder Son was ashen from anger. His chest was heaving and his fists were tightly clenched. He looked like he might attack at any moment. But Long Chen just looked at him mockingly. Go ahead and try to attack. I'm not afraid of you. And in the end, Elder Son really didn't dare to attack. He wasn't stupid, and he knew that even if he did, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Furthermore, that would only bring more trouble for him, so he could only endure. Speak, what do you want? Elder Son's voice was a bit rough from his anger. Probably the fact that he hadn't turned mute from anger was already not bad. That's right, young people shouldn't be so angry. Don't worry, I've already got the prescription that'll fix all your anger. Here, go gather all these medicinal ingredients. Long Chen handed over a list to Elder Son. Elder Son was quivering uncontrollably as he received that list. When he looked at the huge number of medicinal ingredients and the quantities, he directly coughed up blood. Long Chen, you're too excessive, raged Elder Son. Excessive? Hee, have you gone senile? Do you not remember all that you've done back then? You really had to act all virtuous and noble in front of me. The reason why I'm willing to sell my most precious treasure to you is all for you to taste the feeling of being oppressed. What happened to all your majesty from back then when you tried to force me to kneel? You wanted to use your bone-forging pressure to subdue me. Don't you like to be very arrogant? On the battlefield, you even wanted to use someone else to kill me. Just keep acting arrogant. Now that you're in the palm of my hand, you either better listen to me or just fuck off. Of course, you can also try to attack me. But if you dare try that, well, if a monastery elder wanted to selfishly attack a disciple, then that elder would have to directly get the fuck out of the Xuanhuan monastery, cursed Long Chen. Although he had tried to keep his emotions in check, when he remembered about how Elder Son had targeted him multiple times, in the end even trying to have him be killed, causing Chu Yao and Tang Wan'er to enter danger, his killing intent surged out. Long Chen took out a black zirconium the exact same as the previous 2 he had given Elder Son. Seeing that stone, Elder Son was filled with rage. Old fellow, you can choose. Do you want to do this shady deal once or twice? Snorted Long Chen. Since he had already revealed his feelings for him, Long Chen was too lazy to act polite. Long Chen's meaning was clear. If you want the complete technique, you'll need to risk being cheated again. You could refuse, but if you do, then that price you paid before would be wasted on 2 useless rocks. Even if Elder Son reported this matter to the monastery, Long Chen could say that this trade was to be paid in installments or even just make up something ridiculous. With the backing he had from the sect leader and Tu Fang, no one would purposely make things hard for him. In the end, nothing would happen to him. At this point, both parties had obtained half of what they wanted from the other party, but Long Chen had gained a huge advantage. With just those 2 stones, it was impossible to figure out the complete technique, and so they were useless. But Long Chen had obtained a huge number of precious medicinal ingredients. Those were treasures that had their own value. And so Elder Son really didn't have much of a choice. He looked from that black stone to the list. Fine, I agree, but you have to swear that once I obtain those things, you have to hand over what's in your hand right now. Elder Son grit his teeth. This time the medicinal ingredients on the list were a bit less than previously. However, their quality was also a level higher. He knew that the price this time wouldn't be much lower than the last time. In fact, it might even be a bit greater. And so if he did agree, then all his lifetime savings would be gone. But if he refused, then half of his savings would have disappeared for nothing. He was unwilling for that to happen. Fine, I, Long Chen, swear that if Elder Son can gather everything on this list without one missing, I will definitely hand over what is in my hand to Elder Son. If I violate this oath, let me be struck by heavenly lightning, swore Long Chen. The heavenly lightning oath was an extremely poisonous oath amongst people. If you broke it, your soul would scatter and you would never reincarnate. Only after Long Chen swore this oath did Elder Son let out a breath of relief. He took the list and left. But as he left, his expression was incredibly ugly, so gloomy that he looked like someone who had just heard news that his parents had died. Long Chen, what are you doing? Tang Wan'er had forgotten her embarrassment now. Just now, Elder Son had been on the verge of going out of control. In fact, Tang Wan'er had almost reflexively attacked first. Qing Yu was also terribly frightened. She wasn't a favored and was just an ordinary inner disciple. There was no way for her to resist Elder Son's pressure, and so she was a bit pale. It's nothing. That old fellow wants me as master, but how could there be such a good thing? Does he think I'll take just any apprentice? So I gave him some missions. If he makes me pleased, I'll give him a taste of my amazingness and permit him to call himself my apprentice. But who would have thought this bastard only just made some achievements before wanting more from me? How absurd. Long Chen managed to spout a bunch of rubbish as soon as he opened his mouth. Tang Wan'er suddenly thought of what he had done and suspiciously glanced at that black zirconium. Suddenly she realized what he was doing. No wonder you were laughing so wickedly back then. Just like I thought, Long Chen, you're really trying to cheat Elder Son. Are you not afraid of his reprisal? Tang Wan'er was extremely worried. She knew Long Chen's temperament. He was someone who would cheat someone until they were dead. Qi Xin was a good example. Calling it cheating makes it sound so unpleasant. This is clearly just an equal trade. I'm passing on my cultivation technique to him. How is that cheating? Long Chen shook his head righteously. As if I'd believe you. Your expression completely sells you out. It's written all over your face. You're definitely being a cheater, exclaimed Tang Wan'er. No way it's that obvious. Long Chen put on a shocked expression, causing Tang Wan'er and Qing Yu to laugh. Some of their worry faded. Tang Wan'er scolded, "Don't mess around. This is serious." Long Chen was somewhat wronged. "I am talking seriously." "You're really planning on handing over your complete cultivation technique to him?" curiously asked Tang Wan'er. "Of course. I don't believe you. I really am planning on handing over my complete cultivation technique to him. However, we'll see if he has that sort of fate." Seeing how enigmatic Long Chen was acting, Tang Wan'er was a bit irritated. She reminded him, "Let me warn you, don't play with fire. It's very dangerous." Looking at Tang Wan'er's pretty face, Long Chen winked. "Then let me warn you, don't play with fire. It's very dangerous." The same words, but completely different meanings. That flirtation in Long Chen's words were obvious, and Tang Wan'er immediately became as red as an apple when she thought of their kiss. She quickly hid herself back in her room, tightly locking the door. "Let me warn you, don't play with fire. It's very dangerous," Qing Yu solemnly warned Long Chen. Long Chen immediately began to sweat. This time it seemed he had ended up jumping into his own trap. He hastily said, "Yes, I will carefully follow Sister Qing Yu's instructions." In the following 2 days, Long Chen continued to refine medicinal powders. During this time, the entire monastery was deathly silent. Whether it was the new disciples or the old disciples, they were all in seclusion. They probably wouldn't come out for a whole month. They had to properly absorb the benefits from their experience in this battle. That would solidify their foundation as well as temper their Tao hearts. After those 2 days, Elder Son returned. Chapter 281. Cheated once, cheated twice. This time, Long Chen and Elder Son decided to go to a small valley, a bit further from the monastery for their transaction. Long Chen noticed that Elder Son seemed to have lost a great deal of weight. He hastily congratulated Elder Son on his weight loss. Elder Son didn't say a single thing. Throwing a spatial ring to Long Chen, his eyes were completely red. looking like they might spit flames at any moment. Elder Sun really was pained enough to die. Long Chen had requested only extremely precious medicinal ingredients, and there had even been requirements on their age. Although in terms of quantity it had been only a third of the first list, its price had been even greater than the last time. To obtain these medicinal ingredients, he had used up the rest of all his merit points that he had saved for decades. Elder Sun even suspected that Long Chen precisely knew how many merit points he had had. These two sets had cost him practically everything. Of his tens of thousands of merit points, less than 500 remained now. His heart was practically dripping blood. If Long Chen dared trick him again, he wouldn't care about any price to kill Long Chen. Seeing the piles of medicinal ingredients in the spatial ring, Long Chen smiled brightly. He immediately handed over a black zirconium. Elder Sun received and saw there was another ancient character on the back, superior. How domineering! Elder Sun delighted, but then when he flipped it over his expression changed and he roared, "Why is there nothing on here?" This black zirconium only had a single character written on its back. There wasn't the slightest thing written on the front. Originally, Long Chen had been planning on putting something there, but he hadn't had the time. Back in Phoenix Cry, he had gone to the Huiyun Pavilion and bought 4 black zirconiums. Although black zirconium was ancient, it wasn't very valuable. Long Chen had bought them just to cheat Elder Sun. That old fellow had targeted him several times for his 9-star Hegemon body art. The last time, he had even drawn over a corrupt elder to kill him. If it hadn't been for Chu Yao's help at the end, he would have died. Although Tu Fang had then planned on punishing him for Long Chen knew that the worst punishment Tu Fang could give was to expel him from the monastery. Just being expelled from the monastery was far from enough to allay Long Chen's hatred. If he wanted his technique, then he could have it. Long Chen had drawn in the meridian circulation method of the 9-star Hegemon body art. Originally, he had been planning on splitting the full diagram over 4 rocks. It was said that black zirconium was something that required the carver to be at least at the Xiantian realm. However, that wasn't a problem for Long Chen. Although he couldn't directly carve anything onto black zirconium, he could draw onto it. Long Chen had used an extremely bizarre pill formula in his pill god memories to make a mysterious stone-rotting extract. This stone-rotting extract came from ancient times. Large sects had huge stone steels and monuments. Some were so large they were thousands of meters high. In order to carve words into them, it not only required a great deal of power, it also required a powerful tool. But not only that, the carver couldn't make a single mistake when carving. A single monument might require tens of thousands of words. If the carver made a mistake, wouldn't the entire monument be ruined? It wasn't as if the carvers were God. No one would do something so foolish. And so the ancient era's tablets were not directly carved. The characters were first drawn on, and after making sure there were no mistakes, they would use stone-rotting extract to soften the rock. Stone-rotting extract was extremely miraculous. Its corrosive nature wasn't permanent. It would only soften the rock for a moment. Once it was removed, the rock would return to its original hardness. And most interesting of all, rocks that had been softened with stone-rotting extract would all possess an ancient aura. When Long Chen had drawn on these black zirconiums, he had kept his divine ring released, letting its aura permeate into his strokes. That was to make it possible to sense the 9-star Hegemon body art's aura from these rocks. After he managed to complete one of those ancient treasures, Long Chen would then polish it up, soaking the new carvings with medicinal liquid until it was impossible to tell that those lines were newly added. Long Chen had really put in a lot of effort for this plot. After he had finished the first piece, he had gone straight to Elder Sun to offer him the bait. However, he hadn't expected Elder Sun to be so efficient. He had only just finished the second stone before he returned. The day Elder Sun came to rage to Long Chen about the diagram being incomplete, Long Chen had only managed to carve a single word on the back of the third stone. Originally, Long Chen had been planning on immediately going to finish the carving that very day, but in the end, he had changed his mind. That's because there was never supposed to be anything carved there. Long Chen shook his head. "What do you mean?" raged Elder Sun, tightly clenching his fists. "What I mean is that the front of this stone was always blank, and that it is supposed to be blank." "Nonsense. You said that your cultivation technique was split into an upper, middle, and lower portion. You said you'd hand over the middle portion once I got all these medicinal ingredients. Did you forget your oath?" Looks like you really are getting old. Then according to how you put it, then yes, the cultivation technique is split into an upper, middle, and lower portion. But when did I ever say that I would give you the middle portion? All I swore was that I would hand over what was in my hand back then. And yes, this is precisely what I was holding back then. Back then, Long Chen really had been holding this half-finished product. It was really simply that Elder Sun had assumed it to be the middle portion. Realizing he had been defrauded again, Elder Sun was no longer able to hold back. He shot forward, a claw reaching at Long Chen. Little bastard, die. Long Chen was long since prepared for this. He summoned out his divine ring, and a star appeared in his eyes, his aura exploding. Boom! Devil Decapitator slashed onto Elder Sun's hand. The ground beneath their feet split. The two of them were both sent flying back. Neither of them had had any advantage just now. Long Chen was delighted to find that, although his cultivation base hadn't grown, his physical body had grown quite a bit stronger after experiencing that huge battle. Long Chen pointed Devil Decapitator at Elder Sun. You should give up. First of all, you can't kill me, so this is futile. Secondly, if we continue fighting, all that will do is draw other monastery elders over. You won't have any chance. He didn't have Chu Yao's assistance, and his spiritual chi would be limited, making it so he couldn't fight for long. But even if he couldn't defeat Elder Sun, couldn't he simply run? Furthermore, this place wasn't far from the monastery. If the two of them really went all out fighting, that would definitely attract the monastery's attention. At that time, Long Chen would still be safe. Even if this whole matter was reported to the sect leader, the cause of all of this was still Elder Sun's greed over Long Chen's cultivation technique. It was very likely the final result would be that Elder Sun would be expelled from the monastery without gaining anything. Even if it came to light that Long Chen had baited him, he had still baited him honestly. Furthermore, both the sect leader and Tu Fang were clearly on Long Chen's side. Elder Sun could forget about getting anything like that. Long Chen, just what do you want to hand over your entire cultivation technique to me? Elder Sun did his best to calm down. The prescription has already been prepared. All you need to do is gather all the medicines on this list. Long Chen sent a piece of paper floating towards Elder Sun. When Elder Sun saw that page, he immediately coughed up blood. That was the third prescription page. Elder Sun grabbed it and didn't even glance at the medicinal ingredients on the sheet before tearing it to pieces. Do you think I'm an idiot? You think I'll be cheated by you again and again? Raged Elder Sun. Young people shouldn't get angry so easily. Stay calm, stay cool-headed. This time I swear that if you can obtain all the medicinal ingredients on that list, I will definitely hand over my entire cultivation technique to you. Did you hear? The whole thing. Another page appeared in Long Chen's hand, and he sent it flying to Elder Sun. It was as if he had long since known that Elder Sun would go crazy. This second page was the exact same as the first one Elder Sun had torn up. Elder Sun took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to tear this page to pieces again. His hands trembled as he took that page. The reason he used both hands to receive that page wasn't because of any respectful two-handed etiquette, but because his hands were trembling too hard. Bastard, I really will kill you. The killing fruit went extinct in ancient times. Let alone the monastery, not even the super monastery could possibly have it. You're clearly doing this on purpose. So it really is like that. Long Chen was disappointed. As he had thought, the Alyath pill's main medicinal ingredient, the killing fruit, was the most difficult one to find. Fine, then you don't need to get the killing fruit. Just gather the other 6 medicinal ingredients. I can't buy these, I'm broke. Well then, I can only regretfully tell you that our trade is over. Long Chen shook his head with great regret. You don't try acting like you're suffering such a loss. I, Long Chen, will swear to the heavens to hand over my cultivation technique. There are a total of 4 stones that my cultivation technique is split over. I don't know why one of them was just nothing, but my guess is that this stone was required in order for the cultivation technique's name to be complete. Your luck was just bad that day. I just randomly took out that one, and you actually said you had to have it, so I also couldn't say anything. But even so, you won't lose out. You've already obtained the majority of the cultivation technique. Perhaps with your schemes and plotting, you can figure out the whole thing one day. If one day isn't enough, then try a year. If a year isn't enough, try a lifetime. If you can't figure it out, you can leave it to your descendants to figure it out. In any case, you'll definitely never be bored. You can just treat those stones as toys for your children. Listening to Long Chen's ridicule, Elder Sun was about to explode. Looking at that page, he took a deep breath. You swear that you'll hand over your complete cultivation technique, without hiding the slightest bit. I swear, said Long Chen solemnly. Fine, then I'll believe you one last time. If you dare trick me again, then even if I die, I'll definitely bring you down with me. Elder Sun clenched his teeth. Then don't worry, I really don't feel like dying with an idiot like you. Over the next few days, Long Chen really was busy. He had to abide by his promise and finish carving the rest of his cultivation technique. But this time Elder Sun was much slower. It was only over 10 days later that he came to find Long Chen again. Chapter 282, Superior Must Kill Rebel. Long Chen, if you're tricking me again, I'll definitely kill you. At this time, Elder Sun's eyes were completely red, and he looked incredibly gloomy. He almost looked like a corpse that had been revived due to his unresolved resentment. Long Chen had only listed 7 ingredients for him to find this time, and one of those, the killing fruit, had been removed. But those remaining 6 ingredients were incredibly ancient, ingredients that were rarely seen. Even the Xuanhuan super monastery, a sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years, only had a small amount of them. And due to how few they had, the price was incredibly high. Those 6 types of ingredients had cost pretty much the same as the ones on the last list. Elder Sun had already ended up using all his merit points. But in order to gain the complete cultivation technique from Long Chen, he actually sold off all his secret tomes, precious treasures, and medicinal pills to other elders. Even his main sword was sold off. Other than his immortal cave, he basically didn't own anything. Only by selling everything he owned did he manage to gather everything on Long Chen's list. Elder Sun was filled with hatred and resentment. He had sold off everything just for Long Chen's cultivation technique. Don't worry, Long Chen, am not someone who doesn't keep his promises. Long Chen examined this new spatial ring and saw that Elder Sun had really gathered all the Alioth pill's main ingredients for him. The Alioth pill's formula was extremely complicated, but now he had everything except the main killing fruit. Seeing that the amount and age of all the ingredients was right, Long Chen took out one final black zirconium and gave it to Elder Sun. Our trade and business is now over. Goodbye. Long Chen was filled with delight as he left. That black zirconium was the same as the last ones, but there were even more lines on this one. On the back was a single character, must. Superior must kill rebel. What a domineering name. Elder Sun went crazy with joy. He had finally obtained the complete technique. But within his joy was also a cold hatred. Looking at the direction Long Chen had left, he icily said, Long Chen, just wait. My things aren't so easy to take. Elder Sun also left, returning to his immortal cave to train. Over the next few days, the monastery gradually became livelier. As the secluded disciples gradually came out, the monastery became bustling with activity again. Tu Fang was delighted to see that the majority of these disciples had all advanced at least one level while in seclusion. Of their 800 remaining new disciples, over half of them had advanced to the 4th heaven stage of tendon transformation. As for Yi Zhikyu, Gu Yang, Song Minjuan, and the other core disciples, they had advanced to the 5th heaven stage. And most terrifying of all would have to be Tang Wan'er. She had somehow unconsciously broken through to the 6th heaven stage. She was just one step from the late tendon transformation realm. Currently, Tang Wan'er was a new disciple with the highest cultivation base, but many people attributed her fast advancement to her absorbed Dalmark. That was because Tang Wan'er had candidly said that after absorbing that Dalmark, she had clearly felt that she didn't have any bottlenecks when advancing, and that her foundation had become completely stable. And most terrifying of all, after absorbing that Dalmark, her wind energy had changed. Her wind blades had used to have a white color within them, but now they were completely transparent. She could strike like lightning without a trace. Enemies would be killed by her wind blades before even realizing what was happening. That was how terrifying favored were. Some people guessed that the current Tang Wan'er might even be stronger than Yin Luo had been. That was because Yin Luo had only been at the peak of early tendon transformation back then, while Tang Wan'er had reached the peak of mid-tendon transformation. However, when people brought up Yin Luo's final attack, they all became quiet. Yin Luo's final attack really had been too terrifying. Long Chen and Mo Nian had gone all out and only barely managed to receive it. But it was obvious to everyone that amongst this new generation of disciples, Long Chen and Tang Wan'er were definitely the strongest. As for which one of them was exactly stronger, no one would know without the two of them fighting. But to have Long Chen and Tang Wan'er fight against each other would be too difficult. The flirty romance between the two of them was something almost everyone in the monastery was aware of. Other than Long Chen and Tang Wan'er, the next strongest person would have to be Gu Yang. After Long Chen had given him Yin Luo's golden spear, his combat ability had soared to a new level. At the beginning, he hadn't been able to wield it, but once he reached the 5th heaven stage, he managed to activate the spear's runes and could just barely use it. Before that, Yizhikyu had been able to use her ice energy to just barely suppress him slightly. But because of the weapon advantage of their 3 duels afterwards, Gu Yang had won too, succeeding in climbing slightly ahead of Yizhikyu. The monastery's core disciples had now been split into 3 levels. The first level was Tang Wan'er and Long Chen, who stood at the very peak. The two of their combat abilities were something everyone had gotten bored of discussing. That was because they simply weren't on the same level as the others. The second level would have to be Yi Zhikyu and Gu Yang. The two of them were definitely at least a level stronger than the other core disciples. And then the third level contained all the remaining core disciples. That was because the remaining core disciples were roughly on the same level. As for who would beat who, that would depend greatly on luck. No one was bored enough to go calculate those odds of who could beat who. Furthermore, Long Chen had told everyone to cut down on the duels and competitions, because that would end up dulling their sharpness. If it had been before the battle, they would not have understood what he meant. But after experiencing that huge battle, they all comprehended what he was saying. That huge battle had taught them that a martial competition and a battle were 2 completely different concepts. A competition was just flashy but essentially useless. But a battle only had one goal. As soon as you entered a battle, your goal would be take your enemy's life. If you didn't take their life, they would take your life. And that was often a deciding factor in the righteous and corrupt battles. The righteous path had a huge numbers superiority, but they were still often defeated by the corrupt path. That was because they were too used to the fighting style of a martial competition. As for the corrupt path, they didn't care about what flashy moves you could use, what origin you had, etc. As soon as they attacked, they would aim to take your life. They had just experienced that kind of intense battle where only the most vicious and most ruthless people lived. Long Chen had ordered them not to compete amongst each other so that they would be able to better remember that kind of battle feeling. After all, in a competition, it wasn't allowed to really use your most powerful attacks. You also couldn't really treat your opponent as an enemy, and so a competition wasn't really a good method to raise combat strength. In fact, it might even sharply lower your killing power. But the core disciples were an exception to this. They had a greater comprehension over battle now, and it was easier for them to differentiate their competition fighting style and their battle fighting style. That was why Long Chen had set down a rule that they could only compete amongst each other if they could easily enter a ruthless battle state. Otherwise, they should just patiently wait and try to absorb the benefits of that battle. In the hearts of all these disciples, Long Chen was essentially a god. They might have the guts to not listen to the sect leader's orders, but Long Chen's words were divine orders that no one would dare ignore. And so even as many people came out of seclusion, they mostly chose to continue solidifying their foundations. Sometimes they would gather together to brag about their contributions in that huge battle. That battle had definitely gone into the monastery's history. It would be a legendary battle that could not be more legendary. Even once they one day parted and perhaps went back to their families, they would still be able to be prideful and tell everyone around them that they had been a member of that huge battle. Other than just needing to solidify their foundation, they temporarily didn't need to cultivate. After all, cultivation was something that had its own rhythm. If you forced it, it wouldn't be beneficial to you. Long Chen had spent several days in his room refining medicinal powders, refining day and night. With the flame salamander's blue flame, refining those powders wasn't difficult at all for him. The main thing was that it was just too boring. Even with his willpower, constantly refining mountains of medicinal powders made him want to vomit. But there was no way around that. A large portion of these were ingredients required for the aliyth pill. If he prepared them all properly like this, then as soon as he managed to find a killing fruit, he would be able to refine the aliyth pill. This was to save him time in the future. For some reason, Long Chen was feeling as if time was becoming more and more pressing. It was like some kind of threat was steadily approaching him. The pressure almost made it hard for him to breathe. After half a month, Long Chen finally finished refining all those medicinal ingredients. The second day after he exited seclusion, a disciple ran up to him with a letter. Long Chen was surprised to see that it was from senior apprentice brother Xuan. The letter said he had some things to discuss with him, but the letter didn't say what those things were. A strange expression appeared on Long Chen's face. He shook his head. This kind of intelligence really is too low. Is he some legendary super idiot? A flame appeared in his hand that immediately burnt that letter to ashes. Long Chen rested for a short time, recovering from his exhaustion. 6 hours later, Long Chen arrived at the place senior apprentice brother Xuan had indicated in his letter. He was currently in a valley. This place was far away enough from the monastery that even if a battle occurred here, the monastery wouldn't be able to sense it. This was a perfect place to kill someone. "Ha ha ha, Long Chen, you really came." A voice rang out from not far behind him. Long Chen smiled mockingly. He didn't even turn back, helplessly saying, "You feigned that senior apprentice brother Xuan wanted to see me here. I find you really are becoming more and more childish." "Childish? Ha ha ha, but haven't you come anyways?" Elder Sun laughed heartily, filled with an indescribable excitement. "The reason I came is because I wanted to see what you're planning. There's not that many people around that can make me laugh like you. Normally, I wouldn't refuse a chance to laugh like this." Long Chen seemed very interested in what Elder Sun was doing. "Laugh? Ha ha ha, keep dreaming." Killing intent overflowed from Elder Sun's eyes. "Did you think I'd just let you off after you cheated me of all my lifetime savings? Ha ha ha, unfortunately for you, I actually have to thank you. That cultivation technique you gave me really was the real thing. Now this old man will let you die a happy death by using that powerful cultivation technique to kill you." Boom! Elder Sun's aura surged, and the ground beneath his feet cracked apart. A huge cyclone appeared behind his back. Chapter 283 Diagrieved. Elder Sun's aura surged out, and a huge cyclone appeared behind him. That cyclone was only a couple dozen meters in diameter, and furthermore, it wasn't a perfect circle. Instead, it seemed to be squashed slightly. Most importantly, that cyclone was a cyclone, and completely different from Long Chen's divine ring. Long Chen's divine ring was translucent, its light similar to a rainbow. But this cyclone Elder Sun had condensed was vaguely solid, almost like kanji. Long Chen's jaw dropped. Looking at that divine ring behind Elder Sun, he was filled with disbelief. Seeing Long Chen's shock, Elder Sun laughed madly. "How is it? Are you shocked? This superior must-kill rebel divine technique you taught me is 100 times stronger in my hands." Elder Sun could sense that, after the divine ring behind him appeared, all the surrounding spiritual chi could be absorbed by him. That was something fundamentally impossible for him to do previously. With such a cultivation technique, his cultivation speed would skyrocket. Most importantly, he had been stuck at the peak of bone forging for many years now. But once he had formed this divine ring, he had clearly felt his bottleneck loosen a great deal. According to his estimation, it wouldn't be long before he could advance to meridian opening, becoming an expert on the same level as Tu Fang. Then, he could roam anywhere under the heavens. In fact, he was even having an urge to start up his own sect. With that kind of strength, he was qualified to start up a second-tier sect. Why would he need to be mistreated here? And so the first thing he thought of was Long Chen. Just thinking of Long Chen made him clench his teeth in anger. He knew that Long Chen's relationship with senior apprentice brother Xuan was pretty good. Currently, senior apprentice brother Xuan was in seclusion, and so he had just gotten a worker to secretly send Long Chen a letter for Long Chen to meet him here. And Long Chen had actually come to meet him. That delighted Elder Sun. As long as he could kill Long Chen now, he could keep this cultivation technique secret to himself. Long Chen looked at Elder Sun with a complicated expression. He sighed. "How did you end up doing this?" "Haha, of course I just followed that cultivation technique you gave me. Did you really think I was senile? I easily saw through your little trick," sneered Elder Sun. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? Hee, the technique you gave me really is not bad. You deliberately marked what direction I was supposed to circulate my chi. When I saw that, I was extremely curious why you would so meticulously mark that. Then I realized you were trying to trick me, and that the path you indicated had been reversed. HMPH, I've lived for almost 100 years. Did you think your insignificant trick would work on me? I tested that reverse circulation path, and as I expected, it worked perfectly. Brat, now you can die contentedly, said elder son sinisterly. Long Chen really was absolutely shocked. In reality, the technique he had given elder son had been completely real. The circulation path had also been completely correct. But this old fellow hadn't trusted him and had actually modified a part of it. It was no wonder his divine ring was so bizarre. Long Chen sighed. Looks like in your pettiness you ended up misjudging me. The cultivation technique I gave you was completely real. I didn't modify any of it. HMPH, do you think saying these things right before you die will change anything? Long Chen was too lazy to bother with him, but this elder son really was a prodigy. Even though he was circulating the technique in reverse, he was still able to form a divine ring. That really was out of his expectations. Elder Sun's aura was incredibly powerful now. It was at least several times stronger than before. With that kind of strength, he absolutely could kill Long Chen easily. And yet Long Chen's expression didn't contain the slightest panic. He was completely calm, with only a trace of pity. Did you know? As soon as I received your letter, I knew that it was you. Senior apprentice brother Juan has just been promoted to become an elder. If he really wanted to talk to me, he definitely wouldn't arrange for a meeting like this. He would have paid a personal visit, said Long Chen. Unfortunately, you've still come, said elder son disdainfully. That's right, I still came. That's because I'm very curious why someone who should have already died was still able to fake a letter. That's why I came. What do you mean? Elder son first stiffened before raging. What I mean is that you should have already died. The fact that you're alive is quite surprising to me, so I wanted to come take a look, explained Long Chen. Elder son didn't know why, but looking at Long Chen's calm expression, he felt a trace of terror. Stop wasting time, just die. Elder son roared and his aura exploded out. He sent a palm crashing at Long Chen. Bang! Blood spurted through the air. Elder son blankly stared at his own body. He was now lying on the ground. From the chest down, his body had completely disappeared. The ground around him was covered with blood and flesh. Long Chen slowly moved aside a large shield that he had just placed in front of him. Looking at the gore on the shield, he hesitated for a moment before just directly throwing the shield away. What is going on? Elder son only had 2 arms and a head now. An ordinary cultivator would definitely be dead already, but Elder Son was a bone-forging expert, and there was a great deal of energy contained within his arms. He would be able to hang on for a moment. However, he was definitely doomed to die now. The energy in his arms would only be enough to sustain him for a short moment. Really? Why bother? The technique I gave you was completely correct. If you had just cultivated in it properly, you would have got to die within your own home. But by circulating the chi in reverse and then calling me out here, were you planning on disgusting me one last time with your death? Long Chen, I admit defeat. I'm about to die, so can you at least let me understand my own death? Elder Son was completely ashen now. He felt as if he had died too wrongly. His last desire was to know why he had died. Long Chen hesitated for a moment. In reality, Long Chen truly detested this fellow. In fact, Elder Son had just been wanting to kill him. With his temperament, did Elder Son really think Long Chen gave a damn if he died without understanding? But looking at the current Elder Son, a grand 8-temper bone-forging expert, dying just like this, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. In truth, you just died because of your greed. In this world there are some things that will never be yours, and if someone forcibly try to take them, he'll end up like you are right now. Have you not heard that I'm a cultivator without a spirit root? In reality, I don't just not have a spirit root, I also don't have a dantian. My cultivation technique is something that only people without a dantian can cultivate in. People with a dantian who attempt to reach chi condensation with this technique will be like an ignited firecracker, and their dantian will automatically explode. If you had just followed the correct circulation, you would have had just the slightest chance to survive. But even if you could survive, your dantian definitely would not have. But you decided to be a smartass, training in it with a reverse circulation. That resulted in that incredibly weird cyclone ring of yours. You thought that weird cyclone was correct. I'd guess that as soon as you succeeded, you didn't even test your power before impatiently asking me to come here. That little circle of yours might have appeared formidable, but that's just an outer force. As soon as you attempted to use it, that had required your dantian. The instant your dantian attempted to draw its power, that outer power flooded your dantian and then, bang, you explode. Long Chen had really given him the correct circulation path of the 9-star Hegemon body art, but that circulation method was only for the use in qi condensation. It was something that was used for preparing to condense the Feng Fu star. Elder Sun naturally didn't know that there could be someone who could cultivate without a dantian, and so he had attempted to modify the technique. Long Chen really had to admire Elder Sun's stupid courage. To be able to form that weird ring by reversing the flow of qi was definitely not bad. Long Chen really had not expected that. Long Chen went and grabbed Elder Sun's spatial ring. He took out the 4 black zirconiums, placing them on the ground. "Look carefully at these 4 words," said Long Chen. "Must kill rebel superior. Are you an idiot?" Elder Sun finally realized the truth. He had really completely fallen for Long Chen's trap. Glaring at Long Chen, his eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness. "Long Chen, you little bastard, you're just a devil. Even when I'm dead, I'll definitely still haunt you in the middle of the night. Just you wait." Elder Sun finally ran out of energy, dying. But even after he died, his eyes were still ferociously glaring at Long Chen. Patting off the dust, Long Chen muttered to himself, "Damn it, why does everything always happen to me? Even in death he still wants to scare me. Too bad for you, but my guts are not that weak." Looking around, he found a hole and directly tossed Elder Sun's remaining body parts inside. Then he just randomly kicked a bit of dirt into the hole, burying him. "You're definitely just a piece of crap, but once a person dies, all their debts are over. Luckily for you, you at least gave me some good stuff before dying, so I won't bicker with you. I'll bury you here, and the business between us is settled. If you really refuse to accept that and become some evil spirit, come find me at any time. I'll definitely teach you a couple new techniques that will let you really rest in peace." Long Chen didn't waste any more time here and returned to the monastery. Within this secluded valley, occasionally bursts of autumn wind would blow by, almost sounding like a sobbing sound. 3 days later, the monastery sent out news that Elder Sun had disappeared, but there wasn't much shock towards his disappearance. That was because Tu Fang had announced that Elder Sun had already resigned from his elder position and left voluntarily. That caused everyone to feel that it was no wonder Elder Sun had been acting oddly the past few days. He had constantly been rushing around, and he had even sold off his possessions for low prices. It seemed that he had decided to change jobs. As for why he wanted to change jobs, nobody found it that odd. Ever since his display in that battle, his status had plummeted. His reward was cut in half, and his lucrative post as head of Xuanhuan Pavilion had also been taken away. It was obvious that there was no further path of advancement for him within the Xuanhuan monastery. The fact that he would leave was just normal. Although Tu Fang didn't know how Elder Sun had just disappeared, Tu Fang could guess that it was just his fate. Elder Sun must not have wanted to have a long life since he had dared to fight against a divergent. And so Tu Fang had suppressed this matter, not wanting it to affect the monastery's regular operations. Long Chen was also well aware of that. He suspected that Tu Fang had figured out some clues, but he also didn't care. It had already been a month since the battle, and everyone's cultivation bases had been soaring. However, he was still stuck in the same bottleneck. That was definitely unacceptable. He had to cultivate. After saying goodbye to Tang Wan'er, Long Chen went alone to a familiar mountain where black clouds always gathered around. Chapter 284, Something Big Has Happened. Long Chen arrived at a familiar, bare mountaintop. Looking up the sky covered in black thunderclouds, he sighed. His cultivation base was completely stuck in a bottleneck he could not advance past, and he also couldn't find the killing fruit. The best thing he could do is come up with some alternative methods to raise his strength. Last time when he had fought Yin Luo, he had essentially exhausted all his thunder force, and since he had been so busy buying medicinal ingredients during this time, he hadn't had the time to go recover that thunder force. Now that he finally had a break, he came to this place. Long Chen's thunder force was something merged within his blood. It would require a large deal of time and energy to replenish it through normal means. Only by properly feeding his thunder force runes would they produce more thunder force for him. Rather than wasting time and energy on that, Long Chen preferred to just directly gather more lightning. With Long Chen's character, if he could accomplish something lying down, then he definitely wouldn't bother sitting up. Completing tasks in the quickest, safest manner was the way of a king. Long Chen took out a kite 3 feet long. This kite was extremely special though. It was made entirely of iron. It was something Long Chen had asked Xuanhuan to make for him. The wings had 36 sets of springs. When the wind blew by those springs, it would cause them to constantly compress and decompress, allowing the kite to fly stably in the air. Once it was in the air, it wasn't like other kites. It wouldn't need someone to constantly change its direction. Xuanhuan estimated that as long as it was anchored to the ground and that there was wind in the sky, this kite could stay up forever. Furthermore, Long Chen's kite string was also very special and made of an especially tough steel wire. It was both slender and durable. Long Chen quickly got the kite in the air, bringing it to a height of 3,000 meters. That was where the thunderclouds were densest. Occasionally, lightning would strike the kite, and a powerful thunder force would pass on down the kite string. But this thunder force didn't cause any injuries to Long Chen. In fact, this level of thunder force was actually relaxing for him. The thunder force runes in his blood were like hungry wolves that had been awakened, crazily devouring this new energy. As for the kite, even in the midst of all that lightning, it was only trembling slightly. There was no sign of it being damaged whatsoever. Seems that Xuanhuan's devices are trustworthy. This brother of his was surprisingly reliable in this aspect. He found a boulder and tied the string onto it. He then took out a jar and poured in Jade butterfly queen bee honey. He lay back on the boulder, a straw connecting his mouth to the jar. With the sweetness in the mouth and the gentle massage on his back from the thunder force, Long Chen felt like he might float to the heavens. This must be how gods and immortals cultivate. Long Chen was deeply moved. The thunder force in the sky was constantly being conducted down onto his body, allowing the thunder force in his body to quickly replenish. And after experiencing this exhaustion and replenishment, his thunder force runes had grown slightly in size. Perhaps such a lazy cultivation method was something only Long Chen could think of. Other than his thunder force, Long Chen didn't have any other way to increase his strength. He was prepared to cultivate here until the Geolai's secret realm opened. Although he hadn't obtained a chosen disciple position, he naturally had gotten a core disciple position. There was no way he lacked the qualifications to enter. Long Chen naturally didn't like having to spend all day watching others bitterly cultivate and their strength constantly rising. He decided to just stay here the entire time. And so a month passed, just like that. Long Chen's blood was crazily roaring as the thunder force runes in his body continuously surged. During this month, Long Chen had spent day and night being tempered by that thunder force. The runes in his blood had also grown slightly over this time. Naturally, Long Chen felt a corresponding increase in the strength of his thunder force as well. Back when Long Chen had fought with Yin Luo, he had released a thunder force attack, but he hadn't managed to control it properly and it had ended up dispersing. And yet its power had still been terrifying. If Yin Luo hadn't taken out a precious treasure at that time, he most definitely would have died. Now Long Chen's thunder force was even stronger than back then. These thunder force runes were like little housepits he had raised. As long as Long Chen wished it, he would be able to unleash their power. Furthermore, as those runes grew stronger, his control also increased. In the future, his attacks probably wouldn't go out of his control and disperse like last time. With a final explosive sound from the sky, the black clouds disappeared, leaving behind only sunlight and regular white clouds. After a month, all the thunder force has been used up. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. He had really overfished the thunder force here. Last time he had absorbed away over half the thunder force here, but now he had spent a whole month absorbing day and night. All of it was gone now. Long Chen estimated that it would require several months, and perhaps even a whole year, for the thunder force here to finally recover to its original level. Patting off some dust, he cupped his fists toward those powerless clouds in thanks. When Long Chen returned to the monastery, he went straight for the Xuanhuan pavilion. He was planning on choosing a couple of battle skills. Normally, Long Chen mostly relied on his Feng Fu battle armor as well as Split the Heavens, but those two were just too exhausting, especially Split the Heavens. No matter how much energy he had, Split the Heavens would always use up everything he had. Back when he had fought Yin Luo and had Chu Yao's Wood Spirit Union, his energy had been 10 times what it was normally. After fighting Yin Luo for a while, when Yin Luo had finally used his last attack, Long Chen estimated that the energy remaining in the 3 leaves on his back had still been 4 or 5 times what he normally possessed. But all that energy had all been used up by Split the Heavens. It was clear just how exhausting it was to use. But at the same time, Split the Heavens had never disappointed him. In Yin Luo's final attack, Mo Nian's arrow had only managed to block 30% of it. The remaining 70% had been dealt with by Split the Heavens. Before he managed to condense the Alioth star, Split the Heavens was definitely his strongest trump card. Furthermore, it was like Split the Heavens was a bottomless hole. Long Chen was unable to sense just what class of battle skill it was. To have been able to use a trash garbage pill for this battle skill, Long Chen had really gotten an enormous advantage. Sometimes he would even admire his own business skills. But whether it was his Feng Fu battle armor or Split the Heavens, they were all decisive moves unsuited for prolonged battle. So this time, he was looking for some battle skills that used up less energy. It would be best if their consumption was equal with his Divine Ring's energy replenishment. This was actually only the second time he was going to the Xuanhuan Pavilion again, the first time being with Tang Wan'er to buy some medicinal ingredients and that expensive spiritual space opening art. In fact, he had spent so much on it that when he had realized how simple it was, he had almost coughed up blood. Later, he had never come. One reason was that he was busy, but the other was that he didn't want to come here just to see all the things he couldn't afford to buy. Even later, when he had needed medicinal ingredients to refine pills, he had always gotten Tang Wan'er to go buy them. He would rather not be vexed by the sight of these things he couldn't afford. The battle skill floor of the Xuanhuan Pavilion had around 30 senior apprentice brothers guarding it. Seeing Long Chen enter, they hastily greeted him. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Long Chen was startled, saying, "Senior apprentice brothers, have you made a mistake? You're the senior disciples." Senior apprentice brother Long Chen must not be aware of it, but all disciples in the Xuanhuan monastery call you senior apprentice brother now. Senior apprentice brother is a term of respect. Those who are stronger have to at least be called senior apprentice brother. It has nothing to do with who joined the sect earlier. The strong are the senior disciples. During that battle, senior apprentice brother Long really was too awe-inspiring. That was probably the first time in many years that we all felt our blood surging like that. Those law enforcers were all filled with excitement just from thinking about that battle. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, Elder Tu Fang has already said that all the treasures of the Xuanhuan Pavilion will be open to you for free. You can take whatever you want. One of the law enforcers was more astute and realized Long Chen must be busy and had come here for something. Haha, then I'll have to thank you all. I'll just browse through them. Within Ling Yunzai Immortal Cave, Ling Yunzai had already said that all the monastery's resources would be open to him. Originally, Long Chen had been thinking of just getting medicinal ingredients, but then he had suddenly realized he was being stupid. Of course, he had to first take advantage of how many resources Elder Sun had had. And so the matter of medicinal ingredients had been resolved easily and quickly, also allowing him to pay back a grudge. He strolled around the Xuanhuan Pavilion for half a day, finding two suitable techniques, Violent Gale Saber and Thunderization Art. The two of them were both high Earth class techniques. They cost nearly 2 million points. Long Chen liked using sabers, but he had never trained in any saber arts. When he fought with others, he would always fight head-on, essentially just hacking at them. He had never learned any skillful techniques. So this Violet Gale Saber would definitely be of great assistance to him. As for the Thunderization Art, it was the only lightning attribute cultivation technique in the monastery. That was because people who could control Thunder Force were incredibly rare in this world. They were so few that it was pitiful. When he had found this Thunderization Art, Long Chen had been incomparably excited. When he tried to use Thunder Force, he was only able to control it very simply, and was unable to truly use it properly. But just at the start of this Thunderization Art, he saw many introductions towards methods to use Thunder Force, and it was extremely detailed. It was just what he was lacking. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. The monastery really was amazing with a powerful foundation. Carrying those two secret tomes, Long Chen contentedly walked away from the Xuanhuan Pavilion. Long Chen didn't train in these two techniques within the monastery, but decided to once more leave for a period. This time he was gone for even longer. He only returned 2 months later. When Long Chen once more returned to the monastery, his blood and qi were soaring. In the last 2 months, he had killed an uncountable number of powerful magical beasts. But when Long Chen returned to the Heaven-Earth faction, he found that it was completely silent. He was completely bewildered. Where was everyone? Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you came back. Quick, follow me. Something big has happened in the monastery. Chapter 285, Overbearing Arrogant Bully. Within the Xuanhuan Pavilion was an enormous martial training field, 30 miles wide. Within that training field was a large martial arena. That martial arena was a square 3,000 meters wide. It was exceptionally hard and was usually used for disciples to swap pointers. By the time Chen was dragged here by one of the Heaven-Earth faction's disciples, all the Xuanhuan monastery's disciples and elders had already gathered here. Everyone from the Xuanhuan monastery was gathered on the east side of the martial arena. On the western side were over 100 unfamiliar faces. The person at the front was a woman in her 30s. She had willowy eyebrows and had an attractive light in her eyes. She could just barely count as not bad. But her cheekbones were raised, her lips were very thin, and her chin was pointed. She gave off an extremely sharp and unkind feeling. Such a person was hard to like. But although she might not be that pretty, just by standing there, she caused the space around her to fluctuate. A strange energy came from her. It was as if she was merged with heaven and earth. Xuanhuan realm. Chen was shocked. Other than Ling Yunzai, this was the first time Chen had seen another Xuanhuan expert. However, Ling Yunzai's aura was calm and cool, while this woman's aura was constantly spreading from her. Even her own people had to distance themselves from her. Obviously, they couldn't handle that pressure. Chen estimated that this woman had only just broken through to Xuanhuan and was unable to control her own power like Ling Yunzai, causing her aura to leak. There were over 100 young disciples behind her. They all looked at the monastery's disciples with sneers, their eyes filled with disdain. Chen was surprised that amongst those disciples were over 30 core disciples with powerful auras. But that wasn't all. The most surprising thing was that amongst the core disciples were 4 different auras. Those 4 were like cranes standing amongst a flock of chicken. Their auras were clearly different. That aura was a bit strange, but Chen had already sensed that aura from experts from the corrupt path. That was the same as Tang Wan'er's aura. Favored? They had actually brought out 4 favored. Just who were these people? The Xuanhuan monastery's disciples were all focused on these people, so they hadn't noticed Chen's arrival. Chen indicated to that disciple who had brought him to be silent. The 2 of them stealthily entered the crowd to watch. Senior Luo, why has your 36th monastery come to visit us here at the training field? Tu Fang was looking at that woman. When these people had arrived at the monastery, they had forcibly charged through the gates, causing an alarm to ring throughout the entire monastery. The monastery had thought the corrupt path was invading again, so everyone had come out to investigate. As for this group of people, they hadn't said a single word. After just pausing slightly, they came directly to this training field. Some disciples had tried to stop them on the way, but they had all been attacked and injured. Although these people didn't use any heavy attacks and didn't take any lives, these injuries still infuriated these disciples. They had all taken out their weapons, prepared to have an all-out war. But they had been stopped by the elders. That was because the elders had noticed a certain mark on their clothes. That mark was the same as the monastery's disciples' robes, except that mark had a small 36 on it. As for their disciples, they all saw that their own mark had a 108 on theirs. At the start when they joined the monastery, there had been many disciples who had been curious as to what that 108 had meant. Some of them had asked their senior disciples, but those senior disciples had refused to say. Now Tu Fang finally arrived, standing at the front of all the elders. From his words, everyone realized that Tu Fang was acquainted with that woman. But they didn't understand why this woman would be so rude and unreasonable if they really were acquaintances. Why would she barge in forcibly like this? This Xuanhuan woman was called Luo Bing. She was the chief elder of the 36th monastery. She had originally been on the same level as Tu Fang, but she had just recently advanced to the Xuanhuan realm. For cultivators, age meant nothing. Strength was respected, and so Tu Fang had no choice but to call her senior. As the enforcement elder, Tu Fang had often been required to make trips to the super monastery, and so he had often run into the experts from the other monasteries. As for this Luo Bing, considering how sharp her face is, it was impossible for him to forget who she was. 3 years ago, she had been at the peak of Meridian Opening. Tu Fang had no idea when she had broken through to Xuanhuan. Tu Fang couldn't help cursing the heavens for being blind. This Luo Bing was famed within the super monastery for being unkind and unreasonable. Her big brother was the sect leader of the 36th monastery, and so she frequently spoke down to others. But of course, this woman wasn't especially stupid, and so she would only speak down to those from monasteries ranked near the bottom. Once she had been stupid and sneered at someone from the top 10 monasteries. As a result, that person was not so well disposed and immediately gave her a slap in the face. Then when Luo Bing had gone crying to her brother had given her another 2 slaps on the face, tied her up, and sent her to the person she had offended as an apology. Only then was that matter settled. That was something that had happened over 10 years ago. Practically everyone in the super monastery knew of it. In fact, it was often something people chatted about when they were bored. But then, less than half a year later, Luo Bing had once more gone out arrogantly, but this time she seemed to have become smarter, not provoking people whose strengths she didn't know. As a member of the lowest-ranked 108th monastery, Tu Fang often received her ridicule whenever he went to the super monastery. But in accordance to the ideology that a man should not fight with a woman over something so ridiculous, Tu Fang had never bothered with her. But that didn't represent Tu Fang didn't hold a grudge against her. The most irritating thing about this annoying woman was that hateful mouth of hers. No one would be able to bear it. There were several times when Tu Fang had almost snapped and gone all out against her, but in the end, his reason had always won out, and he didn't act impulsively. Afterward, whenever Tu Fang went to the super monastery, he would always try to be more low-key and avoid running into this busybody. However, last time, because of Long Chen's matter, he had once more run into her. This idiot woman had then ridiculed the 108th monastery in front of countless experts, saying that he had fabricated someone in a vain attempt to cheat the super monastery of a chosen's resources. That was also one of the reasons Tu Fang had been so incredibly furious once he had returned. However, he hadn't told Long Chen about that matter, as that was really too shameful to talk about. Now that this woman had barged right through their door, Tu Fang was grinding his teeth angrily. But he couldn't be too rude in front of his disciples, so he could only act coolly. Luo Bing didn't even look at Tu Fang, disdainfully saying, "You don't have the qualification to talk to me. Scram and call out Ling Yunzai." Luo Bing's words caused Tu Fang's expression to sink. It really was a case of giving face but not receiving face. The sect leader is in seclusion. Right now everything in this monastery is handled by me. Whatever you came here for, you can tell me. That's fine too. Luo Bing disdainfully glanced at Tu Fang. Then her gaze roved over Tang Wan'er and the other core disciples. But when her gaze fell on Tang Wan'er, she was given a surprise. But that surprise quickly returned to ridicule. She sneered, "Really a group of bumpkins, wretched and repulsive. I really wonder what the super monastery is doing, giving you 16 core disciple positions. You're just a pack of wasteful pigs." Luo Bing, pay attention to your tone. This is the 108th monastery, not your 36th monastery. Tu Fang sternly warned her. This woman really was too hateful. Even though they hadn't done anything to her, she had barged in here with her malicious mouth. No one would be able to bear this kind of bullying. Tu Fang's expression was extremely ugly, and the other elders weren't much better off. But in the face of a Xiantian expert, someone on the same level as their sect leader, they could only endure. However, the elders might be able to bear it, but the disciples weren't. No one would be able to accept such naked insults, especially not when that person cursed them all as pigs. But obviously, the monastery's disciples were much better behaved, and they knew not to interrupt while the elders were speaking. But the hatred in their eyes was not concealed in the slightest bit. If angry glares could kill a person, Luo Bing would have already turned to ashes. But unfortunately, anger was unable to hurt people. As for Luo Bing, she wasn't at all uncomfortable with those gazes. In fact, when she saw that anger, she even became a bit more excited. "By calling you all pigs, I'm actually praising you. You don't even have 1,000 disciples left. It'd be better for you to just disband. Each year the super monastery wastes so many resources of a group of pigs like you. Why do they bother? Pigs are just pigs. No matter how big you raise them, they're only raised to be slaughtered. If the monastery took the resources they wasted on you all and instead gave them to the monasteries ranked towards the front, that would be enough to raise a couple more chosen. Frankly, all of you are just a waste of resources, a group of pigs just waiting to die. What was the point of giving you so many core disciple positions? Once you're in the GLI secret realm with your skills, just how many of you will survive? You're actually fighting over being sent to your death. Really a bunch of pigs." Luo Bing's gaze roved over those disciples, especially on those core disciples, her expression filled with disdain and contempt. Her words were like a whip that viciously thrashed on their faces. Those core disciples were grinding their teeth and clenching their fists in anger. Long Chen's mouth twitched from the back of the crowd. He sighed. Other than himself, was there no one bold enough to curse back at her? If none of you are going to stand up, then neither will I. Let me see just how long you can endure such humiliation. No one knew that Ling Yunzai, who had been announced to be in seclusion, was actually standing at the front of his immortal cave, watching from a distance. He smiled. Would there be another good show to watch? That's enough. Luo Bing, shut your repulsive mouth. We do not welcome you here, so hurry up and leave, raged Tu Fang. Without Ling Yunzai present, you do not have the qualifications to make me leave, sneered Luo Bing. If you want us to leave, you'll have to first promise me a single thing. Chapter 286, Poisonous Mouth. If you want us to leave, you have to promise me something. What? Demanded Tu Fang. Although Tu Fang had a stomach of anger, he was extremely curious just why she had came to such a remote place like this. It's very simple. I just want your disciples to exchange pointers with my disciples. Aren't you going too far? Your monastery is ranked 36th, while we're ranked last. You're clearly bullying. I knew that your mouth was dislikable, but I never knew your skin was so thick too. Why don't you go exchange pointers with the first monastery? Demanded Tu Fang. The power difference in background between the two of them wasn't even comparable. So what if I don't go to the first monastery? So what if I prefer to bully a group of wasteful pigs? What are you going to do about it? Your group of trash made us lose 3 core disciple positions for the GLI secret realm. Do you really think we'd let that pass so easily? Luo Bing's face was extremely malevolent now. She had no idea how, but somehow the 108th monastery had managed to gather so many talents this time. Originally, the monastery had only had 4 core disciples who had awakened their ancestral marks. But after that huge battle, they had all awakened their ancestral marks. According to the rules, any core disciples who had awakened their ancestral marks would automatically get a spot to enter the GLI secret realm. In total, the monastery had had 17 core disciples. Qi Xin had essentially been killed by Long Chen, and Lei Qiansheng had died in the battle. That left them with 15 core disciples. In addition, there was 1 free spot given to the last place monastery as a gift from the Super Monastery. The monastery could decide who to give that position to. Even the Super Monastery had been emotionally moved by the 108th monastery. It had to be known that the 108th monastery was always extremely pitiful. They only managed to pass their days with only the free resources given to them by the monastery, never accomplishing anything big. In all of history, the 108th monastery had only ever had 1 or 2 core disciples who had managed to enter the GLI secret realm. There had never been a third. Now that so many powerful experts had come from the 108th monastery, the Super Monastery would naturally send down their support. But there were not unlimited spots to enter the GLI secret realm. That was because each entrance to the GLI secret realm could only support so many people. After a certain number of people had entered, it would automatically close. Having so many experts suddenly appear, the Super Monastery had considered it and felt that this was too rare for the 108th monastery, and they hadn't cut down on one of their spots. Instead, they had decided to pick a couple monasteries who ranked near the top middle would all just lose out slightly. Those monasteries had had to hand over one of their spots to the 108th monastery. In theory it sounded good, but where there were people there would be conflicts. Several monasteries had ended up losing out, each one of them having to give one of their spots for the 108th monastery. Of course, this range was limited. The top 10 monasteries couldn't be chosen because of how many people they possessed and their powerful background supporters. They naturally couldn't choose those top 10 monasteries. As for those ranked below 50th, there was no need to even think about them. Those people already possessed pitifully few spots to enter. If they deducted their last few spots, that would really be excessive. And so they had only chosen the monasteries ranking from 10th to 50th. They had chosen the relatively more suitable monasteries to pay the price for the 108th monastery. The loss of 1 spot meant that one of their core disciples who had also awakened their ancestral mark would not be able to enter the GLI secret realm. And the 36th monastery had really been unlucky because the person in charge of this matter was someone who had been sneered at by Luo Bing multiple times before. Now that person finally got their revenge on her. The other unlucky monasteries had only lost a single spot, but the 36th monastery had lost 5 spots. When he had heard this news, the 36th monastery's sect leader almost died from anger. He had immediately went to find that person in charge of this. But as soon as he had seen the person in charge, he had realized everything. That person had righteously told him that his 36th monastery had been enjoying slightly too many spots for the GLI secret realm for over 2,000 years, and so these 5 spots were to balance out all those years. No matter how the 36th monastery's sect leader complained, that person had just replied with that righteous and fair argument, refusing all counter-arguments and bribes. In the end, that manager had left him with a single line: even if you have to squeeze yourself to death, you still have to hand over 5 spots. The 36th monastery's sect leader had immediately flown into a rage the minute he returned to his monastery. He furiously cursed Luo Bing over and over, and Luo Bing didn't dare retort. This matter was because of someone intentionally making their life hard, so they naturally couldn't let this go just like that. The sect leader had immediately gone to the first monastery to beg for a favor, seeing if they could help them haggle. The 36th monastery had a slight relationship with the first monastery, but that relationship wasn't very close. After all, the first monastery was miles ahead of the 36th monastery. If a monastery didn't even rank in the top 10, then the first monastery didn't even deign to look at them. But the 36th monastery's sect leader had still hoped to use their slight relationship to fight against this. The first monastery's sect leader was disinclined to even meet him once he arrived. He had instead sent a random elder to deal with him. Luo Bing's brother had immediately felt let down, and as he had expected, that elder had merely listened to him for a moment before leaving, saying he would ask around for him. Just as the 36th monastery's sect leader had been about to leave dejectedly, that elder had suddenly called out to him, saying the sect leader cared deeply about this matter and would help him handle it. And as it turned out, the first monastery really lived up to its name. With its power, even that manager had to give them face. 2 days later, the 36th monastery received news that they only had to hand over 3 spots. 2 more spots for them was a huge favor. The 36th monastery's sect leader had been completely delighted, praising himself for having made the right decision and going to beg the first monastery. But just 3 days after that, an elder from the first monastery had paid them a visit. During that visit, he had coincidentally brought up the 108th monastery. According to what he said, the 108th monastery had recently acted in a manner that extremely displeased his sect leader. Now Luo Bing and her brother understood why the first monastery would help them. Their real target had been the 108th monastery. Luo Bing had immediately said that she would go embarrass the 108th monastery, and that elder had simply smiled, not saying any more. Although acting in this manner wasn't too appropriate, they definitely had to repay the first monastery. Furthermore, if they managed to handle this matter properly, that would strengthen their relationship with the first monastery. It was definitely extremely worth it for them. And the 36th monastery's sect leader had immediately agreed to Luo Bing's movements, but he secretly told her not to let the matter blow out of proportions. Luo Bing's speciality was finding trouble for others, and as expected of her, she had barged into the 108th monastery with her disciples. "You're clearly just causing trouble for nothing. This is just you bullying us." Tu Fang was completely infuriated. He had seen bullies, but he had never seen such an overbearing bully. HMPH, the cultivation world is a survival of the fittest. There's no need to waste resources on the weak. Are we supposed to rely on you trash to fight against the corrupt path? How laughable. After just one battle, you don't even have 1,000 disciples left. As I thought, you really are just pigs waiting to be slaughtered, sneered Luo Bing. In comparison to the 108th monastery, the 36th monastery would always get over 30,000 new disciples each time for their disciple selection. That was because they covered a larger area and also possessed the resources to raise them. However, Ling Yunzai was unable to do the same. This monastery had been ranked last for thousands of years now. The lower ranking they were, the less resources they got. Under that vicious cycle, they were never able to stand out. Back then, Ling Yunzai had been filled with drive to reverse the situation, but a person's ability was limited. He had been unable to change this reality. It was said the first monastery was even more terrifying, and that they always selected over 1 million new disciples each time. Furthermore, those million disciples were the best of the best. The first monastery and the 108th monastery were worlds apart, and so Luo Bing had immediately known to take the first monastery's side, barging into the 108th monastery and disdainfully looking down on them all. It was like she was an emperor looking down on a group of beggars. She naturally gave off a kind of high and aloof feeling. As for those disciples behind her, they were also looking down on them, their eyes filled with contempt. I also won't make it hard on you. We can have disciples who are on the same level fight. We'll have 10 matches. But don't worry, my disciples are all much stronger and have good control, so we definitely won't take any lives. But if you end up injured or crippled, you can't blame us for that. If you're afraid, then just admit that all of you are just pigs and will immediately leave. How is it? Are you fighting or not? You can decide for yourself. Luo Bing crossed her arms overbearingly. Elder Tu Fang, let's fight. They're too much. Yeah, let's fight. We're not scared. Even in front of those savage, corrupt disciples, we didn't retreat a single step. How could we be afraid of them? The monastery's disciples were almost exploding from anger. Luo Bing called them pigs each time she opened her mouth. That kind of humiliation was unacceptable. Although the 36th monastery's disciples hadn't said anything, that contemptuous posture of theirs was incredibly irritating. HMPH, how surprising that a group of pigs have such courage. Well, Tu Fang, are you fighting or not? Luo Bing icily snorted. Elder Tu Fang, let's fight. If Long Chen was present, blood would already be splashing. If we don't agree, then when Long Chen returns, we won't even have the face to see him, said Tang Wan'er. Although she was doing her best to control her anger, she was never able to reach Long Chen's level of nonchalance. Her voice trembled, revealing how furious she was. Long Chen, that idiot faking he's a chosen so he can get more resources from the super monastery, mocked a core disciple from the 36th monastery. Shut the fuck up. As soon as he said that, all the 108th monastery's disciples exploded, all taking out their weapons. They charged across the martial arena to that person. Perhaps they could control their anger when people merely insulted them, but if they were to insult Long Chen, they would explode. Long Chen was a god to them. If anyone dared smear Long Chen, they definitely wouldn't rest until death. Everyone from the 36th monastery, including Luo Bing, was given a fright. Their assumption had been that everyone from the 108th monastery were all cowards. But seeing the killing intent soaring off these disciples, they seemed more like fiends from hell. They had to be at least 10 times more savage than corrupt disciples. Return! Suddenly a shout rang out, and all those charging disciples stiffened, stopping. Chapter 287, Anger to Death. At this time, even if the sect leader himself had come, it might not have been able to stop everyone's charge. But this voice was able to do that. That was because this voice came from Long Chen, a godlike figure in their hearts. Everyone celebrated when they heard Long Chen's voice, and forgetting their anger, they withdrew. Long Chen slowly walked out and respectfully went to Tu Fang. Elder Tu Fang, can you leave this place to me? Tu Fang also sighed a breath of relief when he saw Long Chen. It was like with Long Chen present, no matter how difficult a problem was, everything could be easily resolved. Okay, then you can handle this. And Long Chen, you don't need to be worried about anything, because even the sect leader backs you. Tu Fang's meaning was obvious. Long Chen didn't need to be afraid of Luo Bing. If she dared personally attack, the sect leader would definitely come out to stop her. You are Long Chen. Luo Bing was somewhat flabbergasted. Long Chen didn't pay attention to Luo Bing. He beckoned to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan had been with Long Chen for so long that he could immediately tell what Long Chen was planning just from his expression. He hastily came over and took out a luxurious chair from his spatial ring. Long Chen immediately sat down. He had only just sat down when Xuanhuan opened up a large parasol, sticking its end into a hole on the back of the chair. Long Chen comfortably lay back in the shade. Xuanhuan quickly produced a cup filled with something. As soon as that cup appeared, a sweet scent floated out that everyone could smell. Jade Butterfly Queen Bee Crystal. Even Luo Bing was moved. A small blood condensation rookie actually possessed Jade Butterfly Queen Bee Crystal. Furthermore, from his posture, it seemed he drank it like it was just tea. He gracefully sipped it, relishing in the taste. He had only just swallowed when Xuanhuan produced a white napkin that Long Chen used to wipe his mouth. Whether it was disciples or elders, everyone present was stunned. As Tang Wan'er watched Long Chen and Xuanhuan's act, she couldn't help smiling bitterly. Once again, this scoundrel was up to mischief. Xuanhuan put on a respectful look, but inside, he was laughing intensely. Back then, when he had first become acquainted with Long Chen, he had known that Long Chen could definitely become an absolutely peak braggart. Because he thought Long Chen could become an amazing braggart, Xuanhuan had taught Long Chen an extremely flashy entrance method. In fact, he had come up with a whole process. But Long Chen had always refused to do it. If someone really showed off like this, they would definitely be beaten up by others. So no matter how Xuanhuan had persuaded him, Long Chen had refused. That had depressed Xuanhuan greatly. But even in his depression, he knew that there would be one day when his boss finally understood how important being a show-off was. He had always kept the props with him. When Long Chen had beckoned with his hand, Xuanhuan's eyes had immediately lit up. That was precisely the starting gesture of the pretentious sequence Xuanhuan had taught him. As this pretentious act played out, Xuanhuan went all out playing his part, looking extremely natural and pleased. The entire crowd was completely silent. The 36th monastery's people were all just stunned. What were they doing? Who were these two? What was with this extravagant display? After Long Chen wiped off his mouth, he unhurriedly passed the napkin back to Xuanhuan and indifferently said, "Who are these people? They must be stupid. If they know I'm Long Chen, why would they still ask? They probably have some illness. Do you know what kind of illness? From what I've seen, it's probably a mental illness. Aren't people mentally ill supposed to be kept under lock and key? Otherwise, wouldn't they just randomly run amok, biting others? My guess is that their master didn't look after them. They took advantage of their master not paying attention to run out. They really must be peak grade. No, from what I see, they seem more like trash grade." Suddenly, a roar interrupted the two of them. "You two juniors, are you looking to die?" Luo Bing had finally reacted. These two were actually cursing her. The 36th monastery's disciples were still stunned. They all knew Luo Bing was incredibly unreasonable and definitely wouldn't forgive the two of them. Even sect leaders of all the monasteries ranked below 50 would feel a headache when they saw her and would generally avoid her. As for ordinary elders, running into her was incredibly unfortunate for them. But now she was being ridiculed like this by some random disciples. Tang Wan'er was covering up her laughter. In her opinion, this scoundrel Long Chen's greatest ability was infuriating others. He was practically able to anger living people to death and anger dead people back to life. As for people half dead, he would probably anger them so much that they alternated between life and death. As for the other disciples behind Long Chen, they all looked at him worshipfully. This was their idol. Who cared if you were ranked 36th? Who cared if you were in the Xiantian realm? Even so, Long Chen wouldn't give a damn about you. Long Chen smiled slightly. Acting pretentious like this wasn't bad. At the very least, it had completely infuriated this high and aloof Luo Bing. It really was satisfying. "Just now you said our 108th monastery's disciples are all pigs. Then let me ask you, what are you guys?" Long Chen asked Luo Bing. "HMPH, a small blood condensation brat doesn't have the qualification to ask me a question," sneered Luo Bing. "Oh, so it was like that. Then you should scram. What are you still doing here?" Luo Bing obviously didn't want to talk with Long Chen. She was a Xiantian expert, someone on the same level as a sect leader. Speaking to Tu Fang made her feel like she was losing status. Talking to Long Chen would be even worse. And most hateful of all, Long Chen was sitting down while she was standing. But if she then sat down, then that would essentially be accepting that Long Chen had the qualification to sit on an even level with her. So she couldn't sit and she also couldn't stand without losing status. That infuriated her. She asked Tu Fang, "Does your 108th monastery really not have anybody left? You sent a little brat to talk to me." Tu Fang icily smiled. "Long Chen is the representative of our monastery's disciples. He was also the commander in the last corrupt and righteous battle. He led the righteous disciples to defeat corrupt disciples who outnumbered them by several times, leading us to an unprecedented victory. Then by using his powerful combat ability, he managed to kill a favored, an 8-temper bone-forging corrupt elder, and—" "Forget about it. You can leave your bragging lies in your mouth. I'm not interested." Luo Bing glared at Tu Fang. "If you don't want to listen, then scram. Long Chen is the representative of our monastery." Tu Fang smiled coldly. As soon as Long Chen appeared, he used a practically perfect pretentious display to immediately exterminate Luo Bing's overbearing attitude. That was really just too refreshing for Tu Fang. In all his life, he had never been as irritated as today. Now Tu Fang didn't have any more misgivings. Luo Bing was even more infuriated. She, a Grand Xiantian expert, was repeatedly told by those inferior to her to scram. Ling Yunzai, is this how your 108th monastery treats guests? Luo Bing's angry roar rang out, shaking the heavens. It could clearly be heard for thousands of miles. This was her attempt to force Ling Yunzai to come out. She needed someone on the same level as her to talk to. How are you guests? Long Chen can represent our entire monastery. His words are the same as my words. If you don't like it, scram. Ling Yunzai's voice rang out in all their ears. That raised the spirits of the monastery's disciples. The sect leader's support was a great encouragement. You! Luo Bing was completely infuriated. It had always been her bullying others. This was the first time she had been so vexed. But thinking about her mission, she clenched her teeth and spit out, "Fine, Long Chen, I'll talk with you. You shameless old b_tch. You're so old, you're so ugly, and you still want to court our boss. What delusional thinking." Long Chen hadn't even had a chance to reply before Xuanhuan stood up with righteous indignation, cursing at Luo Bing. Long Chen spat out a mouthful of queen bee crystal. Being caught off guard, it dripped out of his nose and he teared up. "Xuanhuan," raged Long Chen. "Boss, don't worry, I'll protect you. I definitely won't let this b_tch defile your purity." Xuanhuan righteously patted his chest. Killing intent surfaced from Luo Bing. She detested when people called her b_tch, whether it was in the open or in secret. All those who called her that had to die. If previously she was filled with fury, then now she was filled with killing intent. It appeared she might snap and start killing people at any moment. That gave Long Chen a fright. "Speak, why did you come here?" Long Chen hastily pulled the conversation back on topic. Luo Bing had to take a couple of deep breaths. If she hadn't had her own mission in coming here, she really would have snapped and killed these two brats. She knew that this was a rare chance for the 36th monastery to cozy up to the first monastery. She had to take this seriously. It was only with a great deal of effort that she finally suppressed her killing intent. But inside, she swore that as soon as there was a chance, she would definitely smash these two into mincemeat. Luo Bing began. "This time we came to have a friendly exchange of pointers, to mutually raise each other to." "Don't give me your crap and get to the point." Long Chen waved his hand impatiently. Luo Bing clenched her fists so tightly they creaked. She was on the edge of exploding. Within the 36th monastery, other than the sect leader, she possessed the highest authority. Anyone would have to treat her respectfully. If she didn't make life hard on someone, they would have to go back and light incense in thanks. But here, it was the opposite. She had no choice but to tolerate Long Chen's words, although his words were constant provocations against her. She used her greatest restraint to keep herself calm, but her voice still trembled slightly. "We'll each send out 10 people, and each battle will be between people at the same level. Whoever wins 6 matches will win overall." Long Chen icily looked at Luo Bing, his expression extremely strange. His gaze contained a bit of ridicule, a bit of contempt, and a bit of pity. He sighed, "You must have some kind of mental illness, right?" Chapter 288-3, Connecting Flower Tendon. Long Chen's one sentence immediately ignited Luo Bing's suppressed anger. Her hand trembled as she pointed at Long Chen. "You." Seeing a Xiantian expert be angered to the point that her body was involuntarily quivering, Tu Fang's mood greatly improved. If those people Luo Bing had offended could see this scene, they would definitely bestow a Medal of Honor to Long Chen. Although Luo Bing wasn't the most evil person in the super monastery, she was definitely the most hated. There was basically no one who wasn't fed up with her, and many people wished to kill her as soon as they saw her. That was because her mouth was just too vicious. Those elders within the super monastery who ranked near the back essentially all hated her. "You, what you? I said you have an illness and all you can say is you. You think we'll fight just because you want us to? Do you think we're just performing monkeys? If you don't put in a little incentive, who would just play around with you? Do you think we're as bored as you all?" Long Chen said disdainfully. Luo Bing was actually relieved when she heard this. Long Chen wasn't necessarily declining. He wanted to gamble. That was good too. She was completely confident in her disciples. Their disciples were elites amongst elites. They had definitely spent over 10 times the amount of resources on their disciples compared to what Long Chen and the others got. Here, the disciples had to be sparing and save up their spirit stones. But in the 36th monastery, all disciples could activate their spirit stone formations all day and night without care. As for medicinal pills and weapons, any outstanding disciple could obtain them just by stretching out their hand. And so the majority of the 36th monastery's disciples had already reached the mid-stage, and their auras were extremely sturdy. Just their auras were a whole level ahead of Long Chen in them, and so Luo Bing didn't place them in her eyes. And now that she heard Long Chen actually wanted to bet, she smiled mockingly. What can a remote and desolate place like this possibly have to gamble? If it's just a bunch of rotting clothes, then just forget about it. We wouldn't be able to find any trash like that in our monastery. The disciples behind her also began to laugh. A bunch of poor ghosts. I guess you've been driven crazy by how poor you are. You want to bet. Just a month of our resources is greater than a year of your resources. What can you possibly take out to bet? What are you talking about? Elder Luo has already said that they're a bunch of wasteful pigs. They can just take out some pork to bet. Hearing that ridicule, Gu Yang and the others were completely infuriated. Luo Bing's ridicule was one thing. After all, she was a Xiantian expert, someone on the same level as a sect leader. They could only endure it if she were to ridicule them. In front of a Xiantian expert, they were less than ants. But being ridiculed by disciples in the same realm as them was definitely unacceptable. They were grinding their teeth in anger. Long Chen smiled slightly. He didn't get angry. This kind of little trick was not worth him getting angry about. If he did get angry, wouldn't they have succeeded in their goal? Long Chen could sum up his experiences in a single sentence. If an enemy wanted you to become angry, you absolutely could not get angry. At the very least, you couldn't show that expression outside, or you would have fallen into your enemy's trap. The calmer and more indifferent he was, the more his opponents would feel like their fists had only hit air. The ones to feel unwell would be them. You're right, in a remote and desolate place like this, we really don't have anything good. I guess let's just bet with these little things. Long Chen took out a jade bottle from his spatial ring. Pouring out a medicinal pill, with a flick of a finger, he sent it flying at Luo Bing. Receiving that medicinal pill, Luo Bing was filled with ridicule. Medicinal pills were nothing to her 36th monastery. Apparently she thought they were treated as treasures here. Glancing disdainfully at the medicinal pill, Luo Bing's expression suddenly changed. Thinking she had seen wrongly, she even smelled it and carefully examined it again. 3 connecting flower tendon pill, she exclaimed with disbelief. This pill was extremely precious amongst medicinal pills. Its main ingredient, the 3 connecting flowers, was exceptionally rare. Even in the super monastery, that kind of medicinal ingredient was extremely precious. That kind of mysterious plant would have 3 flowers on a single branch. When those 3 flowers finally joined together, their colors would be all different from each other. It was something that only grew within frigid ice lands. Furthermore, the 3 connecting flower tendon pills required the 3 connecting flowers to be at least over 100 years of age. But the thing that made this pill the most precious was that refining it was extremely time-consuming, and the difficulty was extremely high. Even for Long Chen, refining a single furnace of 3 connecting flower tendon pills required 12 hours. There was no way around it. This pill required 4 different intervals and 5 different kinds of flame control changes. The odds of failure were extremely high. And so ordinary pill masters hated refining the 3 connecting flower tendon pill most of all. For most pill masters, refining a single furnace of them would require at least 3 days. And the failure rate was shockingly high, almost reaching 80%. After bitterly working for 3 full days, only to have the furnace of pills be trashed at the end, many pill masters would almost have an urge to kill themselves. That made this pill extremely rare. Long Chen had only refined a couple furnaces of them before stopping, as it was just too exhausting. But although it was exhausting, at least its value was shockingly high. It possessed an extremely powerful nourishment effect for the tendons. Tendon transformation was all about strengthening a person's tendons. Tendons were what linked the bones to the muscles. If you only had strong muscles but weak tendons, you would probably end up tearing yourself apart the instant you applied any force. The first realm of cultivation was qi condensation, and the second was blood condensation. These two used qi to nourish the blood, using the blood to nourish the muscles such that their strength could reach the peak. But if just the muscles were strong, that was useless. Muscles could only release as much strength as the tendons could bear. Without tendons, powerful muscles were just dead muscles. And so tendon transformation was the third cultivation realm, a heavenly chasm that blocked people's cultivation paths. Tendon transformation was an extremely important juncture for cultivators. Only through strengthening the tendons could you release the full potential of your muscles. As for the three connecting flower tendon pill, it wasn't used to raise the cultivation base, but to nourish the tendons. It was practically a divine medicine to tendon transformation experts. However, it was extremely rare. Even in the 36th monastery, a core disciple could only receive 10 of them a month. Inner disciples would only get one a month. As for outer disciples, they were essentially unable to obtain such a good medicinal pill. They could only substitute it with other medicinal pills. This kind of rare medicinal pill was something that only monasteries in the top 50 should be able to possess. In fact, Long Chen should have never even heard of it. Let alone Luo Bing. Even Tu Fang and the other elders felt this was inconceivable. Although Tu Fang had seen three connecting flower tendon pills before, he had no idea where Long Chen could have obtained one. Although he had heard Long Chen could refine pills, he couldn't believe that this three connecting flower tendon pill was refined by him. Even experienced pill masters would find it difficult to refine high-grade three connecting flower tendon pills. Yes, it's the three connecting flower tendon pill. In this remote and desolate place, there really is nothing good. I can only bring out this little snack to bet. Long Chen then took out a couple more of three connecting flower tendon pills and threw them all into his mouth. Long Chen ate them like they were candy. His act was so good that even Tu Fang's face twitched. Those three connecting flower tendon pills required other medicinal pills to be swallowed with them in order to draw out their full effect. By eating them like this, Long Chen wouldn't even be able to absorb half their medicinal strength, and so Tu Fang and the other elders immediately felt some pain. In truth, even Long Chen felt some pain at this. He had exhausted himself just to refine these pills. Most importantly, he had yet to even reach tendon transformation. Eating these three connecting flower tendon pills like they were candy had no effect. Well, it had one effect at the moment: showing off. Well, are we betting or not? Isn't it just betting some snacks? You don't need to look so aggrieved like your man has just died and you've become a widow or something. If you don't want to bet, then scram. At this time, Yu Ran stood up by Long Chen and snuck in some words. To ridicule a Xiantian expert like this, that was a huge opportunity for him. In the future, he would be able to tell his companions a story. Back when I was in tendon transformation, I cursed and scolded right at the face of a Xiantian expert, and she didn't dare say a word back to me. Luo Bing mocked. HMPH, the three connecting flower tendon pill might be a treasure in your monastery, but in my monastery it's absolutely nothing. How do you want to bet? Long Chen shook his head. What do you mean it's a treasure? I've already said we're just betting snacks. He then took out three jade bottles over a foot long. Once the cork was unplugged, a dense pill scent wafted out, causing everyone's expression to change. That scent was clearly the scent of the three connecting flower tendon pill. Long Chen rattled the bottle, showing that it was completely full. He then poured a couple pills from inside to show everything that they were all three connecting flower tendon pills that had pill halos, marking them as high grade. In reality, even before Luo Bing had brought up her challenge, Long Chen had already expected it. He had split up his three connecting flower tendon pills into different bottles. But in truth, those bottles were actually mostly packed with other medicinal pills that only had similar effects and scents as the three connecting flower tendon pill. It was just that the three connecting flower tendon pills were put in at the top. It would have been possible to tell the truth from seeing through a couple small clues. However, everyone had already been misled by Long Chen's previous show-off display of using real three connecting flower tendon pills as snacks. That caused them to fall for this easier. After showing off the proof, Long Chen put the medicinal pills away. To the stunned Luo Bing, he said, "In truth, I was just showing off just now. I hope you don't mind. Unfortunately, I only have 803 connecting flower tendon pills." 800 pills. Even Luo Bing, a Xiantian expert, had her heart jump at that. She looked at Long Chen in disbelief. "Since we're having 10 rounds, then I'd say we should do 80 pills a round." "How that?" said Long Chen grandly. Luo Bing hesitated. Long Chen frowned and sneered. Who was it just now who said something about being remote and desolate, something about the trash you couldn't possibly have? My memory isn't so good, so I've forgotten just who it was who said that. I'd like to trouble Senior to remind me. Chapter 289 Undaunted, Unafraid of Death. Luo Bing's expression was extremely ugly now. She was still stunned. The fact that Long Chen could take out so many of those incredibly precious 3 connecting flower tendon pills made her head completely blank. Now her previous ridicule had become a slap in her face, but she also couldn't appear weaker. She couldn't stop midway. I don't have that many 3 connecting flower tendon pills on me. Switch it to something else. Luo Bing felt like her face was burning hot. Inside, she cursed Long Chen to death. Ah, that makes sense. You're all such amazing figures, you probably wouldn't keep such trash on you. Then Elder Tu Fang, can the 3 connecting flower tendon pill be exchanged in the super monastery? Long Chen turned to Tu Fang. Tu Fang had no idea what kind of crazy drug Long Chen had taken. He could only reply, this 3 connecting flower tendon pill is rare, and only the top 50 monasteries have a limited distribution of it. The monastery ranked under 50 are not distributed any. As for exchanging for them, you can, but they are not open to disciples. Only elders can buy them. I've heard one high-grade 3 connecting flower tendon pill requires 1,000 merit points. If it was switched to the disciple points, that would be equivalent to 1,000,000 points. Xuanhuan and them were all given a fright. A single pill was 1,000,000 points. Then most of them wouldn't be able to buy a single pill even with all their savings. They all looked at Long Chen. Long Chen really had to be a god. Everything he did was outside their expectations. Just where did he obtain these 3 connecting flower tendon pills from? Long Chen naturally wouldn't say. The medicinal ingredients for these had all been given to him by a very nice person. That secret would stay hidden forever. Okay then. Long Chen sunk into thought for a moment before continuing. That's fine. Then 83 connecting flower tendon pills can count for 80,000 merit points. Elder Tu Fang, those merit points can be easily traded, correct? Tu Fang nodded. They can be traded. It's common within the entire super monastery. Then good. So then do you want to compete or not? If you win a round, I'll give you 83 connecting flower tendon pills, and if you lose, you give us 80,000 merit points. Long Chen looked at Luo Bing. No problem, we'll bet with you, sneered Luo Bing. In truth, she really did not have that many 3 connecting flower tendon pills. Even in her entire monastery, they probably did not have that many. Each time they would have to exchange for them. She was actually quite happy to accept Long Chen's suggestion. She was fully confident in her people. Good, then let's start. For the first round you can choose what level. Although you aren't guests, we won't bully you. We'll give you the initiative. Long Chen lazily sat on a chair. No need to pick. We'll go from the lowest level to the highest level. The first round will be on the outer disciple level. Who wants to go? Luo Bing shouted to her disciples. This disciple wishes to go. A thin and tall man jumped onto the martial stage. People were startled to see that this disciple had reached the 5th heaven stage of tendon transformation. As for their monastery's outer disciples, they were all only at the 3rd heaven stage. Not one of them had reached the mid-stage. That thin, tall man disdainfully swept his gaze over them and sneered. Which person wants to send themselves to their death? What should we do, Long Chen? Who should go? Xuanhuan was a bit nervous. These 36 monastery disciples were all elites amongst elites, their auras incomparably strong. Their monastery was clearly weaker than them in that aspect. Most importantly, outer disciples were their weakest members, because the amount of resources that were given to outer disciples was extremely low. No need to be afraid. Anyone can go up. The result will be the same, said Long Chen indifferently. What are you all afraid? Ha ha ha, as expected, you really are a group of cowardly pigs. That thin, tall man raised his head and laughed. You're asking for it. Suddenly, an angry roar rang out and a figure flew onto the martial stage. Long Chen recognized that person as one of Gu Yang's subordinates. Let me Xiaoping exchange some pointers. The tall, thin man disdainfully said. A small early tendon transformation weakling does not have the qualifications to exchange pointers with me. Scram. Even as he sneered, he charged forward at Zhao Ping. This duel had no need for someone to yell start. As soon as you stepped onto the stage, the battle began. This thin, tall man was extremely powerful. As soon as he took action, his aura exploded out. How powerful? Xuanhuan's expression changed. The 36th monastery really was too powerful. It was no wonder they were so arrogant. They had the skills to be arrogant. Their auras were incredibly stable. The pressure coming from them made it hard to breathe. That definitely had to do with the cultivation technique they used. As he rushed over, he unsheathed his sword, and a cold light slashed down on Zhao Ping. "Scram, you pig!" When Zhao Ping had jumped onto the martial stage, he had been feeling nervous. He knew this battle was extremely important. He just hadn't been able to endure their opponent's ridicule. But the instant his opponent charged at him, his worry and sullenness completely disappeared. His blood seemed to react to his opponent's mannerism and instantly heated up. It was like he had returned to the righteous and corrupt battle from before. Seeing Zhao Ping's new expression, Long Chen smiled. "Good, that's the right expression, that's the right feeling." "Kill!" Suddenly, Zhao Ping roared, and an incomparably savage aura immediately locked that tall, thin man in place stiffly. Zhao Ping charged forward like an angry beast. With a huge collision, sparks flew everywhere. The instant Zhao Ping's saber collided with that man's sword, a huge explosion erupted. What surprised almost everyone was that the tall, thin man who had seemed much stronger was only on an equal level with Zhao Ping. The two of them were both knocked back several steps. But Tu Fang and the other elders had sharp vision, and they immediately saw through what had happened. When it came to true strength, the tall, thin man was definitely a level higher than Zhao Ping. But as soon as Zhao Ping had attacked, his indomitable will immediately suppressed his opponent. That kind of will was something that came from deep within him. It was something that could only be formed through being tempered through walking out from the line beneath life and death. That kind of will was like formless blades. The instant Zhao Ping released his will, his opponent felt as if he was being stared at by some ancient monster. An intense threat of death filled his heart. In that instant, he felt as if he weren't fighting a person, but some merciless beast. In terms of imposingness, that tall man had been completely suppressed by Zhao Ping. That terror in his heart made it so that despite being clearly stronger than his opponent, he was only barely able to force a tie in their exchange. Die, Zhao Ping's saber once more slashed out mercilessly. Tang Wan'er and them were startled. At first, all they felt was that his posture was a bit familiar. But then they realized Zhao Ping was also using a saber, and that he was using it in the same manner as Long Chen. His strength was far too lacking in comparison, but that ruthlessness inside him allowed him to copy Long Chen's form slightly, and it was filled with an indomitable will, one that would either win or die trying. "Bastard, you're crazy. This is just a competition." The tall, thin man felt a murderous aura completely lock him in place. Zhao Ping was clearly trying to kill him. Zhao Ping ignored him. His saber didn't hesitate as it slashed down. With another bang, Zhao Ping's opponent just barely managed to block, but due to his panic and terror, he was sent flying back. "Idiot, don't be suppressed by him. Calm down," cursed Luo Bing. This disciple of hers had his courage broken and wasn't bringing out his full strength. Unfortunately, cursing people didn't really have much use. Under Zhao Ping's vicious attacks, that man was repeatedly forced back. Zhao Ping's saber was vicious and fast, constantly targeting vitals. If his opponent slipped up even slightly, he would take his life. Tu Fang and the other elders were deeply moved to see Zhao Ping fighting more and more valiantly. After Long Chen's guidance, there was not a single weakling left within their monastery. After that huge, righteous, and corrupt battle, after experiencing that pressure of death, the ones with weaker wills had already died. As for those who had survived, they were all experts amongst experts. It could be said that there was not one who had only survived due to luck. As for the 36th monastery, they were an excellent example of the opposite. They had powerful cultivation bases, but there was no indomitable will inside them that did not fear death. They were like all the previous generations of their 108th monastery. Those disciples had possessed a huge advantage in numbers in the previous corrupt and righteous battles, but in the end, just drawing out a tie was a pretty good result for them. In truth, most of their fighters were inferior to the corrupt disciples. So frankly speaking, that could already count as a loss. But under Long Chen's guidance, their roles had been exchanged. The righteous path had become wolves, while the corrupt path had become sheep. Boom! That tall, thin man was becoming more and more terrified as the battle continued. He had confirmed Zhao Ping definitely wanted his life. In his terror, he was sent flying by one of Zhao Ping's slashes. He immediately vomited out a mouthful of blood as he flew off the martial stage, but there was no unwillingness or anger on his face after that. Instead, he was filled with relief. He had only just stood up when Luo Bing gave him a vicious slap in the face. not even giving him a chance to say anything. "You damnable coward, you've really lost us all our face." Luo Bing's face was green from anger. That tall, thin man was sent flying again by her slap, this time falling unconscious. The other disciples all shivered when they saw that. But they also felt that he had been too disappointing. He had been terrified by his opponent, unable to release any of his strength. They looked at him disdainfully. "Hey, don't just hit your own kids. Since you've lost, hurry up and pay up," urged Long Chen. They had already agreed to pay up with each round. Luo Bing was still green as she took out a blue badge and flung it at Tu Fang. "Isn't it just 80,000 merit points? Luo Bing couldn't possibly care about such a small thing. You can take them out yourself." Tu Fang received her badge, and he also took out his own badge. Inputting some numbers, he drew over 80,000 merit points from her badge. Tu Fang originally only had 70,000 merit points on his badge. Now it had suddenly risen to 150,000. He sighed. Their 36th monastery really was rich. They acted like 80,000 merit points was nothing. But although they could act like it was nothing, you would have to ask Luo Bing to see if that was really true. Receiving back her badge and seeing 80,000 merit points had disappeared, her heart was dripping blood. However, she didn't display that on the outside. She continued to act as if it was nothing as she lightly said, "Let's continue with the next round." Chapter 290, Let the Core Disciples Fight. For the next round, Luo Bing chose another outer disciple. This new disciple was very muscular, looking like a powerful brute-strength fighter. But Long Chen still didn't choose anyone in particular to go out. Seeing Long Chen didn't say anything, one of the Heaven-Earth faction's outer disciples jumped up. Long Chen recognized that disciple. He had been the one who had almost died to the tiger myth fish during the disciple selection trial. Long Chen had saved his life back then. He had originally been one of Qi Xin's people, but in order to pay back Long Chen's favor, he had told him about the matter of Qi Xin harming Little Snow, and Long Chen had accepted him into the Heaven-Earth faction. That little fellow's name was Zhao Qian. His talent wasn't bad, and amongst outer disciples, he could count as a well-known figure. Seeing him go out, Long Chen nodded. Another 80,000 merit points were about to be sent their way. The muscular man facing him was another mid-tendon transformation expert. Seeing the early tendon transformation Zhao Qian, he disdainfully said, "You aren't my match. If you're smart, you'll immediately scram. Otherwise, I'll take your life." "Come at me." Zhao Qian shook his head, taking out his sword. "Fine, since you want to die, I'll help you out." That muscular man snorted and took out a broadsword. He seemed extremely suited to fighting with brute strength. He suddenly charged at Zhao Qian, his figure like a phantom, appearing outstandingly domineering. The 36th monastery's disciples all cheered. This muscular man was their strongest outer disciple. Not only was his cultivation base the highest, brute strength was his speciality. When he fought, he possessed a large advantage. Seeing that sword coming right at him, Zhao Qian completely ignored it, and his sword directly stabbed towards his heart. That muscular man couldn't help being frightened. This was clearly a suicidal move. He had decided to take him down with him right at the start. What he didn't know was that Long Chen had already instilled in them all a certain fighting tactic. Risking your life. Risking your life was one of the most effective slaughter methods, but it wasn't effective on all people, so you had to judge who to use it on. If you wanted to risk your life, you'd have to find those people with more normal thinking. If you were to risk your life against someone who was a coward afraid of death, then they would immediately become easy pickings. Because they were afraid of death, they would be terrified, and they definitely wouldn't dare risk their own life to go all out against you. By then, you'd have already won half the battle. However, this tactic wasn't effective against everyone. Other than crazies and idiots, there were also true warriors who didn't fear death and would dare risk their own lives against you. True warriors had long since become unafraid of death. As for these show-off, vain braggarts here, how could they possibly be real warriors? Zhao Qian didn't even need to think before using this tactic to fight. To the 108th monastery's disciples, their lives had been snatched back from the hands of death by Long Chen before. They had already cheated death once. Even if they had to lose their life now, they wouldn't care that much. And so they dared to risk their life, and they were filled with an indomitable will. That muscular man's expression changed when he saw Zhao Qian's sword stabbing towards his heart. He naturally didn't wish to die with this fellow, and his broadsword hastily switched direction. Their two swords collided. Due to being extremely physically powerful and having a stronger cultivation base, he managed to force back Zhao Qian. The muscular man icily snorted, weak. His broadsword once more slashed down on Zhao Qian. This time he was using even more power. That previous attack had just been a testing blow. His second attack was now even faster. It would reach Zhao Qian's body in just the blink of an eye. Zhao Qian repeated his suicidal attack, stabbing his sword at his lower abdomen. But Zhao Qian wasn't as fast as his opponent this time. If this continued, the muscular man's sword would quickly slash through his shoulder. And yet Zhao Qian's sword didn't waver the slightest bit. He seemed to be thinking, "Your sword might cut me into pieces, but my sword will also pierce through your dantian. Even if you don't die, you'll be crippled." That muscular man saw that Zhao Qian's expression was still completely calm and indifferent. He was shocked, as at the beginning, he had thought that he had just been trying to scare him. But now he realized he was wrong. This bastard clearly didn't fear death. He was clearly planning on bringing him down with him. This muscular man could also count as a ruthless person amongst outer disciples. His attacks were merciless, and many of his fellow outer disciples had been injured by him. The weak feared the strong feared the ruthless, and the ruthless feared those who didn't fear death. In this world, there were few people who weren't afraid of those who were unafraid of death. Previously, this muscular man had even mocked the tall, thin man who had lost. But now facing Zhao Qian, he finally realized his struggles. His broadsword had just been an inch away from cutting through Zhao Qian's body, but he quickly took it back to block that sword stabbing at his stomach. Due to having changing his attack, his speed was now slower than Zhao Qian's. Although he managed to just barely block it, Zhao Qian's sword tip had just reached his abdomen, and a hole had been cut through his clothes. That muscular man could even sense the coldness on his stomach. He thanked his luck over and over that he had taken back his attack, or he would already be dead. Now he began to sweat. Seeing Zhao Qian's indifferent expression, he was terrified. How could he treat his life as if it were nothing? That muscular man's courage was completely broken now. Zhao Qian's sword was now piercing towards him. All his attacks were ruthless. He didn't aim for power but to kill. This was one of the reasons why Chen told them not to duel or fight each other. That would end up causing them to become accustomed to dueling and not battling. The goal of battle was always to kill your opponent. It was not a game. And now this example in front of them was the best proof. Whether it was cultivation base or strength, this muscular man was a whole level ahead of Zhao Qian. But in front of Zhao Qian's ruthless attacks, his movements became a complete mess, and he became too cautious, unable to display any of his strength. That was also a principle Chen had taught them. When two people fought, the one who was more afraid of death would be more likely to die. Only through escaping the restrictions of your fear of death could you allow yourself to stay calm, to easily grasp everything within your eyes, to see every opening in your opponents, and to bring out your greatest strength. This was bringing out 100% of your strongest strength to attack your opponent's weakest point. In terms of cultivation technique, battle skills, cultivation base, physical strength, and perhaps even wisdom, Zhao Qian was inferior to his opponent. But just by relying on his valiant will, he was able to break his opponent's confidence, causing his combat ability to sharply drop. Other than having a slight advantage in their first exchange, this muscular man was now continuously forced back, only defending reactively to Zhao Qian's attacks. Zhao Qian's attacks were all ruthless, risking his own life sometimes. And that especially calm expression he had the entire time was even more frightening than if he had put on a savage expression. Xuanhuan couldn't help shaking her head. She glanced at Chen. That first disciple had only managed to imitate 70 to 80% of Chen's style. But Zhao Qian had imitated pretty much 90% of Chen's expressions and posture. That kind of soul-piercing calmness really was too similar. She found that funny. Almost all the monastery's disciples viewed Chen as their idol, but in truth, none of them knew that Chen was only 17 years old now. That was a year younger than her. It was just that Chen also had a steadiness and calmness that did not match his age. He even had a wisdom that far surpassed them. So to them, Chen seemed more like someone in his 20s. Looking at Chen relaxing on his chair, Xuanhuan felt a burst of warmth. She really did feel good to have Chen by her side. She found that she was becoming more and more dependent on Chen. It was as long as Chen was present, then even if the very heavens collapsed, his shoulders would be able to bear that weight. A loud explosion rang out on the martial stage, cutting off Xuanhuan's thoughts. When she turned to look, she saw that Zhao Qian's arm was hanging limply, completely broken. As for his opponent, he was holding his throat. Blood was flowing past his fingers, and he was completely terrified. "You've lost." Although Zhao Qian's arm was broken, he was still expressionless. He pointed his sword coldly at his opponent. The crowd was deathly silent. Just now, everyone had clearly seen Zhao Qian use his arm to forcibly block an attack from that broadsword in order to slit his sword across his throat. If Zhao Qian's sword had pushed forward just a little bit more, that wouldn't be a slit throat, but a fallen head. Having had his throat cut like this, that person was unable to say anything. Filled with terror, he hastily jumped off the martial stage. Someone immediately came to help heal him. That person was a wood cultivator who quickly stopped his bleeding. For an ordinary person, having their throat slit would equal certain death, but cultivators could suppress the flow of blood, so it wasn't much. But that cut across his throat had terrified him completely. In his panic, he hadn't dared stay on top of the martial stage. After seeing that person be miserably defeated, the 36th monastery's disciples' hearts sunk. "Bastards, you really are vicious." Luo Bing was incredibly angered. Her disciples were not at all used to that kind of fighting style. "Vicious?" Long Chen disdainfully laughed. "Even this is called vicious. All that proves is that you are all too naive and ignorant. You can ask any of the disciples beside me. Which one of them hasn't crawled out of a mountain of corpses? Which one of them hasn't killed far over 100 opponents in the same realm? Fighting across levels is nothing out of the ordinary for them. We all walked out from a path paved with the corrupt disciples' bones and flesh. In front of us, who have experienced a trial of blood and fire, do you, a bunch of spoiled children who lived in your greenhouse environments, even have the qualifications to compete with us? And you even dare look down on us? Laughable." Following Long Chen's words, the 108th monastery's disciples were all filled with pride, and they felt their blood heat up. It was like they had returned to when they had fought together with Long Chen on the battlefield. "So give me less crap. You've lost the second round, so hurry up and pay up." Inside, Long Chen scolded himself for wasting words with her. "You wanted to give us a slap in the face, then come and try it." "Don't worry, Luo Bing, definitely won't fail to pay up to a bunch of beggars." Luo Bing snorted and once more threw out her badge to Tu Fang. One reason she let Tu Fang withdraw the points himself was because she trusted Tu Fang didn't dare take more of her merit points. The other reason was because doing it herself would have filled her with too much pain. When she once more received her badge, there were 80,000 merit points less on it. Although she acted indifferent, her mouth trembled slightly, showing how vexed she was. HMPH in the next round were switching levels. Let the core disciples fight. Chapter 291, A Sword Cultivator's Might. HMPH in the next round were switching levels. Let the core disciples fight, snorted Luo Bing. "Oh, shouldn't the next round be switched to inner disciples? Could it be you've lost so much that you can't count anymore?" mocked Long Chen. In truth, Long Chen was well aware that Luo Bing had realized that doing that was unfavorable to her. Outer disciples and inner disciples weren't her true fighting force. Although they had all obtained more resources than the 108th monastery's disciples, they still weren't able to compare to them. After all, they were all true warriors who had killed their way out of the battlefield. Fighting like this was too unfavorable for them, and so she wanted to immediately raise the level so that their superiority could show. After all, core disciples received many more resources than the others. They were the true experts. The fact that Long Chen had pointed that out caused Luo Bing's face to burn, but she still quibbled. "These fights aren't interesting enough, and are just a waste of time. Only by immediately going to the highest fighting level will there be any meaning to exchanging pointers." Long Chen was too lazy to argue with her. That was because he saw that Gu Yang and the other disciples' eyes were glowing, each of them like hungry wolves who had seen their prey. After that huge battle, Long Chen had told them to cut down on duels between them as much as possible, so they were all feeling stifled. "Then we'll do it like you said," Long Chen indifferently. A figure from their side rushed onto the martial stage. That was a medium-build man whose gaze was like a reserved sword. His aura was shocking. "I am Zhu Feng, who wants to come exchange pointers with me." That person was naturally a core disciple, but at this point he had reserved a bit of his overbearing manner. That was because now they all knew these disciples had all just gone through a great life and death battle. They were all true warriors, and they didn't dare take them lightly again. "Let me?" Suddenly another figure jumped onto the martial stage. That person carried a sword on his back, and he gave off a very proud and aloof feeling. "Yue Zifeng." Long Chen smiled slightly. Although they had temporarily been opponents for a moment while fighting for the profound spirit fruit, Long Chen had always felt that Yue Zifeng was a pretty good person. He acted like most sword cultivators, proud and aloof. Later, Long Chen had heard from other core disciples that it wasn't just Tang Wan'er and Yi Zhikyu who had achieved a perfect advancement. Gu Yang, Yue Zifeng, and Song Minjuan had also reached that level. As for the other core disciples, they had all achieved flawless advancements. But a perfect advancement would make a person's foundation even sturdier and allow them to reach even greater heights in the future. Yue Zifeng normally wasn't very talkative, and people didn't really understand him very well. Seeing him jump onto the martial stage, Long Chen was filled with anticipation. Yue Zifeng was now like an unsheathed blade, his powerful aura making it so others found it hard to breathe. Luo Bing's pupils suddenly shrunk. She hadn't expected such a powerful person to have appeared within the 108th monastery. With her Xiantian-level eyesight, she could immediately tell that Yue Zifeng was a powerful sword cultivator. Sword cultivators weren't the same as other cultivators. They believed in their sword, and through a resonance with their sword, they were able to release a power that others were unable to comprehend. In the ancient legends, there was a sword god high above the 9 heavens. All sword cultivators who focused wholeheartedly on the sword Tao would receive the sword god's blessing. But of course, such a saying was just a saying, and no one would believe it. However, it was publicly accepted that sword cultivators were much stronger than others in the same realm. Yue Zifeng's imposing mannerism already contained a hint of the sword Tao's grace. He clearly had quite a high level of accomplishment when it came to the sword Tao. Previously, he had always been staying in the back of the crowd, indifferently watching. That was why Luo Bing hadn't noticed him. Now she had a bad feeling. "Are you prepared?" Yue Zifeng icily looked at his opponent. His right hand slowly grasped his sword hilt. The instant he gripped that hilt, a cold aura shot out in all directions. "Come." Zhu Feng's guard was at its peak. A spear appeared in his hands and his aura also erupted out. "Careful." Yue Zifeng's voice rang out along with the unsheathing of a blade. That ringing was like a dragon cry, and a bolt of lightning seemed to have appeared on the martial arena. That bolt was the light from his sword. Fast, too fast. The instant others saw Yue Zifeng take out his sword had already reached Zhu Feng's body. Zhu Feng had long since been on guard, but he had still never imagined Yue Zifeng's sword would be so terrifying. It was already next to him by the time he reacted, and he hastily went to block. With an explosive bang, Zhu Feng was sent flying by a terrifying force. Inside, he was absolutely horrified. If Yue Zifeng hadn't purposely given him a warning at the beginning, he might not have been able to react in time and would have died. That sword of his was too terrifying. At the same time, he blessed his luck that he had been comparatively more humble than the other disciples. That was probably why Yue Zifeng had given him that warning. "Careful." Just as Zhu Feng was retreating, a sharp attack went straight for his abdomen. In fact, he could practically feel the sword stabbing into his body. Zhu Feng used his full strength to twist his body, bringing his spear to block. The instant that blade was about to reach his body, he managed to block it. But although he had blocked it, that energy behind it sent him flying once more. When he once more landed on the ground, he stiffened, his neck suddenly cold. A sword was placed right next to his neck. "You've lost." The entire crowd was silent. Both parties were unable to believe this. Yue Zifeng was standing next to Zhu Feng, his sword right next to his neck. With just a thought from him, Zhu Feng's head would fall. A touch of admiration appeared in Long Chen's eyes. He quietly said to Tang Wan'er, "Yue Zifeng really is a genius. He has already stepped onto the sword Tao. He'll definitely be an amazing figure in the future." Sword cultivators were extremely rare. Although there were many people who used swords, those people were only using their swords as tools and not their life. Each true sword cultivator was worthy of respect. That was because their sword Tao would have to be comprehended on their own. Others were unable to help them. Otherwise, with Yue Zifeng's talent, Ling Yunzai would have long since taken him as an apprentice. But sword cultivators were different from other cultivators, and there was nothing Ling Yunzai could do as a master for Yue Zifeng. Among 10,000 sword cultivators, there would be 10,000 different sword daos. None of them were the same. That was because each sword cultivator's path would have to be comprehended on their own. Xuanhuan nodded. She also was surprised to see that the Loki Yue Zifeng was actually so powerful. But the two of them also knew that his shocking growth definitely had to do with the huge righteous and corrupt battle he had experienced. In the moments between life and death, he had comprehended his own sword Dao. Now he defeated a core disciple in just 3 moves, and he clearly still had strength to spare. That kind of combat ability was shocking. Zhu Feng sighed and nodded. I've lost, thank you for your leniency. Yue Zifeng sheathed his sword behind his back, turning and jumping back into the crowd behind Long Chen. Tu Fang and the other elders were delighted. Yue Zifeng had actually stealthily soared to such a level. Another amazing expert had appeared in their monastery. In the future monastery competition, that would definitely be helpful. Hey, can a certain someone be more conscientious and not keep waiting for other people to urge them? How do you not have the slightest bit of shame? Hurry up and pay up, shouted Guo Ran. Luo Bing had only just recovered from her shock. Hearing Guo Ran's ridicule, she almost lost control. She once more threw out her badge, and Tu Fang laughingly received it, withdrawing another 80,000 merit points. This was already the 3rd time, so it had been a total of 240,000 merit points. Even for Luo Bing, the number 1 person besides the sect leader of the 36th monastery, someone with a great deal of wealth, this kind of loss was still unacceptable. Even Tu Fang, an enforcement elder, only obtained 40,000 merit points a year. Those merit points had to be exchanged for required items, and so he didn't have many of them. Most importantly, Tu Fang was an upright person and would never use little tricks to give himself more benefits. So in truth, even Elder Sun had had even more resources than him. Of course, those savings had all been left to Long Chen now. Perhaps that was just fate. Elder Sun had used a bunch of contemptible means to acquire all kinds of things, but in the end, they had all been used to raise the monastery's disciples. Luo Bing possessed a high authority and also used some underhand means to gain more profit. It was already a common affair for her to abuse her power for her own benefit. There wasn't a single elder in the 36th monastery who hadn't been vexed by her. So it was a fact that she possessed a huge amount of wealth, but those 240,000 merit points still caused her incredible pain. Other elders might work for their entire lives without saving up that much. In the following rounds, Luo Bing continued to be ruthless, sending out 4 core disciples consecutively. As for Long Chen's side, Long Chen didn't send out anyone in particular. Whichever core disciples wanted to go up could. In any case, winning was good, but losing also wasn't anything major. In those 4 battles, only one of their core disciples had been unlucky, losing by just a single move and being forced off the martial stage. The others had all won. Of 7 rounds, they had won 6 and taken in 400,000 merit points. No matter how Tu Fang tried to remain calm, that excited light in his eyes still sold him out. Luo Bing's expression was incredibly unsightly now. Their cultivation base and strength was clearly a level higher than their opponents, but they were still defeated. That angered her so much, she was about to snap and start killing. Seeing her own merit points flowing away like this, Luo Bing's heart dripped blood. That was over half her savings. If she really was unable to reach her goal, then those merit points would all have been wasted. Taking a deep breath, she glanced stealthily at a man beside her and muttered a few things. That man nodded and smiled sinisterly. He jumped onto the martial stage, icily glancing at everyone. I'm a favored. I'd like to challenge that beautiful girl to come up. I've taken a liking to you. Hearing that, Long Chen's eyes narrowed, and killing intent surfaced in his eyes. Chapter 292 Gu, Yang battles a favored. Following that person's shout, Long Chen's expression became slightly colder. When it came to controlling his emotions, Long Chen was definitely an expert. But the instant that man's gaze fell on Xuanhuan, his killing intent was ignited. If others insulted him, Long Chen would just smile. But if someone touched one of his taboos, he was unable to control his feelings. Xuanhuan's expression was icy cold, and killing intent surfaced in her eyes as well. She was just about to jump onto the stage when a voice rang out. Long Chen, let me battle. That voice came from Gu Yang. Both Long Chen and Xuanhuan were startled. Although Gu Yang was powerful, he wasn't a favored. The odds of losing were too high. Long Chen thought about it for a while before nodding. You can go. Gu Yang was delighted. He knew that this was extremely risky, but he was unable to suppress his battle intent. He was looking forward to have a one-on-one fight with a favored. According to common sense, Long Chen should not have accepted. Gu Yang might be strong, but his chances of victory were low. That was something that involved 80,000 merit points. But Long Chen could understand Gu Yang's thirst. In Gu Yang's eyes, this battle wasn't in order to gamble for resources, but a way for him to see what level he had reached. As for that favored, seeing that it was Tang Wanner but a random court disciple who had come to face him, he was infuriated. This was clearly their attempt at humiliating him. He icily glared at them. Good, since you want to court death, don't blame me. Gu Yang got on the martial stage and glared at that favored. I hope that when you die, you also won't blame me. Ha ha ha, that favored's fury somehow turned into laughter. Someone like you dares to be arrogant. Die, you little pig. That favored suddenly roared, and his aura exploded out. A berserk energy caused his feet to leave behind 2 footprints on the martial arena as he suddenly charged out at Gu Yang, smashing out with his fist. Gu Yang had long since circulated his spiritual qi to its peak. With a harsh shout, runes lit up on his body and a vast aura shot out of him as well. He punched out. Boom! The instant their 2 fists met, the entire martial stage shook. Powerful gales shot out in every direction, causing everyone's clothes to blow back. The both of them then instantly retreated a couple steps. That favored couldn't help being astonished. So you have a couple tricks, but let me see just how many of my fists you can receive. That favored snorted, and his fists began to smash at Gu Yang. This was the first time Gu Yang had an opportunity to fight a favored 1-against-1. Battle intent soared off him. He repeatedly roared, facing off against him with his own fists. Boom! 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 The 2 of them were both brute strength style fighters. Each time their fists collected, the entire martial arena would shake, and powerful gales would explode out, chilling everyone. Gu Yang is so powerful, he can actually withstand a favored, exclaimed Tang Wanner. Favored were all supposed to be incomparably powerful. The fact he could exchange over 10 blows without losing was already out of everyone's expectations. This is still just the warm-up, so it's still too early to say. Long Chen shook his head. How could a favored only have this little skill? And as he expected, after over 100 intense collisions, they once more separated. Not bad, it's been a while since I've exercised my body, but if you think this the limit of my power, you would be gravely mistaken. Now I'll let you see what true strength is. Earthen armor. A mark appeared over his forehead, and a powerful energy exploded out, causing the land to tremble. That favored's clothes burst off his upper body, revealing his skin that looked like it was made of rock. In fact, his entire body grew taller, and the lines covering his arms were very rock-like. He roared, and stamping on the ground, he charged at Gu Yang with a fist. Rock fist. Gu Yang used his full strength to block, but he was still sent flying dozens of meters. Even once he landed on the ground, he still stumbled back several steps before stabilizing. In the end, he even coughed up a mouthful of blood, causing Tang Wanner's expression to change. Gu Yang had finally been injured. Crap, Song Minjuan and the others were all shocked. If he was wounded with just 1 blow, how could he fight? Don't worry about it. Gu Yang still has moves, consoled Long Chen. Long Chen had exchanged blows with Gu Yang before, and he knew his physical body was extremely powerful. This little injury was unable to affect his strength. Looks like you're quite stubborn, that's good. I'll just have to smash you to mincemeat. That favored once more charged at Gu Yang. Gu Yang's blood was rolling inside, but his battle intent was still soaring. Seeing that person charge at him, Gu Yang smiled coldly. His spatial ring shook, and a golden spear appeared in his hands. Gu Yang's feet sunk down slightly. Ancestral blood support. A rune lit up atop Gu Yang's forehead. His runes had originally just been covering his 4 limbs, but now they spread to cover his entire body, even densely covering his face. He appeared very frightening now. This was one of Gu Yang's trump cards. By activating his ancestral blood support, his strength would explode to an unprecedented level. He viciously smashed that spear straight at the charging favored. Boom! The instant that spear collided with the fist that was covered in earthen lines, a metallic explosion rang out. The martial stage beneath their feet caved in from their impact. That favored's arm shook intensely, and a force he couldn't block sent him flying. He hastily stabilized himself, appalled. Gu Yang's golden spear had been snatched from the corrupt path's genius, Yin Luo. Its weight was alarming, and that favored was knocked back almost 300 meters before just barely managing to stabilize himself. When he finally stabilized, Luo Bing's disciples all breathed a sigh of relief. As for the disciples on Long Chen's side, they all sighed that it was a pity. That favored was just a couple inches off from the edge of the martial stage. If he had just been pushed back slightly more, then according to the rules, he would have lost. Turning back to look behind him, that favored sighed in relief at his close call. Turning to look at Gu Yang's spear, greed sparked in his heart. "Your weapon, I want it." That favored could instantly tell that Gu Yang's spear was a treasure, and immediately wanted to take it for himself. It seemed he had already forgotten that this wasn't the 36th monastery. "You want it, come take it," Gu Yang roared, his spear attacking that favored. In response, that favored didn't hold back any of his spiritual qi, and his fist smashed into Gu Yang's spear. With another loud metallic ringing, everyone was shocked to see sparks flying the instant that fist and spear met. It was as if that fist was made of steel. "A rare earth cultivator," Tu Fang exclaimed. This favored had been someone born with an innate earth energy, but because he was a favored, that earth energy had transformed, becoming more rock energy. Not only did that increase his physical strength, it made his physical body incredibly hard. In other words, both his attack and defense had been sharply improved. Gu Yang's spear continuously collided with his fists over and over again. Gu Yang's blows were incomparably valiant, and he surprisingly was forcing back that favored step by step. Excellent, if this continues, Gu Yang should win. Luo Kang's blood was boiling just from watching this. "You're wrong, if this continues, Gu Yang will lose." Long Chen shook his head. "What? Gu Yang has clearly taken the advantage." Luo Kang didn't understand. "I've heard that earth cultivators are specialized in battles of attrition, just like wood cultivators." Looking at Gu Yang right now, his attacks are like a torrent of rain, and it looks extremely impressive, as if he has taken the advantage. But in reality, this is extremely unfavorable for him. That golden spear is too heavy, and it's using up too much of his physical energy. He won't be able to continue attacking like that for long. I estimate that he'll only be able to keep this up for a quarter hour before he's exhausted and his strength declines. At that time, the final result is that he'll be defeated. Then what should we do? Should we give him a reminder? Long Chen shook his head. "Don't. A loss is a loss. It's not something bad. This way he'll be able to get a better understanding of himself. He'll realize what his strong points and what his weak points are. The benefits more than make up for the loss. As for the lost merit points, this is just a game. The fact that there will be winners and losers isn't anything major. If a person wants to become an expert, first they have to understand themselves. That's something no one else can do for them. This is his battle. Let him understand it himself." But then Long Chen's tone became angry. "But this bastard favored really is repulsive. I almost wanted to go up myself and crush him. He wants to take liberties with my Heaven-Earth faction's old boss. HMPH, he really doesn't know what death is. If this had happened back when I was young, I would have long since made him kneel in front of me." Long Chen words immediately caused Tu Fang and the other elders to not know whether to laugh or cry. But Tang Wan'er did appear a bit gratified. Guo Ran immediately did some boot licking. Exactly. Even if someone has to take liberties with a woman, only boss has the qualifications to do that. Who does he think he is? Nice, Long Chen nodded, giving Guo Ran a thumbs up. "Both of you shut up," raged Tang Wan'er. Long Chen and Guo Ran obediently stopped talking, focusing back on the stage. Gu Yang's imposingness had reached its peak. His spear repeatedly forced his opponent back. But their hearts sunk when they saw that it really was just like Long Chen had said. That favored was purposely drawing out the battle. Once Gu Yang was out of energy, he would immediately counterattack. Haha, that little fellow Gu Yang really is not bad. He's actually seen through his opponent's strategy. Long Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. Chapter 293, Despicably Shameless. As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, everyone saw Gu Yang suddenly erupt with power, his strength capable of shaking mountains and rivers. Mountain Destruction Spear. Gu Yang had concentrated all his energy onto his spear. This one attack contained all his heart and soul. It turned out this entire time, Gu Yang had been storing energy, waiting to release his peak attack. Gu Yang was someone who was extremely powerful. the person who had awakened his ancestral mark the earliest amongst the monastery's disciples. His skill at using his ancestral mark was extremely refined, and other than Long Chen and Tang Wan'er, he was the strongest disciple in the monastery. To him, this battle was extremely important. If he won, his Dao heart would become incredibly steady, and it would be easier for him to break through bottlenecks. But if he lost, that would be a grave impact to him. To Gu Yang, this was an extremely risky gamble, and he couldn't lose. The instant Gu Yang started his attack, that favored's expression changed. He realized he had been duped. During that intense battle, Gu Yang had actually been storing energy the entire time, and he hadn't realized. There was no need for him to face off against Gu Yang directly. Gu Yang was extremely powerful, and so he had been doing his best to dodge and just defend this entire time. His greatest advantage were his defense and endurance. The instant he had seen Gu Yang begin to crazily attack, he had actually sneered inside. By attacking like that, there was no way he would be able to endure for long. The instant Gu Yang became tired, he would be able to easily kill him. But he had never imagined that Gu Yang had been secretly accumulating energy this entire time. Now that the energy he had accumulated had erupted, Gu Yang's speed had reached its peak. There was no way he could dodge. Gu Yang's power completely locked him in place. He could only take it head-on. That favored solemnly formed an extremely bizarre hand seal, and a rune lit up over his forehead. A shield of rock around a foot thick appeared in front of him. Rock Essence Shield. Countless lines were shining on that shield, and it almost looked like it was made of steel. It appeared incredibly sturdy. Boom! But the instant Gu Yang's golden spear collided with that huge rock shield, that incredibly sturdy shield completely broke apart. The golden spear continued forward, slamming into him and sending him flying. While flying through the air, he also vomited out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked that his strongest defense had been broken. And not only had his shield been broken, his internal organs were acutely shaken by the leftover force of that spear. He was practically unable to believe this. He had absolute confidence in his defense. That was why Luo Bing had depended on him and sent him out first. He should have had a high chance of victory even against Tang Wan'er. But now, he had just been defeated by a core disciple that wasn't even a favored. He was still filled with disbelief. As he coughed out more blood, he hastily stabilized himself. But a golden spear had already reached him, stopping just before his forehead. Gu Yang icily said, "You've lost." Gu Yang was currently extremely pale and gasping for breath. Obviously, that last attack had used up all his energy. If this attack hadn't worked, he would have lost. But he had won. If Gu Yang hadn't stopped his spear right now, that favored would already be a corpse. That favored couldn't help being both startled and furious, as well as unwilling. He had lost. Seeing how pale and exhausted Gu Yang was, a ferocious light suddenly shined in that favored's eyes, and he grabbed Gu Yang's spear. "Idiot, you're the one who's lost." That favored roared and pushed the spear into Gu Yang. Being already exhausted, Gu Yang couldn't even resist. The bottom of his spear smashed into his stomach, and the sounds of bones cracking rang out. Gu Yang flew back, vomiting out blood, landing outside the martial arena. "Bastard, you're asking for death. We'll kill you all." That favored had clearly lost, and then despicably attacked even though he had lost. That immediately ignited the fury of all the 108th Monastery's disciples. "HMPH, I never conceded, so how can you say I lost? Since he didn't even dare follow through, all that proves is he really is a pig. Courage is also a part of strength, or did you not know that?" That favored sneered at them. Even Long Chen had stood up now, veins bulging on his hands. He was about to charge forward and tear apart this shameless bastard. "Luo, whatever, these are your monastery's disciples," said Long Chen icily. "HMPH, atop the martial stage, how could you possibly be soft-hearted and lenient? For victory, you can't possibly be too afraid to be rough. All that can be said is that this proves you're all idiots. Why aren't you hurrying and up and handing over the merit points?" sneered Luo Bing. Tu Fang's expression was dark. "Long Chen, what do you say?" His meaning was obvious. This was too much. As long as Long Chen gave the order, they would immediately start fighting. In any case, if a fight started, Ling Yunzai definitely wouldn't just watch. "Give them to her." Long Chen shook his head. Now wasn't the time for that. Tu Fang could only hand over 80,000 merit points back to Luo Bing. Seeing their expressions, Luo Bing was delighted. Seeing those kinds of expressions was what she delighted in the most. Only then could she feel refreshed. Her temperament was simply twisted that way. And when she saw that Long Chen, who had always been as calm as water, also released such a furious expression, she was especially delighted. Gu Yang was defeated, and even his golden spear had been taken away by his opponent. According to the martial stage's unwritten customs, martial arts who couldn't even keep a hold of their weapons didn't have the face to take them back. Gu Yang walked over to Long Chen, while being supported by a member of the healing hall. "Sorry, Long Chen, I lost." Gu Yang surprisingly bent his knees, kneeling down. He felt so ashamed that he might die. Long Chen had given him a precious opportunity, but in the end, he had really been too lenient, throwing away his chance at victory. He felt so ashamed that he was unable to even show his own face. Just as Gu Yang's knees were about to hit the ground, Long Chen grabbed his collar. "Are you even a man? Isn't it just a loss? It's nothing big. Furthermore, even if it counts as your loss, their victory was also not earned. You didn't lose any face," raged Long Chen. "When the Geoli secret realm opens, that fellow will definitely also enter. If you want to wipe away your shame, then just kill him in the secret realm and take your weapon back." Long Chen didn't bother keeping his words private. All of them heard it extremely clearly. Tu Fang's heart shook. It was a grave crime to kill members of the same sect within the Geoli secret realm, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Later, he would have to give Long Chen a reminder in private. "Kill me? Ha, keep dreaming. If you dare try to attack me in the Geoli secret realm, I'll definitely kill you." That favored had already returned amongst his disciples and had been excitedly examining his new spear. He couldn't help mocking him when he heard Long Chen's words. "I'll listen to you, Long Chen. This time I swear that I'll never disappoint you again in this lifetime." Gu Yang took a deep breath. He was extremely solemn. Long Chen nodded. He icily glanced at Luo Bing and her disciples, mocking sneers. "Good, since you want to make this game bigger, I'll make it bigger. In the next round, let's switch it up a bit and have a fight between pairs." Luo Bing smiled sinisterly. Two men jumped onto the stage. The two of their auras were extremely dark and cold, causing people to feel a chill. They were both favored. And surprisingly, the two of them looked the exact same. They were twins. Twins who were both favored. That really was shocking. "I am Bo Shidong. I am Bo Shixi." The two of them spoke at the same time. One of them glanced at the other, and that person immediately shut their mouth. The other continued, "Us two brothers would like to exchange pointers with you country bumpkins. If you feel like it's not fair, you can also send two favored to fight us. Us brothers won't refuse any comers." Both their gazes immediately fell on Tang Wanner and Long Chen, their gazes filled with provocation. "Long Chen, leave the two of them to me," said Tang Wanner. Long Chen hesitated. "Then you have to promise me to use your killer moves. You can't show any leniency." Long Chen knew Tang Wanner's character. He could tell these two were a bit odd. They most likely had their own extremely powerful attacks, which were most likely combined techniques. Long Chen was sure that Tang Wanner was shockingly powerful. After merging with that Daomark, Tang Wanner's strength had reached a terrifying level. Even he was unable to tell just what level she had reached. But there was one thing he was sure of. Tang Wanner's real strength should not be at all inferior to his own. That was because he could sense the pressure that the current Tang Wanner gave him. "I promise you, I will definitely be going all out," said Tang Wanner seriously. After seeing what had happened to Gu Yang, all the monastery's disciples were furious. They were really too hateful. Gu Yang had clearly won, but he had been lenient in the end, not taking his opponent's life. But then that opponent had been absolutely shameful and despicable, launching a sneak attack and even snatching Gu Yang's weapon. Tang Wanner, who normally didn't like fighting, was now filled with killing intent. Even if Long Chen hadn't warned her, she would definitely not make the same mistake as Gu Yang. If she had the chance, she would kill. When those two brothers saw that only Tang Wanner came up and that Long Chen hadn't moved, they mocked. "Little fellow, are you afraid of death and don't dare come up?" "So he was a coward, I see. You two should shut up. For just you two I am more than enough," said Tang Wanner icily. These two brothers both smiled lewdly. "He, with a beauty like you attending to us brothers, that really is more than enough." Boom! Suddenly, heaven and earth changed. Millions of wind blades appeared behind Tang Wanner, covering up the very sun and sky. Die. Chapter 294. Wind blades fill the sky. Die. Tang Wanner furiously shouted, and she formed a hand seal. Space began to shudder as the sky full of wind blades went straight for the two of them. Those millions of wind blades were like a huge flood. The terrifying wind blades cut through the space, causing heaven and earth tremble. An ear-piercing sound rang out from them that sounded like scraping iron, and the observers all felt a chill inside. Even Long Chen was shocked. Tang Wan'er's wind blades had already been condensed to an incredibly solid state. The chilliness coming from them was incredibly terrifying. Tang Wan'er's old wind blades had usually been several feet long, but now these wind blades were only an inch or two long, looking like tiny crescent blades. However, these tiny wind blades were at least 10 times stronger than her old wind blades. Just looking at them caused a person to feel numb. Those two brothers hadn't placed Tang Wan'er in their eyes before, and that was why they dared be so mocking. But the instant they saw this skyful of wind blades, they both let out a scream of fright. They both took out a strange shield at the same time. Those shields looked like iron cooking pots. Standing back to back, the two of them looked like an iron ball. Tang Wan'er's wind blades caused sparks to fly when they struck that iron ball. It was as if that iron ball was struck by a giant wave, and it was sent flying. Not good. Tang Wan'er's wind blades were too terrifying, almost like a flood. Although they were unable to break through that iron ball, they did send them flying almost out of the martial stage. Suddenly that ball split open, and two flying claws shot out at Tang Wan'er. Those flying claws were between 5 to 6 feet long, like huge hands with exceptionally sharp fingers. Iron chains were attached behind them. The two flying claws flew out in an extremely crafty manner. The instant those flying claws were about to reach Tang Wan'er, the claws suddenly opened up, appearing as if they had come to life. Although both claws had shot out at the same time, one was ahead while the other was behind. Their cooperation was perfect. If she dodged one, she wouldn't have time to dodge the other. Tang Wan'er's expression didn't change at all. Storm shield. Dense wind blades enveloped Tang Wan'er. Those two flying claws smashed onto that defense. Her two opponents were actually delighted by her actions. With a loud shout, their auras erupted. Amongst favored, those two were actually individually much weaker. However, their minds were connected, and their cooperation skills had reached perfection. Due to that, the monastery had given them a special set of weapons to make their attacks bizarre and incredibly incisive. Those two flying claws had been created by a powerful forging master. There were many profound ways to use them, and they hid powerful runes. Once those runes were activated, those two claws would become incredibly powerful, easily capable of crushing steel. The two of them activated those runes when their claws struck Tang Wan'er's defenses. Bang! The sky of wind blades burst apart. What? The monastery's disciples were appalled. The space Tang Wan'er had been in was empty. She had died without a corpse under their two claws. Careful! Those two people had been celebrating that they had killed Tang Wan'er when Luo Bing's shout rang out. The two of them suddenly felt a sensation of deathly crisis, and they felt a breeze behind them. The two of them quickly raised their shields to block. Boom! Their hasty defense blocked a powerful attack, but the two of them were sent tumbling through the air. One of them only just barely got up and still had no idea what had happened when a silent wind blade slashed across his waist. That person screamed miserably. Blood flew out, followed along with some of his innards. Long Chen sighed in relief. Tang Wan'er had finally learned the true meaning of battle. Her attacks were no longer the same as before. Of the people present, only Tu Fang, Luo Bing, and Long Chen knew what had happened. As soon as those two flying claws had appeared, Tang Wan'er had realized those weapons were extremely bizarre and most likely weren't easy to handle. There was no reason for her to take them head-on. She had only summoned out that huge shield of wind blades to cover up everyone's line of sight. In reality, the area behind the shield was completely empty. Tang Wan'er had long since slipped away stealthily, using wind blades to screen herself before arriving behind the two of them. Just as the two of them thought they had killed her, she suddenly struck. Were it not for Luo Bing's interference, the two of them would already be dead. But even so, after her first attack hadn't struck, she had immediately targeted one of them who had already lost his head out of fear, directly sending a wind blade out with her spiritual strength. The wind blades that filled the sky all had Tang Wan'er's spiritual imprint on them. She could send them out for sudden attacks at any time. Of course, such an attack was rather weak. Previously, such an attack was unable to cause injuries to favored. But now Tang Wan'er's wind blades had changed, and they had become incredibly powerful. Just one random attack was able to slice open that favored's abdomen. In fact, if he had been one step slower, he would have been directly cut in half. In any case, he was now screaming, blood overflowing from his wound. He quickly went a run off the martial stage, holding his injury closed as best as he could. "If you want to run, then leave your life behind," Tang Wan'er's icy shout rang out. Her hatred of these two had already reached a pinnacle. They had humiliated and insulted them, and then they had attempted to kill her just now. She naturally wouldn't be merciful. The entire martial stage was surrounded by her wind blades. This region was her domain. She didn't even need to personally raise a hand. With just her spiritual strength, hundreds of wind blades surged over to that man. That person's soul almost fled his body in fright. He hastily raised his shield, but that shield could only block one side. Just as he was about to be cut to pieces, his twin rushed over, and the two of them tightly merged their shields again. These wind blades were once again not able to pierce through these special shields formed from a forging master. But this was only defending. The instant they had attempted to launch a sudden attack on Tang Wan'er, she had almost cut them to pieces. Now they were in an extremely awkward position. Tang Wan'er had already been sneak attacked once, so she definitely wouldn't fall for it at all if they tried it again. All the wind blades Tang Wan'er had condensed were now crashing onto their shields. As soon as they split apart, they would immediately be hit. Currently, they were like a tortoise that had shrunk back into its shell, not daring to peek its head out. If they were to peek their head out, their heads would be cut off instantly. The two of them were already completely terrified. Tang Wan'er's attack had completely restrained them. They had no way to defeat her anymore. With their shields forming a sphere around them, they began to roll over at Tang Wan'er in an attack. They hoped she would strike their sphere and send them rolling out of the martial stage. That way, even though they would lose, they could at least have an excuse that they had accidentally rolled out and hadn't really lost. But Tang Wan'er already predicted that intention of theirs. How could she let them do as they pleased? No matter how that ball tried to roll out, her wind blades would force them back. After all, within that sphere, they were unable to bring out much strength. Everyone's expressions were strange as they watched this scene. A ball of metal was rolling around continuously on the martial stage. Everyone's gazes were all glued to that ball. Luo Bing was frowning slightly. She didn't know that much about these two twins, since most of their time was spent in seclusion, as they familiarized themselves to their bizarre weapons. But there was one thing that she knew. Their cooperative strength was incredible, and in a group battle, the two of them working together were capable of blocking 4 or even 5 favored at once. In a 2 versus 2, the two of them had always been unbeatable within the same realm. Other than a certain disciple, these two were the highest-ranked disciples in their monastery. The monastery had placed high hopes on them for the upcoming opening of the Jiulai secret realm. At first, seeing them rolling around defensively in that ball without attacking, she had thought they were just adjusting themselves or perhaps thinking of a plan to use against these attacks. But after an hour, even the people watching the battle were getting tired. Xuanhuan finally sighed. This pair of brothers were foreordained to have a tragic end. This is all the will of the heavens. Song Minjuan didn't understand what he was talking about. Why? Do you remember what those two brothers were called? I think one was called Bo Shidong, and the other was called Bo Shixi. Correct, one called Bo Shidong, one called Bo Shixi. Combine them together and you get worthless good for nothing. Don't you see them rolling left and right without going anywhere? Could it be that their parents had predicted this day would come? As expected, experts are everywhere. Xuanhuan explained with admiration. Everyone. That ball continued to roll around. The people outside were fine, but the two inside were already completely dizzy. As for the one whose abdomen had been split open, although he was doing his best to hold his wound closed, some of his intestines had already spilled out. That kind of scent was disgusting for both of them. Then, adding on the spinning, they were both ready to puke. Both of them knew that just continuing like this wasn't a solution, but they also didn't dare to leave their defense. Now they were both thinking of ways to concede. If they directly conceded, their endings would definitely not be good. If they dared to do so, then with Luo Bing's vicious nature, she would definitely make the two of them eat their own crap. The two of them began to wildly curse as viciously as they could. They wanted to infuriate Tang Wan'er. In any case, they had absolute confidence in their defense. Only if Tang Wan'er lost control of her fury would they have a chance of being launched out of the martial stage. At the beginning, Tang Wanner hadn't really cared to try to cut open their defense, but as soon as they began to curse her crazily, she was completely infuriated. Forming a hand seal, the wind blades behind her congregated into a single body, forming a huge wind blade that had to be over 300 meters long. As soon as that wind blade appeared, it was as if space had completely frozen. A terrifying pressure shot out in all directions. A certain man who had remained at Luo Bing's side this entire time with his eyes completely closed, suddenly opened his eyes. A trace of shock appeared in his originally apathetic face. He stared tightly at Tang Wanner's huge wind blade. Torrential rain slash.